रिजर्वेशन के परिप्रेक्ष्य में आपका ध्यान दिलाना चाहता हूं कि जम्मू में ओबीसी की आबादी आज करीब 35% है और वहां एससी की आबादी 17% है। लेकिन आज भी जम्मू में ओबीसी को 2% रिजर्वेशन है। हमें लगता है कि सारे अगर स्टेटों की बात करें तो कहीं 14% या 27% है, लेकिन जम्मू जैसे स्टेट में 2% रिजर्वेशन है। एससी को 17% आबादी होने के बाद भी वहाँ पे रिजर्वेशन 8% है। सेंटर का रिजर्वेशन ये 15% है। मैं आपको संज्ञान में डालना चाहता हूँ कि इसी राज्यसभा हाउस में जब जम्मू का जिक्र हुआ, बहुजन समाज पार्टी की नेता बहन कुमारी मायावती जी ने धारा 370 पे आपका साथ दिया था, सरकार का साथ दिया था और इस ग्राउंड पे दिया था कि जो सेंटर की पॉलिसी है जम्मू कश्मीर में वो इम्प्लीमेंट नहीं हो पाती धारा 370 के लगने के कारण। तो अगर ये हटेगी तो वहाँ अन्य सुविधाएं जो हैं वो जम्मू के लोगों को मिलेंगी। लेकिन 1 साल से ऊपर हो गया, वहाँ आज भी 2% ओबीसी को रिजर्वेशन और 8% एससी को रिजर्वेशन। मैं महोदय, मैं कभी कभी बोलता हूँ, आज आपका आभारी हूँ कि मुझे आपने मौका दे दिया। मैं 1 मिनट में और बात रखना चाहूँगा कि मंडल आयोग की रिपोर्ट लागू हो, इसके लिए मान्यवर कांसीराम साहब और माननीय बहन जी ने बहुत लंबा संघर्ष किया था। दिल्ली के वोट क्लब पे 45 दिन तक धरना दिया था। माननीय बीपी सिंह की सरकार को जब समर्थन 90 में दिया था तब भी एक कंडीशन थी कि ये मंडल आयोग की रिपोर्ट लागू होनी चाहिए और बाबा साहब को भारत रत्न मिलना चाहिए। तो
राइट राजाराम जी, यू हैव वेरी वैलिड पॉइंट। मिनिस्टर होम अफेयर्स MOS किशन रेड्डी इज हियर, प्लीज टेक नोट। आपने अच्छा याद दिलाया, मैं था यहीं और सतीश चंद्र जी ने उस समय टेंशन भी था थोड़ा। ही वाज द फर्स्ट स्पीकर टू रेज एंड से because of scheduled caste and other reservations that are going to be made available, we are supporting the bill. This is what he has said. So Kishan Reddy ji, please take note of this and find out the actual situation. Is it administrative delay, waiting for the fresh census? What is the reason? Please.
धन्यवाद महोदय।
Sri Derek Kubren.
Sir.
One more person is there, but please.
Sir, aid for informal sector workers. These are daily laborers, artists, traders, weavers and craftsperson. Obviously, all of them are having lots of problems after the pandemic. So 2 points. One is the 70-year-old All India Handicrafts Board based in Calcutta has been abolished by the center, and the All India Handloom and All India Powerloom boards. So my appeal is to reopen these boards at the earliest. Sir, transferring money to these unorganized sector workers, be they artisans, be they artists, be they weavers. Sir, in Bengal there was a scheme called the Prochesta scheme, which directly transferred 1,000 rupees into their bank accounts. There was another one called Sneha Pravesh, which transferred 1,000 rupees into their bank accounts. Sir, day before yesterday was the beginning of the auspicious Durga Puja Mahalaya. So the lot of these weavers, artists and laborers, sir, they were going through a lot of problems, and this is such an important festival. It will generate income for thousands. So my appeal through you, sir, is to you, for the center to use the Bengal model and to facilitate cash transfers to all these informal sector workers. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Sri Subhash Chandra Singh to associate with. Please, please. एक वाक्य में आपको क्या कहना है?
In Patna ji, 3 district migrant prone districts have introduced Balangir, Nuapada and Balangir 200 days in a year Manrega workers and 300 rupees minimum wage was introduced with 500 crore special funds was arranged. Accordingly, central government इस तरीका से सर throughout the nation मनरेगा working hour 200 days होना चाहिए एवं second होता है minimum wage should be rise up to 300.
Thank you.
Second point my
second
honorary workers welfare act को बना गया है, इसमें आज दिन तक till today how much money central government was sanctioned.
Thank you.
Period, central government.
Thank you, Dr. Chandrapal Singh Yadav.
Sir,
Chandrapal Singh Yadav.
Lok Sabha chamber.
Lok Sabha chamber, please.
माननीय उपसभापति महोदय, देश का सहकारी क्षेत्र ग्रामीण अर्थव्यवस्था में बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका निभाता है। देश में 40 करोड़ लोग सहकारी संस्थाओं के सदस्य और 8 लाख सहकारी संस्थाएं हैं। चूंकि प्रदेश का सब्जेक्ट विषय होने के कारण विभिन्न प्रदेशों के जो कानून हैं, अलग अलग तरीके के कानून बने हुए हैं। उनमें पारदर्शिता लाने के लिए, उन कानून में समानता लाने के लिए, प्रजातांत्रिक व्यवस्था को मजबूत करने के लिए 97th कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल अमेंडमेंट 2011 में लाया गया। दोनों सदनों से माननीय उपसभापति जी सर्वसम्मति से पास हुआ। फरवरी 2012 में नोटिफिकेशन हो गया, लेकिन इसके बावजूद और इसमें 16 राज्यों ने इस परिप्रेक्ष्य में अपने कानून में परिवर्तन भी कर लिया, लेकिन गुजरात के एक व्यक्ति के द्वारा माननीय उच्च न्यायालय में एक संसदीय प्रक्रिया में लैप्स होने के कारण जो है उसमें स्थगन आदेश ले लिया। मान्यवर 10 वर्षों से ये कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल अमेंडमेंट पेंडिंग है, सरकार इस पे ध्यान नहीं दे रही है। मैं और पूरे देश में सहकारी क्षेत्र में असमंजस की स्थिति बनी हुई है। मैं आपके माध्यम से सरकार से ये निवेदन करना चाहूंगा कि इन परिस्थितियों में सरकार प्रभावी कदम उठाए। माननीय उच्चतम न्यायालय में जो हमारा मुकदमा पेंडिंग है, उस पे प्रभावी पैरवी करके और इस देश के इस 40 करोड़ लोगों को न्याय दिलाने की कृपा करें।
थैंक यू चंद्रपाल सिंह।
धन्यवाद।
श्री नीरज शेखर।
सर, राज्यसभा गैलरी सर।
कहा है नीरज आजकल? बोलिए।
सर, मैं आपका आभारी हूं कि आपने एक महत्वपूर्ण विषय पे बोलने का मुझे समय दिया। ये 20 करोड़ भोजपुरी बोलने वालों की भावना से ये जुड़ा हुआ है सर। इस देश में करीब 20 करोड़ लोग भोजपुरी बोलते हैं और करीब 7-8 करोड़ लोग विदेशों में बोलते हैं। ये भोजपुरी बोलने वालों की एक बहुत दिनों से एक भावना है कि उनकी भोजपुरी को 8वीं अनुसूची में जोड़ा जाए, कि इसको जो सम्मान मिलना चाहिए वो मिल सके।
भोजपुरी
न केवल भारत में बल्कि मॉरिशस में, सूरीनाम में, युगांडा में, मालदीव्स में, नेपाल में बोली जाती है ये भाषा। और विशेषकर सर नेपाल और मॉरिशस में इसको संवैधानिक स्तर भी दे दिया गया है। तो मेरे को ये आपसे अनुरोध करना है सर, ये बात संसद में 69 से उठाई जा रही है। 50 दशकों से इसकी लड़ाई हम लोग लड़ रहे हैं कि इसको 8वीं अनुसूची में डाला जाए। सर, एक अंत में बस कहना चाहता हूं सर, पिछली बार यूपीए सरकार में उस समय के गृह मंत्री जी ने, जो कभी कभी हिंदी भी नहीं बोलते हैं लेकिन भोजपुरी में उन्होंने बोला था कि हम रउआ सभे के भावना के समझता बानी, लेकिन उसके बाद सर कुछ हुआ नहीं।
थैंक यू।
मुझे सर बस एक बात कहनी है, मैं अनुरोध करना चाहता हूं अपने माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी और गृह मंत्री जी से कि देश विदेश में बसे करोड़ों भोजपुरी बोलने वाले की भावनाओं को समझे और जल्द से जल्द ऐसा विधेयक लाकर भोजपुरी को 8वीं सूची में रखा जाए। धन्यवाद सर।
श्री वेंकटरमणा राव मोपीदेवी। వెంకటరమణ
సార్, లోక్సభ గ్యాలరీ సార్.
ప్లీజ్
సార్, ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్ సంబంధించి ఇప్పటికే అనుమతులు మంజూరు చేసినటువంటి 3 ఫిషింగ్ హార్బర్లకు FIDF లోనుకు బదులుగా పూర్తిగా గ్రాంట్ రూపంలో ఇవ్వాల్సిందిగా కేంద్ర ప్రభుత్వానికి కోరటమైనది. సార్, ఆంధ్ర రాష్ట్రం విడిపోయిన తర్వాత పూర్తిగా ఆర్థికపరమైనటువంటి లోటులో ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్ రాష్ట్ర ప్రభుత్వం యొక్క పరిస్థితులు ఉండటం, దానికి తోడు కోవిడ్-19 ప్రభావం చేత పూర్తిగా రాష్ట్రం యొక్క ఆర్థిక స్థితిగతులు దిగజారుట వలన భారతదేశంలోనే సముద్ర ఉత్పత్తుల ఎగుమతులలో ఆంధ్ర రాష్ట్రం ద్వితీయ స్థానంలో ఉండటం వలన విదేశీ మారక ద్రవ్యాన్ని ఆర్జించి పెడుతున్నటువంటి పరిస్థితులు ఉన్నాయి. ఈ పరిస్థితుల్లో ఆంధ్ర రాష్ట్రానికి సంబంధించి ఇప్పటికే కేంద్ర ప్రభుత్వం అనుమతులు మంజూరు చేసినటువంటి 3 ఫిషింగ్ హార్బర్లలో ఒకటి ఫేజ్ 2 నిజాంపట్నం ఫిషింగ్ హార్బర్ ఎస్టిమేషన్ కాస్ట్ 379 కోట్ల రూపాయలు, మచిలీపట్నం ఫేజ్ 2 ఎస్టిమేషన్ కాస్ట్ 285 కోట్ల రూపాయలు, ఉప్పాడ ఎస్టిమేషన్ కాస్ట్ 350 కోట్ల రూపాయలు కాగా ప్రభుత్వం కేంద్ర ప్రభుత్వం వాటా కింద ఒక్కొక్క ప్రాజెక్టుకి 150 కోట్ల రూపాయలను FIDF లోన్ కాకుండా పూర్తిగా గ్రాంట్ రూపంగానే రాష్ట్రం యొక్క ఆర్థిక స్థితిగతులను దృష్టిలో పెట్టుకుని గ్రాంట్ రూపంలో ఇవ్వాల్సిందిగా కేంద్ర ప్రభుత్వానికి కోరటమైనది.
మంచిది, సంతోషం. గుడ్. You want instead of loan, it should be given as a grant. Aquaculture Infrastructure Development Fund, Fisheries. Sri Ahmad Bhai Patel.
For giving me time. सर, पिछले 6 महीने से स्कूल बंद है कोरोना महामारी की वजह से, और इसीलिए कई निजी और सार्वजनिक स्कूल्स जो है इसमें ऑनलाइन क्लासेस कक्षाएं चल रही है, और इसके साथ साथ ज़्यादातर मामलों में जो फीस जो है वो वसूलने के लिए और उसको जस्टिफाई करने के लिए ये कक्षाएं चलाई जा रही है। लेकिन सवाल ये है कि कुछ स्टूडेंट्स ऐसे हैं जो आर्थिक तौर पे बहुत ही गरीब हैं, कमज़ोर हैं, पिछड़े हुए हैं, और उसकी वजह से वो उनके पास न तो PC है, न तो उनके पास लैपटॉप है, न तो उनके पास स्मार्टफोन है, और उसकी वजह से जिस तरह से ऑनलाइन क्लासेस में हिस्सा लेना चाहिए वो ले नहीं पा रहे हैं, और उसके लिए अपने जो माँ बाप है या खुद पे मानसिक और वित्तीय बोझ बढ़ रहा है। तो ऐसे हालात में, और ख़ास तौर पे जो डिजिटल इंडिया को अमीर और गरीब के बीच डिजिटल विभाजन का कारण नहीं बनने देना चाहिए। दूसरा मेरा ये है कि कुछ राज्यों में छात्रों ने ऑनलाइन कक्षाओं के तनाव के कारण आत्महत्याएं भी कर ली हैं। सर, 75वें नेशनल सर्वे के दौरान पता चला है कि केवल 24% घरों में इंटरनेट का उपयोग हो रहा है। इसमें से केवल 9% छात्र ही इंटरनेट का उपयोग कर रहे हैं, और 2014 में सरकार ने ये वादा किया था, I'll take only 1 minute सर, ये वादा किया था कि करीबन 2.5 लाख ग्राम पंचायत को ब्रॉडबैंड से जोड़ने का उन्होंने कहा था, लेकिन अन्य योजनाओं की तरह भी ये बातूनी ही साबित हुई है। अब तक केवल 23,000 ग्राम पंचायत को ब्रॉडबैंड से जोड़ा गया है। तो मेरा सरकार से अनुरोध ये है, नंबर 1, एक टास्क फोर्स का गठन हो जो इस बात का अध्ययन करे कि कैसे ऑनलाइन क्लास छात्रों और उनके परिवारों पर गंभीर मानसिक तनाव डाल रही है।
थैंक यू।
केंद्र सरकार को राज्यों से परामर्श के बाद एक राष्ट्रीय दिशा निर्देशों को तय करना चाहिए जिसमें ऑनलाइन कक्षाएं चलाने के नियम और तरीके तय हो।
थैंक यू।
शिक्षा पाठ्यक्रम में बदलाव की जगह केंद्र सरकार को गरीब छात्रों को ऑनलाइन क्लास के जोड़ने के लिए सहायता प्रदान करनी चाहिए, और उसके लिए वित्तीय व्यवस्था पर काम करना चाहिए।
श्रीमती प्रियंका चतुर्वेदी।
Thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson, for giving me a chance to speak. I rise to speak about an urgent matter about the age relaxation to economically weaker section. In January 2019, central government had taken a decision by getting a legislation passed in the parliament, both houses of the parliament, to give 10% reservation to economically weaker sections of unreserved category, both in educational opportunities and also in employment. In India, sir, as you would know, there are many children who are in unreserved classes who come from economically weaker background. They either delay their education or have to take a break in their education because of lack of financial support. However, the newly implemented quota does not offer any relaxation in age limit or number of attempts for a candidate for central government jobs.
Right.
I would like to bring to your notice, many state governments have implemented this age relaxation, but the central government jobs still do not have that. And in fact, even in the recent junior engineers dated Feb 1st notification, recruitment notification, Commission has not offered age relaxation for EWS, but other reservation beneficiaries have got it. So I urge upon the government to extend age relaxation facility for the EWS children as the same is permissible and within the ambit of the Act passed by the Parliament. Delay in extending the reservation benefits to them will have an adverse impact on their career, sir.
Right,
I urge you to think of it, sir.
Thank you. Sri KJ Alphonse.
Sir, thank you, Chairman, sir, for this opportunity to bring to the notice of the Honourable House and also of the government the need to intensify our crusade against TB. So globally there are 10 million TB patients and India has 24 lakh TB patients. This government had the great courage to set a target of 2025 for elimination of TB, even though the global target fixed by WHO is only 2030. So of these 24 lakhs, UP has 20%, Maharashtra has 9%, Madhya Pradesh has 8%, and my state of Rajasthan has 7%. So because of a great focus on fighting COVID, our entire health mechanism and structures are busy with fight of COVID. And even though the government has set up a fantastic patient tracking system, Nikshay Aushadhi, the fight against TB has actually slowed down because of the huge efforts in fighting the coronavirus. So may I request, because TB patients are hugely, it's a possibility that they'll pick up COVID quickly because their immunity systems are low. The governments must intensify the tracking system and pay much more attention to TB, to tracking TB patients and treating them. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much, Alphonse. Sri Y.S. Chaudhary. Please switch on.
Yes, now it's. Thank you, Honorable Chairman. This is regarding the water management system for our country. India, one of the world's most water-stressed countries, will become water-scared by the passage of time. Per capita water available is set to decline to 1,465 cubic meters by 2025 from 1,544 cubic meters in 2011, according to Niti Aayog report, sir. More cities in India are water-stressed, with no city having 24/7 water supply. Not only cities, even villages. According to the Ministry of Urban Development, 182 cities require immediate attention in regards to proper water and waste management. According to official statistics, the coverage of sanitation has increased but resources, sustainability and the slippages are very common in the coverage. Sir, our country is having a very good monsoon, but most of the rainwater go into the sea due to inadequate water management system. Further, almost 80% of the water supplied to a household is discharged as wastewater. The discharge is mostly untreated. If appropriate and time-bound measures are not taken, the country may have to confront a series of associated problems and water wars are likely to erupt.
Please, please.
I therefore urge upon the government to take a suitable measures, steps in this regard in advance. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Sri Chaudhary. Very important larger issue. So the special mentions, please. One has to. Please, please, please. We are going to have a bill. Please, this will not go on record. We are going to have a bill coming. No. You don't want discussion on bill, only raising it. I will agree. If you don't want discussion on the bill and you want to just raise in the house, okay, fine. No, this is not the way. This will not go on record. Sri K.K. Ragesh, special mention, K.K. Ragesh. This is not going on record. Nothing should be shown. Nothing should be recorded.
Sir.
K.K. Ragesh.
My special mention.
Where are you, Ragesh?
Sir, from the Rajya Sabha gallery.
Please.
Sir.
Read.
My special mention.
Please. This is not the way.
To demand
this is not going on record.
To scrap the decision.
Everybody is interested in farmers. We know that. Please.
Office of National
Please sit down. I will not allow. The bill is coming next day. The next day bill is coming on farmers issue. You will have ample opportunity to discuss. Please sit down. Don't obstruct others. Please. K.K. Ragesh.
Sir.
So what? Every day you give notice, you will get an opportunity or what? See, everything is important.
Sir,
this is not going on record because it's against the rules.
Sir, my special mention is
I'm coming to that.
Request the central government to demand the central government
Please.
to scrap the decision to shift the regional office of NHDC from Kannur to Bangalore. While the handloom sector is in a crisis due to the COVID-19 pandemic, it is heard and it is decided that the regional office of the National Handloom Development Corporation
Please lay, Ragesh.
from Kannur to Bangalore.
Mention you have to lay.
Yes, sir. I lay my special mention.
Thank you, ma. Thank you. Sri P. Wilson.
Swing trends are noticed in the composition of the Supreme Court.
For the past few years, there's a declining representation from all sections
Right.
of society in the Supreme Court. Chairman, sir, I'm placing this entire text. I'm only asking Parliament must step in to ensure social justice and diversity in the appointment of judges to the Supreme Court.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Chairman, sir.
Syed Nazir Hussain. कहाँ है?
Sir, Lok Sabha, sir.
हाँ, लोक सभा नाजिर हुसैन, please.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Mention the subject and date.
Demand to start acquisition of land for the proposal of connecting Ballari-Raichur stretch via the AP border. This has been already sanctioned in the Bharat Mala scheme, sir. I just request the government to look into it and see that the proposal.
Thank you. Thank you,
I lay the
Rajat
paper on the table. Sir.
Thank you, Sri Sujit Kumar,
Namaskar, sir, from Lok Sabha.
Lok Sabha.
Sir, my special mention is to request the central government to reduce the GST on Kinduli from 18% to 5%.
Thank you. Sri Harna Singh Yadav. धन्यवाद हरनाथ जी. डॉक्टर अशोक वाजपेयी. Dr. Ashok Vajpayee, not there. Sri Abdul Wahab, not there. Finance Minister, the GST was listed because of the reasons we have not taken it up yesterday, but you have to get ready for the next week. Next week. The Insolvency and Bankruptcy Code, the first statute resolution on that, Sri K.K. Ragesh, Sri Almaram Karim, Sri Binay Viswam, Sri K.C. Venugopal, to move the resolution. Are you moving?
Sir,
Are you moving?
sir, while moving, sir, I move the resolution and while I want to speak for 2 minutes.
Please, please. Ragesh.
Thank you, sir. Sir, since lockdown, the country is witnessing the central government is promulgating lot many ordinances. Since lockdown, 11 ordinances were promulgated, and while promulgating those ordinances, government argues that it is to address the COVID pandemic. And some of them are being promulgated as a COVID package also, which has nothing to do with COVID in fact. At least 6 of those ordinances have nothing to do with COVID pandemic. Sir, not only during pandemic season, every session, we are witnessing the ordinance Raj of the government, and as members of this house, we are compelled to pass those ordinances which are already in force.
Right.
So I want to know from the Honorable Minister, how many ordinances are being promulgated during the last 6 years? And I think, sir, this government is in future known for a government.
Thank you,
and
Ragesh.
even in textbooks,
Thank you.
students
You
are
have to
going
move
study
the resolution
that
and
this
say
is a
about it.
government that had promulgated the highest number of
Thank you.
ordinances in our country.
The resolution
and
moved.
It is the ordinances
Srimati Nirmala Sitaraman. Ragesh, you are a hardworking member. Please follow what I am saying. You have made your point. It will go on record. Otherwise, you go beyond that and then, please. Srimati Nirmala Sitaraman. No, it's a point of order. What is that?
156 rule, subject matter. Subject to provision of these rules, any member may move a resolution relating to a matter of general public interest. Sir, every day we see the Nagesh moved a resolution, and the present resolution he only asking a query. How many ordinance issued by a government? So it is not a particular subject matter in which he can move a resolution. So the resolution must be rejected.
Right. No, it's only a guideline. Please speak on the subject matter, and there is no point of order as such. Please. Srimati Nirmala Sitaraman, please. Waste ho jayega, time waste ho jayega, because bills are...
So I wish to move that the bill for
You have already made a point.
Insolvency and Bankruptcy Code
You have made a point, I agree.
be taken into consideration.
Motion moved. The statute resolution and the motion for consideration of the bill are now open for discussion. Please, honorable members, we are meeting in an extraordinary situation. You all know the time constraint also. So please cooperate and let us not go to the earlier mood of a point of order, then counter point of order and all, please. In your absence, Jairam Ramesh, please, sir, here, chair. In your absence, I have asked the finance minister to be ready for the calling attention next week because it is there. And Venugopal and Raju, both are new members, active, new members for this house, but active. I can tell you, you can only raise an issue once the chair permits. And here, the particular issue which you have raised is coming in the form of a bill on Monday. You can speak on behalf of your party or ask a partyman who is speaking elaborately on that issue. If you want to oppose the government bill, you can do it also. So let us save the time and move on, because public are also watching us in the times of pandemic, how we are trying to transact the business for the public. I'm not saying support or oppose. Okay, then Sri Vivek Tanka, Deputy Chairman.
Sir, I'm speaking on.
Please.
I'm speaking on.
Speaking?
Motion, the bill.
Yes.
On Insolvency and Bankruptcy Amendment Act, Amendment Bill, which has been passed by the Lok Sabha. A little backdrop is necessary.
Sir.
Sorry, sir.
You want minister to speak something and then, or what do you want?
Very well. Very well.
No. What is your suggestion? You want to hear the background and then speak, or you want?
No. I'm speaking.
Please. I didn't understand properly.
No, I am saying a little backdrop is necessary for me to.
No, you have a 20 minutes time, Vivekji. Fortunately, your party has given you total time, as of now.
Very well, sir. Now, this is an ordinance which came on 25th of March. We must remember that Madhya Pradesh government lost its majority around 20th of March. A new chief minister was sworn in on 23rd. One day before that, there was a Janta curfew or lockdown. And a couple of days thereafter, we had the sudden announcement with a 4-hour notice to the 135 crore people of this country that we are going to witness a 21-day lockdown. Now, in this backdrop, some laws were hurriedly made, and this is one of those laws which came very hurriedly. This was an ordinance which came on 25th of March. And now that ordinance is being turned into a bill. Before I give detailed criticism of the ordinance which is now a bill, let me just read what is there in this bill. There's only 2 sections which I need to read, and those sections per se show that the instinct of the finance minister in a speech of 17th May, which I'll come to later, would be better reflected if implemented rather than this bill. Now, what does this bill say? 10A. Notwithstanding anything contained in section 7, 9 and 10, no application for initiation of corporate insolvency resolution process. In short, it is called CIRRP, of a corporate debtor shall be filed. Initiation, the filing is stopped for any default, any means whether COVID related or not, arising on and after 25th of March 2020 for a period of 6 months, which will, I think, end in September, or such period not exceeding 1 year from such date as may be notified. Now, another objection is, you have capped it to 1 year. Are you sure that COVID is going to end in 1 year? Then you may need another amendment. That is why I moved an amendment to this bill to say you could do away with it not exceeding 1 year and just read this as for a period of 6 months and such date as may be notified from time to time. Next is a very odd provision which I have not been able to understand, and I am sure it will never meet the test of law. Provided that no application shall ever be filed for initiation of a corporate insolvency resolution process of a corporate debtor for the said default occurring during the said period. I mean, I'm wondering, is this to say that it will not be filed in that 6 months or 1 year period? Or it's forever? If I read it, it's forever. How can you just say that forever for a category of people who may not even be COVID affected? That all their defaults are non-actionable? Someday I'm sure the court is going to ask this. And they'll say that what were the parliamentarians doing? I mean, there was, looks like a total non-application of mine. And then, of course, there's an explanation. For the removal of doubts, it is hereby clarified that the provisions of this section shall not apply to any default committed under the said section before 25th of March. So it says any default before 25th of March is not in the purview of this bill. Another surprising feature of this bill is the addition of subsection 3 in section 66 of the Principal Act. What it says is, notwithstanding anything contained in this section, no application shall be filed by a resolution professional under subsection 2 in respect of such default against which initiation of corporate insolvency resolution process is suspended. I'm just left to wonder, what was the need for this? If the initiation is not possible under 10A, how would a resolution professional move in an application which is not before the court? Are we trying to protect defaulters who are otherwise beyond the ambit? Or we are allowing them to make further defaults in this period? So I'm going to expand on these points. Now let me do my other part. When you say suspension of sections 7, 9 and 10, I think it's a makeshift solution to a long-standing problem. There is no certainty that economy will revive in 1 year. It is at best an optimistic assumption that businesses will be able to thrive during the period of suspension of IBC. System-wide gross NPAs of banks went up from 2.63 lakh crores in March 2014 to 10.3 lakh crores in March 2018. The NPA and defaulting problems are pre-pandemic, and Section 10A would only postpone the problem and not solve it. It's not a solution. In fact, when the suspension under 10A is lifted, very important, sir, the creditors will be in a worse position, as it is likely that the value of assets of corporate debtors erodes during the suspended period. Therefore, the enactment of 10A may even be counterproductive in solving India's macroeconomic crisis. I had said that since there is no certainty on how long the pandemic would continue, it is also meaningless to fix a maximum cap. Therefore, I moved an amendment which is for the consideration of this House. The second point is about MSMEs. Now, the present amendment, which aims to put a blanket bar on initiation of applications, will do more harm than good to MSMEs. MSMEs provide employment to 12 crore people, contribute 25% of GDP and 45% of exports from India. Successful corporate insolvency resolution has led to a recovery of 1.52 lakh crore for lenders from the inception of the code till the end of 2019. MSMEs who depend on the code to enforce recovery of their debt will be worst affected. So what my case is, a blanket protection by suspension of entire IBC framework will create burden and helplessness on the part of MSME creditors. Small creditors who have provided services to defaulting large corporations will be rendered helpless without the protection under the code. This will definitely punish a small trader like Ramlal and protect bigger fishes like big corporations who have thousands of crores in default. Therefore, MSMEs must be allowed, so this is my recommendation. Therefore, MSMEs must be allowed to initiate CIRT proceedings irrespective of the provisions. The third point is, the entire object of the code is compromised by this amendment. The code aims to prevent willful default by companies. However, a blanket bar on section 7, 9 and 10 would enable many companies which are already under defaulting category to use the notification as a shield to protect themselves in the future proceedings. So are we protecting which category of industries? Do we want to protect COVID category of industries or all industries irrespective of their performance in the past? Another thing is, then the suspension of 7, 8, 9 and 10, instead of suspending the entire framework, COVID-related defaults may be added as a defense. That this is possible. This is where I say section 10A does not make a distinction between COVID-19 default and other defaults and protects all defaults. My suggestion would be to include COVID-19 related defaults as a defense by suitably amending section 7 and 9 and let the adjudicating authority protect COVID-19 defaults on a case-by-case basis. I'm happy to say that the Honorable Finance Minister's instincts were correct. When in a press conference, she declared that on 17th of May 2020, that COVID-19 related defaults will be excluded from the definition of default. Instead of amending the definition, the entire code has been suspended effectively. So the question was, you could have achieved the same result by just putting a proviso to the word in the definition of default and protecting those category of industries which were pandemic affected. And those proceedings could have been stopped or delayed or postponed. Instead, we have put a blanket cover which has come as a shield for the good and the bad. Another point which begs the consideration of the Honorable Finance Minister, in line with the objective of the code, maximizing asset value, because one of the points of the code is that we must be able to maximize recoveries from the value of assets. So in line with the object of the code, that is maximizing asset value, suspension of section 10 must be relooked with a complete application of mind. Bring back section 10 would give corporate debtors an opportunity to file voluntary applications under the IBC. A business being allowed to voluntarily file for insolvency will help preserve assets which may not be maintained otherwise. What I am trying to say, under section 10, say MSMEs, if they want to go to the IBC court and move an application, they may even be protecting their assets. Even the recovery of assets will be better. Even appointment of a resolution professional would help them. So every case need not be stopped. What we've done is, as a reaction, it was a knee-jerk reaction. We had not thought of all the consequences on 25th of March. It happened so suddenly that the nation had to wake up to a new reality. And in that event, we brought in a shield, which shield is not only protecting some, but also benefiting a lot of people who are undeserving. Now see section 66, the amendment to section 66. What does it say? It says, I mean, frankly speaking, I can't fathom why 66(3) was introduced. Are we trying to protect the directors, the partners of all those big corporations who may be indulging in fraudulent practices? What is the intent? Because if your application is protected, if the very filing of your initiation of application is protected, the move of under 66(3) comes much later. And a resolution professional would move for recovery from those directors to benefit the companies little late, comes later if there is an application. Now, if the application is not there, where is the question of 66(3) being applied? Now, what is happening is 66(3) today is being engaged and happily being used by all these directors, all these tricksters, scamsters who indulge in financial juggleries, and they use this as a tool. They use this as a tool to make sure that their prosecution proceedings don't start, their recovery proceedings don't start. So my problem is, this was like an overkill. We had time to think, and if we had time to think, what the Honorable Finance Minister suggested on 17th of March, her instincts were correct. All you needed was a change in the definition. And what we have done is, we stopped all proceedings, good and bad have been mixed together, the directors are being benefited, MSMEs are being killed, and the whole economy, like a thoughtless nation, we put the whole economy to a grinding halt. Now, my contention is, in these circumstances, Honorable Finance Minister, in view of her own statement of 17th of May, may have a relook at these provisions, may reconsider these provisions in public interest. It need not be forced upon the country to have an economic system, an economic apparatus, or an economic strategy which is counterproductive. So, with these 656 points, we are not opposing this bill, but we are requesting the Honorable Finance Minister, in the interest of the country, in public interest, to look at these points. And I'm sure some of these points would be beneficial for the people and the country and industry. Thank you.
Thank you, Mani Vivek ji. Mani Arun Singh ji. Mani Arun Singh.
I'm in the Lok Sabha chamber, sir. I'm in the Lok Sabha.
Mani Arun Singh.
I'm in the Lok Sabha chamber, sir.
Lok Sabha.
Yes, sir.
हाँ, कृपया बोल.
Thank you, Chairman sir. You have given me opportunity to speak. Sir, I am going to speak to support the Insolvency and Bankruptcy Amendment Bill 2020. Sir, this is one of the most remarkable and bold steps taken in the history, in the Indian history. So I was just listening my friends, and I was trying to apply my mind also how to distinguish the COVID-related expenditure, how to distinguish the COVID companies when the airlines, buses and railways, all services were stopped across the world. Then such kind of distinction is very difficult, sir. Sir, this IBC, this act was implemented in 2016 itself. So the basic objective of the act was, and all the objective I can say with the confidence that it is 100% fulfilled. And the first objective was, the code is resolution. How to resolve the things quickly. The second objective was maximization of value of assets of the firm and reducing the time. The third objective was the promoting entrepreneurship, availability of credit, balancing of interest of stakeholders. I will give the data and factual information to support how these objectives have been fulfilled. Sir, there are 4 pillars to ensure the successfulness of this IBC. And I can say, sir, with the full confidence, sir, all the 4 pillars are working very successfully. The first is NCLT. They are taking the quickly decisions as per the time stipulated in the Act. The second is insolvency professional, that is IP. They are discharging their responsibility professionally. And third is information utility. A lot of adequate informations are available in the information utility. And fourth is IBBI, that is Insolvency Bankruptcy Board. It is also discharging their responsibility very actively. Sir, this IBC has resulted high recovery update. I will give the information later on. The second, release of locked capital. The third, the better credit discipline, faster resolution, easy exit. And it has left the positive impact and overall ecosystem of the country is very good, sir. Sir, now I'll give this data also, sir. When the IBC is implemented, sir, the recovery in 2019 was 26%, and recovery in 2020 is 71.6%, 71.6%. And these figures were peanut in the UPA regime. The cost of resolution, which was 9%, it has been reduced to 1/9, that is 1% only. And the average time taken, it was 4.5 years in 2019. Now the average time taken to realize the amount is 1.6 years. This is a dramatic change in the recovery. Sir, I will just quote 3 examples, sir. One of the large corporate in the steel sector, the debt was 49,000 crore rupees. Now the recovery is 92%. Imagine those days of the UPA, 2%, 5%, that was the maximum. Now 92%. In another steel sector, large corporate, the recovery is 82.7%. And the third, the 70%, that is also large corporate. So this kind of recovery is possible only because of the IBC. Sir, how the resolution is fast. There are 14,510 cases. 14,510 cases. It was disposed of even before pre-admission stage. This is and sir, the cases resolved in the IBC is 258, amounting to rupees 1,85,000 crore rupees, and cases closed 597. So what I want to see that there are very good results after implementation of the IBC. We remember those days also, sir, when BIFR was there. What was happening in the BIFR? It was a data-driven. Data used to go to the BIFR for liquidating their companies, and they were running after years and years and years, and creditors, they were not getting anything because it was not credit-driven. But in those days, no government thought to bring such rules like such legislation like IBC. This is the Prime Minister Modi who has determination to bring the rule, bring the constitution, and brought the IBC. It is giving very good results, sir. Sir, it is not only the financial yield, but it is also how the image of the country is reflecting across the world, sir. Sir, ease of doing business, that is the ranking published by the World Bank. Sir, in 2018, it was 77. Now in 2019, it is 63, sir. There is jump, sir. And in 2014, it was 137. So there is huge jump in the ease of doing business, sir. Sir, ease of doing business, when the financial institutions or banks or any investor, they look at any country, they see that what are the ease of business index of a country, how the transparency, how the policies, how the administrative reforms are there. And because of the administrative reform, because of the transparency, there is a huge jump in the ease of doing business. और this has happened because हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी कहते हैं कि अगर नियत स्पष्ट है, अगर नीति स्पष्ट है, नियत साफ है और इरादे नेक हो, तो आप इच्छित परिणाम पा सकते हैं। जो आज के दिन में इच्छित परिणाम हम लोग देख रहे हैं, वह प्रधानमंत्री जी के इच्छा शक्ति के कारण यह सब चीजें संभव है। सर, resolving insolvency ranking, there is also huge jump, sir. In 2019, we were at 108, and now in 2020, the jump is 52. We have reached to 52. It reflects the India image across the world, sir. Sir, so far as the NPA is concerned, in 2017, 11.2%, now it is just 9%. Sir, I was listening to my friend who was talking about the NPA. Sir, किसके कारण NPA बना, sir? वह किसके किसका रिजीम था जो फोन के माध्यम से लोन दिए जाते थे, और लगातार इंडस्ट्री के ग्रोथ के हिसाब से जब लोन दिए जाते थे उसमें इतना बड़ा मिसमैच होता था, वो पैसा कहाँ जाता था, एक की टोपी दूसरे की टोपी पे घूमती थी, और अल्टीमेटली वो धीरे धीरे एनपीए बढ़ता गया। यह प्रधानमंत्री जी का कार्यकाल है कि जो अभी ग्रॉस एनपीए 9.1% आ गया है, पहले 11% से, यह प्रधानमंत्री जी के कारण ही ये सब हुआ है। क्योंकि जब आपके समय जो गलत हुआ, जब प्रधानमंत्री जी माननीय मोदी जी ने बैंक से लेकर सभी सिस्टम्स को कहा कि कोई चीज छिपाने की जरूरत नहीं है, जो भी आपके बुक्स में है, अगर एनपीए है तो एनपीए फुल डिस्क्लोजर करो, उसमें कोई दिक्कत की बात नहीं होनी चाहिए। उसके कारण सभी बैंकों की जो बैलेंस शीट थी वो साफ सुथरी दिखना शुरू हो गई। सर, there are other recovery channels also which are working for a long time, sir. Sir, there is a Lok Adalat. In Lok Adalat, as per the RBI data, the recovery percentage is 5.3%. 5.3, I repeat. Sir, DRI, the recovery percentage is 3.5 in 2018 and 19. Sir, in the SARFAESI, it is 14.5%, and in the IBC, 42%, and in 2020, as I said, 71%. This 71% debt recovery is possible because of our Honorable Prime Minister, who took the decision and brought the IBC. Today, I also pay my tribute to the then Finance Minister Arun Jaitley ji, who brought this legislation in the Parliament and discussed at a length, sir. Sir, look at how the proactive our government is. When the home buyer, they were asking that there should also be the committee of creditors. Immediately, our government, they considered their request, and now the home buyer, they are the financial creditor, and they are part of the COC. Lakhs of home buyers, they are getting the benefit of that. Sir, I would like to say that when the COVID-19 outbreak, as I said, everything worldwide was stopped, sir. Not only in India, everything. Then what was the status, sir? It was a status that the cash circulation, money circulation was stopped, and supply chain system were affected. Regular transactions were not happening, and because of and the company, they were not able to service their debts. Look at this is the proactiveness of our government, sir, under the leadership of our Prime Minister. I remember the Finance Minister came on the 24th itself and announced various serious measures, sir. One time, first of all, the announcement about the poor, the Pradhan Mantri Garib Kalyan Yojana, and another by giving the food grain to the poor, then gas to the poor, and also this Jan Dhan account. In the 20 crore Jan Dhan account, the money was given, and PM Kisan also, the money was given to the farmers. Lot of relief were announced by the Honorable this Finance Minister under the leadership of Prime Minister on the next day, and simultaneously she thought that yes, of course the investors and the corporate etc. their problems should also be looked into. And sir, in addition to this IBC, lot of announcements were done, sir. Sir, deferment of statutory and regulatory compliances immediately, so that there should be relief on the investors and there should be relief on the all citizens. The statutory and regulation compliances were deferred, and interests were reduced in many cases, and also the penalties were waived off, and due date for the issues of notices, intimation, then notification, approval, sanction order, filing of appeal, everything under Income Tax Act, under Wealth Tax Act, under the various Act, the due dates were extended. And this is how proactive I said. On the same day these announcements were made. The entire house should, at least entire house should welcome the Finance Minister who took the decision on the same day. Sir, the threshold limit of the threshold limit of the filing of the cases were also increased from 1 lakh to 1 crore rupees in order to save the various MSMEs for going into the IBC. That was done, sir. And, sir, about the section 7, 9 and 10, sir. 7 and 9 and 10 section was suspended. That was for the 6 months extendable to 1 year. This was very much needed, sir. When the entire circulation, transaction, business transaction were temporary at a halt, so it was very difficult to find it out what is the COVID-related transaction, what is COVID-related not transaction. If my friend can tell that these are the COVID-related transactions, these are the COVID-related not transaction, then I will be very happy. But simply it is impossible. So the companies were given 6 months time. Then the IBC, 6 months, within the 6 month period, the IBC, cases with the IBC cannot be filed. They extended to 1 year. That was done. It is a very welcome move, sir. Otherwise, lot of huge unemployment we could have seen, sir. And the secondly, sir, there is a new insertion of section 3 under the 66 that protect the director of a company and partner for being proceeded, proceeding can be initiated for during this period of default only, during this period of default. So what I want to say, sir, whatever the cases under the IBC were, continuing, that will continue. Whatever the cases after 25th of March, that happened, that was 6 months period, a temporary, relief was given, and that extended to 1 year. Definitely, sir, we appreciate and I support to the Honorable Finance Minister for this act, sir. सर इसके साथ साथ देखिए सर, अब यहाँ पे भी माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी नहीं रुके. लोगों की आकांक्षा अपेक्षाएं क्या थी कि भारत की जो आर्थिक जगत के क्षेत्र में जो कंपनियां हैं, इन्वेस्टर्स हैं, उनका कैसे भला हो सर. लोग सोचते थे कि 5 लाख 10 लाख करोड़ रुपए का एक आत्मनिर्भर कोई पैकेज अनाउंसमेंट करेंगे. प्रधानमंत्री जी ने जब टीवी पे आए, उन्होंने 5 लाख 10 करोड़ की नहीं, 20 लाख करोड़ रुपए के आत्मनिर्भर भारत की पैकेज का अनाउंसमेंट किया. 20 लाख करोड़ रुपए का. और उसके बाद माननीय वित्त मंत्री जी आए. वित्त मंत्री जी 5 प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस के माध्यम से एक एक स्कीम, एक एक सेक्टर को बताने का काम किया कि किस प्रकार से हम जाकर के इस सेक्टर को हम मदद करने वाले हैं. अगर वोकल फॉर लोकल, स्वदेशी वस्तुओं का उपयोग करना, भारत में वस्तुओं का उपयोग, भारत में बनी हुई वस्तुओं का अधिक से अधिक उपयोग करना चाहिए. अगर इसका कोई नारा दिया है, अब प्रबल रूप से देश भर में अभियान लेके चलने वाले कोई हैं, तो भारत के प्रधानमंत्री माननीय मोदी जी के आह्वान पे आज की स्थिति है. या इसलिए मैं कर रहा हूं सर, या एक सब विषय जुड़ा हुआ है. जब भारत में बनी हुई कंपनियों को, उत्पाद को हम प्रोत्साहित देंगे, प्रोत्साहन करेंगे, तो आईबीसी के भी केसेस कम होंगे और इस प्रकार के जो अमेंडमेंट हो वो भी कभी ले आने नहीं पड़ेंगे सर. जो हमारे एमएसएमई सेक्टर है, उनको किस प्रकार से अलग अलग प्रकार से उनको राहत दी गई सर, और उनको क्रेडिट लाइन दी गई, क्रेडिट लाइन गारंटी दी गई. उसके अलावा फंड बनाया गया. 3 लाख करोड़ रुपए की अलग अलग प्रकार से उनको पैसा दिया गया. मतलब एक एक करके जब जिस भी सेक्टर की कोई भी समस्या रही हो, लॉकडाउन के दौरान जब कोविड-19 के अंतर्गत विपक्ष की पार्टियां सब सो रहे थे, तो उस समय हमारे पार्टी के कार्यकर्ता काम तो कर ही रहे थे. 27 करोड़ लोगों को भोजन कराने का काम, लोगों की मदद करने का काम. और इधर सरकार के लोग भी हमारे केंद्र सरकार के भी लगातार हर सेक्टर की क्या समस्या है, कैसे उसको समाधान किया जाए, उसके लिए एक एक करके उसके लिए उपाय कर रहे थे और उसकी घोषणाएं भी कर रहे थे. 24 घंटे काम हो रहा था सर. इसलिए यह आज के दिन में मैं यही कह सकता हूं सर कि हमारे देश, हम सबका सौभाग्य है कि ऐसे प्रधानमंत्री जी हम सबको मिले हैं जो निर्णय करना कि कड़े से कड़े अगर देश ही तो राष्ट्र हित में निर्णय करना हो तो उसको निर्णय करते हैं. जीएसटी को लागू करना उनका निर्णय. उसी प्रकार से अगर देखा जाए तो आईबीसी को ले आना, यह कोई सोच नहीं सकता था इस प्रकार का निर्णय लेना. अभी मतलब ऐसे प्रधानमंत्री आम जन की समस्या होती है, एक बार में सभी की रेड लाइट बंद कर देना, अगर कोई कल्पना कर सकता है, ये प्रधानमंत्री जी ही ऐसा कर सकते हैं, उन्होंने करके दिखाया और इसीलिए देश आगे बढ़ रहा है। नए भारत की संकल्पना लेकर के जो हम लोग चल रहे हैं, उस संकल्प को हम पूरा करेंगे और एक राष्ट्र, एक कर, एक बाजार और एक ग्रिड, एक राशन कार्ड, इन सबकी भी एक संविधान, अगर इसको कोई पूरा करके दिखाया है तो भारत के प्रधानमंत्री माननीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने यह करके दिखाया है, इसलिए उनको अभिनंदन करता हूं सर। और इसी के साथ साथ जो अमेंडमेंट हुए हैं आईबीसी जो एक्ट में, उन अमेंडमेंट की मैं उसका समर्थन करता हूं और यही मैं कहना चाहता हूं सर। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, आपने हमको मौका दिया, हम इसे विषय पे बोले सर। थैंक यू।
Thank you. The next speaker is Dinesh Trivedi. Mr. Trivedi, you have 6 minutes. Oh, it's here. Yeah.
सर थैंक यू वेरी मच। हमारा स्टॉप वॉच हमने चालू कर दिया है, 6 मिनट के पहले हम बंद कर देंगे, तो मेहरबानी करके टोकिएगा मत।
I'll appreciate.
माय रिक्वेस्ट,
I'll appreciate.
विदिन 6 मिनट। विवेक जी ने हमारा काम बहुत ही आसान कर दिया है, सो आई विल जस्ट गो थ्रू बुलेट पॉइंट्स। सर पहले तो वी आर गोइंग थ्रू एन एक्स्ट्रा ऑर्डिनरी सिचुएशन इन द कंट्री एंड आई ट्रूली फील कि आज की तारीख में ना तो कोई सत्ता पक्ष होना चाहिए ना तो विपक्ष होना चाहिए। देश के लिए कुछ अच्छा है तो हम साथ में मिलके, आपने कहा आपके इरादे नेक, आप ताली बजा सकते हो उससे, बिल्कुल यही मेरी स्पिरिट है, आपके इरादे नेक है और नीयत साफ है, हमें कोई शंका नहीं है। मगर और निर्मला जी इज माय फ्रेंड, वेरी कॉम्पिटेंट, शी डजंट नीड अ सर्टिफिकेट। तो हम जो बोलने जा रहे हैं हमारा फर्ज है कि आखिर में हम इंसान हैं, गलतियां हो सकती है। आई मे बी रॉन्ग बट आई विल जस्ट गिव यू माय ऑब्जर्वेशन एज आई सी इट। सो सर द इंटेंशन ऑफ द बिल इज नेक, नो डाउट अबाउट इट, दैट यू रियली वांटेड टू हेल्प, बट लाइक एवरीथिंग एल्स सर, you are in a hurry to do things without a larger consultation. Sir, the bill is, that's why, please don't take it otherwise, hastily drafted, ill-worded piece of legislation, which Vivek ji talked in detail, which would unfortunately defeat its own purpose. Like treatment could become worse than the disease itself, sir. While the intent objective of the bill, sir, is to provide protection to the debtor and in this unforeseen serious turn down in the economic situation. But it will only result in rapid value erosion of the capital employed, own capital, sir, and also the borrowed. And it will deepen the trouble, like it's going to become double trouble. It could even hasten the end completely. I hope it doesn't happen. This is just my observation. Complete destruction of value going against the interest of both the debtor and the creditors both. Besides delaying the whole process for up to 1 year, it takes away even the debtor's option of hastening restructuring process, even if he or she wants. Like, you don't need an oxygen, you are a healthy person, पर अब जबरदस्ती ऑक्सीजन की ट्यूब आपके नाक में घुसाई जाए तो एक जो हेल्दी इंसान है ना, वो ज्यादा ऑक्सीजन के लिए मर सकता है। It will be a big blow to the ARC, asset reconstruction companies, and which will delay the employment and the infusion of the capital and is going to discourage further. Sir, the default cause has already been spoken about. I don't need to get into that. Many times what happens that there are unscrupulous people, they will take advantage of this. So I think you should have given option that whoever wants to do it, please do it. Sir, people with personal guarantee are at a disadvantage. Sir, I have got 2 more minutes, and in these 2 minutes, I will just try to give my own solution. Sir, like I said, and which is very fortunate for India, we have a record level of food stock. oil prices are historical low. Enough of foreign exchange we have. So what is the need of the hour? The need of the hour is perhaps to print notes if you want. And I know what I'm talking about. The need of the hour is to maybe put 10,000, 15,000, 20,000, I don't know, in the accounts of the needy people. If not everybody, at least the needy people. Put money into the accounts of the needy people. उससे क्या होगा सर? और आपको हम मतलब आप अच्छी तरह समझते हैं, आप बहुत ही ज्ञानी हैं कि इससे demand will be created. When demand is created, there are more jobs. And if there are more jobs, there are more demand. Sir, which will give the government more taxes. Demand होगा तो tax होगा. Government को tax ज़्यादा मिलेगा. और जब government को सर tax ज़्यादा मिलेगा, तो हमारा जो GST due है, state का जो नहीं मिल रहा है, इससे legitimate due सर, वो tax का due आप हमको देंगे क्योंकि सरकार के पास टैक्स आएगा सर ये कोई बहुत बड़ी बता नहीं 30 सेकेंड है मेरे पास स्टॉप वॉच है सर सो अंत में मैं यही कहूंगा आपका पैकेज आपने दिया अच्छा किया यदि आपको लगता है टू रिकंसिडर माय हम्बल रिक्वेस्ट इज डोंट स्टैंड ऑन एनी प्रेस्टीज प्लीज do reconsider and I thank you very much for your time sir.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is A. Vijay Kumar. You have 4 minutes.
Lok Sabha.
Vijay Kumar?
Lok Sabha. Sir, Lok Sabha chamber.
Yes. Vijay Kumar. You have 4 minutes.
Yeah. India's current bankruptcy procedures are insufficient and moved at an extremely slow pace. Courts try to interrupt a variety of conflicting laws that cover insolvency. Currently, there is no law that sufficiently deals with the insolvency and the bankruptcy. The code seeks to create a uniformed framework for the resolving insolvency and bankruptcy. As per the proposed legislation, corporate insolvency would have to be resolved within a period of 180 days, extendable by a further 90 days. A fast-track resolution of corporate insolvency provides for resolution within 19 days. It also provides for the setting up of an Insolvency and Bankruptcy Board of India, which will regulate professionals, agencies and information utilities engaged in resolution of insolvencies of companies as well as partnership firms and individuals. Bankruptcy and insolvency is an item specified in the entry 9 of list 3. Entry 43, list 1 deals with the incorporation, regulation and winding up of trading corporations including banking, insurance and financial corporations but not including the cooperative societies. Whereas entry 44 of list 1 deals with the incorporation, regulation and winding up of corporation whether trading or not with the objects not confirmed to one state but not including universities. Further, entry 32 of list 2 deals with the incorporation of regulation and winding up of corporations other than scientific, religious and other societies of association, cooperative societies. If so far as bodies have limited liability like cooperative societies and societies are concerned and which are parts of a list 2 and under the legal jurisdiction of the state governments, the exploit option should be provided in the Code of State Governments. To extend the application of the relevant sections of the Code to such as bodies within the state through specific notification, or to devise the alternative mechanism for insolvency and bankruptcy. Cooperatives and other societies should not be automatically brought under the preview of the Code. If so, the trustees are concerned which fall in the concurrent list. Relevant sections of the Code should provide for powers to the appropriate government instead of central government so that...
Mr. Vijay Kumar, please make your concluding statement.
Yeah, here the trust is registered under the state legislation, that jurisdiction will be continued as a vested. Even now, the furnishing of the solvency certificates for various purposes is performed by the district administration.
Thank you.
Sir, another one, sir. Finally, I want to tell one thing, sir. Sir,
Your time is up. Your time is over.
One second. It is also recommended that the NCAL to be established in Chennai for the hearing appeals for the NCLTs of South India, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Vijay Kumar. The next speaker is Sri Amar Pathak. Mr. Pathak? I'm sorry. Mr. Amar Patnaik.
Yeah. Thank you from Lok Sabha.
Yeah, Mr. Patnaik. You have 4 minutes.
Yes, thank you so much. Sir, I'd like to make this submission in 2 parts. The first part being about the amendments which have been brought in, and the second one about the IPC code in general. So the first part, if you look at statement, paragraph 2 of the statement of objects, you would find that it's very good, very strong on intent. It's a great measure which has been taken. There are only 2 problems there. There are 2 elements there. One is relating to it has been linked to a time frame. The second one is it is available to everybody. Now, if you look at the departmental data of number of CIRPs initiated as of 30th June 2020, 260 such cases were initiated by the corporate debtors themselves. Now, this particular thing is prevented because of insertion of 10A. I think this would only lead to erosion of the value of the company which is going into the resolution process. Second, out of the 3,911 CIRPs initiated, 1,961 were from operational creditors, mostly MSMEs. Now, what do they do? The third aspect is linking it to a time frame and not to pandemic-related stress. If you look at the statement of object, paragraph 2, it talks about pandemic-related stress. If you look at the government of India's assessment of the GST compensation, there was an element of compensation or the compensation arising out of pandemic, and another one which for other reasons because of economic condition. If the government could decipher this particular thing, I am sure here the pandemic-related stress could have been deciphered instead of keeping it to about a 1-year period. Because what happens after 1-year period? Now, these are some of the questions that is coming out of 10A, which has been elaborately dealt with by my previous speakers. There is the other element is what happens to people who are dependent on global business, global demand, like our export-oriented units. Now, there the condition will probably improve after a period of 1 year, maybe 2 years, maybe 3 years. Would it be necessary to come in with an amendment even later? Having said so, I must also say, sir, that the IBC has been fairly successful since 2016. There are 240 cases resolved, 44% is the recovery. But my question is, if there is an insolvency law committee which is in operation since 2017, what was the need for coming in with 3 ordinances rather than a regular process of bringing in changes as it is an evolving law? Also, the finance minister could think about the pre-pack arrangement, the hybrid arrangement in which the corporate debtor and the committee of creditors reach an agreement even before coming to the resolution. So this could be done under section 240A of the code. I believe this is a work in progress. If it is expedited, I think that would help the ecosystem much better. Thirdly, would it be possible that the section 29A could be tweaked at this point of time to give one window to the non-willful corporate debtors who want to get, promoters who want to get into an arrangement to save their company?
Mr. Patnaik, you make your concluding point.
Yes, the last point I would like to submit is the quality of resolution has to be improved. Even though the IBBI has been doing well, I still feel that the quality of resolution, which is dependent on the people who are selected as resolution professionals, has to be improved. It is not necessarily sufficient to just train them, but not really evaluate their performance. And that's what is something that is required to improve the ecosystem everywhere.
Thank you.
Said all this.
Thank you, Mr. Patnaik.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. The next speaker is Ravi Prakash Verma.
Sir, from Lok Sabha chambers.
Yeah. You have You have 4 minutes, Mr. Verma.
सर थोड़ा सा मॉडरेट रहिएगा। सर थैंक यू सर, आपने मुझे मौका दिया। सर एक बारी फिर से इस बिल के माध्यम से मुझे लगता है कि कोविड-19 चर्चा में है और उसकी इफेक्ट दूसरी है। जिस तरीके से कंपनियां लॉकडाउन होने के मारे कंपनियां बर्बाद हुई हैं, सर ये पता लग रहा है कि लॉकडाउन पीरियड में ही लगभग 70% जंप हुआ है इंसॉल्वेंसी कंपनियों के केसेस में। सर अभी तक 3774 केसेस अभी तक इंसॉल्वेंसी बोर्ड ने देखे हैं और जैसा कि अभी पटनायक साहब बता रहे थे कि रिकवरी रेट 44% के आसपास में है। सर बैंकों का एनपीए आज की तारीख में करीब 10 लाख करोड़ से ऊपर पहुंच गया है और सर आरबीआई की आशंका है कि पैंडेमिक रीजन से ये आगे करीब 12.5% तक पहुंच सकता है। सर इसमें जो विलफुल डिफॉल्टर्स के केसेस हैं, सर गवर्नमेंट ने इंटरवेन किया एक अध्यादेश ला करके और सर ये तो रेगुलर जो इश्यूज आ रहे हैं उनको एड्रेस करने के लिए है, लेकिन बहुत से ऐसे विलफुल डिफॉल्टर्स हैं जो देश छोड़ के भाग गए, जिन्होंने हजारों करोड़ रुपए की पूंजी नष्ट की है। मुझे लगता है कि अगर उनको लेकर के सरकार कोई स्टेटमेंट देती पार्लियामेंट के अंदर तो शायद ज़्यादा बढ़िया रहता। अभी भी लोग सब लोग बाहर हैं और आ नहीं पा रहे हैं। सर बड़ी दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण परिस्थितियां हैं कि देश में सर पूंजी का ध्रुवीकरण हो रहा था। 1% लोगों के पास में 73% पूंजी संसाधन पहुंच चुके थे, तब सरकार को सर चिंता नहीं आई। और सर दिक्कत ये थी कि जब कंपनियां डूब रही थी और कई कारणों से, इवन आपकी ये पैंडेमिक रीजन से भी कंपनियों के टर्नओवर बंद हो रहे थे, उस वक्त हिंदुस्तान की एक नामचीन कंपनी, में नाम नहीं लेना चाहता हूँ, वो धरती की 5 टॉप कंपनियों में उसका शुमार बढ़ गया था। सर इससे ये पता लगता है कि सर जो नीतियाँ फॉलो हो रही हैं, जो कार्यक्रम चल रहे हैं, वो देश को आगे बढ़ाने के लिए नहीं है, बल्कि हिंदुस्तान के और दुनिया के जो बड़े सरमाएदार हैं उनको आगे बढ़ाने के लिए हैं। सर सरकार ने इसमें धारा 7, 9 और 10 के में अमेंडमेंट किया है। जब मैं वही बात कह रहा था कि 25 मार्च के बाद में 6 महीने के लिए जो इंसॉल्वेंसी का प्रोसेस इनिशिएट होता है उसको स्थगित किया है। सर उससे क्या समस्या सामने आने वाली है कि जैसे ही आप इस पीरियड को पूरा करेंगे, उसके बाद में जो कंपनियां इंसॉल्वेंसी बोर्ड के सामने रिजोल्यूशन प्रोसेस के लिए जाएंगी, उनकी तादाद एकदम से बढ़ जाएगी। सर नौकरी खत्म होती है तो नौकरियां भी जाती हैं, सर कंपनी खत्म होती है तो नौकरियां भी जाती हैं और पूंजी भी छिन्न भिन्न होती है। सर सच्चाई तो ये है कि कारोबार ठप है, अभी भी कारोबार पिकअप नहीं कर पा रहा है और जब आपका ये टाइम पीरियड खत्म होगा उसके बाद में स्थितियां कहां पहुंचेंगी कोई नहीं जानता है। लेकिन सर ये जो इंटरेस्ट पर ब्याज लगना था, ब्याज पर ब्याज लगना था, वो मामला अब कोर्ट में पहुंच चुका है, जिसके कुछ सीरियस कॉम्प्लिकेशन आपके सामने आने वाले हैं। सर जो सेक्शन 66 में अमेंडमेंट किए गए हैं, सर आईपीज को अलाउ किया गया है पार्टिसिपेट करने के लिए रिजोल्यूशन प्रोसेस में आईपीईज के साथ में। सर सवाल ये आ रहा है कि जो ये पूरा ऐसा प्रोसेस है जिसमें भयानक दलाली होने लगी। सर बहुत ही हाई प्रोफाइल लोग ऐसे बीच में हैं जो मीडिएटरी का काम करते हैं और सर सच्चाई तो आप देखेंगे कि इन आईपीज की जो फीस है, मतलब रिजोल्यूशन में जो इनकी इतनी हाई फीस होती है कि जो रिजोल्यूशन में टर्नआउट होता है, सर हेयर कट में एक बड़ा शेयर यही लोग मार ले जाते हैं। सर इस चीज को देखना पड़ेगा। सर
मिस्टर वर्मा प्लीज कंक्लूड, योर टाइम इज अप।
सर ये जो टाइम फ्रेम की बात थी, सर जो स्ट्रिक्ट टाइम फ्रेम दिया हुआ था, इसने कंपनियों की डिस्ट्रेस सेल और इसमें जो मीडिएटरी है उसको बहुत ज़्यादा बड़े स्केल पे बढ़ा दिया है। सर जिस तरीके से कंपनियों का शिकार हो रहा है, सर मुझे लगा, मैं फिर कहना चाहता हूं कि हिंदुस्तान में कॉरपोरेट शार्क पैदा हो गए हैं जो कंपनियों को निगल रहे हैं और बिना कोई काम किए हुए अपनी पूंजी बढ़ा रहे हैं।
धन्यवाद। धन्यवाद
सर एक शब्द कहना चाहता हूं सर कि मैं सरकार को आगाह करना चाहता हूं कि जो सरकारी क्षेत्र की पूंजी का कंपनियां हैं जो घाटे में जा रही हैं, सर मेरा आपसे अनुरोध है कि उनको बजाय बेचने के, निजी क्षेत्र में बेचने के, आप स्टॉक एक्सचेंज के माध्यम से पब्लिक से पैसा उठाइए और उन कंपनियों को पब्लिक के हवाले करिए जिससे कि वो बढ़िया चल सके।
धन्यवाद। धन्यवाद
सर एक चीज और देखनी पड़ेगी।
धन्यवाद।
बहुत सी कंपनियों ने स्टॉक एक्सचेंज के माध्यम से जनता से डिपॉजिट लिए हैं लेकिन वो गायब हो गई हैं, सेबी कहाँ है, मैं आपसे पूछना चाहता हूँ।
धन्यवाद। द नेक्स्ट स्पीकर इज पी विल्सन। P. Wilson.
Thank you, Deputy Chairman, sir. The Insolvency and Bankruptcy Code 2016 section.
Mr. Wilson, you have 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you, sir. Suspends the initiation of the corporate resolution process for a period of 6 months to 1 year under the code against the corporate debtor to protect the companies affected by the COVID-19 to recover from the financial stress without facing immediate threat of being pushed to insolvency proceedings. DMK, while welcoming the bill, feels that there is discrimination between the corporate bodies and common man. Honorable Finance Minister may kindly tell this House as to why similar treatment is not given to individuals, proprietorship entity and partnership firms who are kept in Part 3 of the IBC Code. While individual proprietorship and partnership will face insolvency proceedings during COVID-19 period, however, the corporate companies placed in Part 2 of the IBC Code alone will get the exemption. Is it not a discrimination? In the same code, why such differential treatment? Is this government only for corporate cronies? Madam, Reserve Bank of India ordered moratorium up to August 2020 to mitigate the burden of debt brought about by the disruption on account of COVID-19 pandemic and to ensure the continuity of viable business. However, the RBI has not said anything about waiver of interest. I request the government to direct all banks to waive interest on home loan, vehicle loan, jewel loan, credit cards and help the common people. When under the IBC you freeze recovery up to 1 year for corporate companies, why not freeze repayment of all bank loans till the economy comes back to normalcy? Banks in India have written off outstanding loans to the top 50 willful defaulters amounting to 68,607 crores till September 30th, 2019. I request Honorable Finance Minister to order complete waiver of agriculture term loans, retail and crop loans, farm loans by all commercial banks, cooperative society. Dr. Kalanjar Karunanidhi, the then Chief Minister, when he took oath in 2006, by his first signature, he waived off all agriculture farm loans availed in cooperative society. I request Honorable Finance Minister to do the same. It's sad that a common man has to go to the court to seek waiver of interest and extension of moratorium, while corporate enjoys protection in the hands of the government. Only one thing, sir. Yesterday, I was disrupted thrice, even though I had 3 minutes. I was disrupted by the chair thrice. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. The next speaker is Ramchandra Prasad Singh.
धन्यवाद वाइस चेयरमैन।
You have 3 minutes.
जी, सबसे पहले मैं इस बिल का समर्थन करता हूं। इंसॉल्वेंसी आईबीसी जो एक कोड बना 2016 में, ये बहुत ही प्रोग्रेसिव एक कानून है और इसका बहुत ही अच्छा प्रभाव यहाँ इंसॉल्वेंसी के रेगुलेशन में पड़ा है। और रिपोर्ट कार्ड भी हमारे कई साथियों ने भी बताया क्या रिकवरी रेट है, कितने लोगों को इससे, कितने कॉरपोरेट कंपनीज को फ़ायदा हुए। तो एक अच्छा कानून है और ये दूसरा संशोधन लाया गया है। और इस संशोधन के पीछे जो बैकग्राउंड है हम सब जानते हैं, कोविड-19 का, और एक अच्छा कदम है। और मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि इससे जो भी हमारे फाइनेंशियल स्ट्रेस्ड कंपनीज हैं उनको अपने फाइनेंशियल्स को दुरुस्त करने में, अपने आप को एक बेहतर करने का मौका मिलेगा, जिससे कि आगे आने वाले समय निश्चित रूप से हमारे देश में जो हमारा जो कॉरपोरेट्स हैं वो और भी बेहतर ढंग से काम करें, उनको एक अच्छा इकोसिस्टम मिले, एक अच्छा एनवायरनमेंट मिले। हम लोगों का जो लक्ष्य है कि आगे आने वाले समय में हिंदुस्तान 5 ट्रिलियन इकोनॉमी हो, उसमें ये सहायक हो। यही मेरी अपेक्षा भी है, यही मेरी कामना है। इसी के साथ मैं इस बिल का समर्थन करता हूं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
बहुत धन्यवाद Mr. Singh, you have concluded absolutely on time. The next speaker is Sri K.K. Ragesh. K.K. Ragesh?
Sir.
From Rajya Sabha Gallery.
Thank you, sir, from Rajya Sabha Gallery. Rajya Sabha Gallery.
Yes, Mr. Ragesh, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, sir. Sir, as other honorable members have already stated here, as per the ordinance, all the insolvency proceedings are prohibited for 1 year, and this is going to push the banking sector of our country in a deep crisis. And sir, in fact, the insolvency bankruptcy code has already become a bonanza for the fraud companies. In fact, the corporate fraud is being encouraged through this IBC Act, because corporates are already getting lot many concessions. Huge concessions are being provided to them. We know that NPA is being accumulated in the public sector banks, and we know the huge amount which is being written off in the name of, under the pretext of book adjustment. More than 3 lakh crore rupees has already been written off, which were lying as NPAs in various public sector banks through book adjustment. And through IBC, another huge concession is being provided to the corporates. I want to know from the Honorable Minister, what is the total concessions, haircuts, that is the word, terminology being used. What is the huge haircuts being provided to these defaulting companies? I want to request the Honorable Minister to explain. As far as, if we look at the figures of 2019-20, we can understand that the banks are only able to realize less than 50% of the admitted claims. And last financial year, as per the Act, 57% haircut has been made with a tune of more than 1 lakh crore rupees. Another bonanza for the defaulting companies. Sir, if we look at the figures, so far as the ALO industries is concerned, only 17% of the admitted claim is being realized, which means a huge haircut of 83% has been allowed. And Monet Ispat, only 26% of the claim is being realized, and made a huge haircut of another 74%. And Bhushan Steel, it is 40%. And Jyoti Structures, it is 50% haircut. And Electro Steel, it is 50% haircut.
Please conclude.
Sir, please, one more minute.
You will have some more time later. You conclude now.
Okay, just one sentence. So, this is a very serious issue. So, huge haircuts are being made, and I want to know from the Honorable Minister, what is the responsibility of the corporate guarantor? Responsibility, liability of the director, promoter. That has not been defined.
Thank you.
Why? Whom the government wants to protect. So, they are protecting the corporates, and that is why the promoter.
The next speaker is Professor Manoj Kumar Jha. Thank you. Professor Manoj Kumar.
Sir, from Lok Sabha.
Yes, Mr. Manoj Kumar Jha, you have 3 minutes.
Sir, जानता हूँ छोटे दलों के साथ यही दिक्कत है. Anyway, sir, thank you, sir. Honorable Vice Chairman, sir. I have followed the entire last 6 months. Everybody talked about health ministry, health institutions, लेकिन मुझको लगता है सबसे ज़्यादा स्ट्रेस में फाइनेंस मिनिस्ट्री रही है, जिसका जिक्र इस अफसाने में नहीं होता है. तो बस I know how much of a stress Nirmala ji, our minister, has. I can only begin by saying that please look for wisdom across the aisle. And what I have seen among certain people a tendency to denigrate or demonize or discard the opposition advices or voices. That parampara should go away. So 2 things I'll quickly say. That one is under suspension section 7, 9 and 10. A prohibition on voluntary insolvency proceedings of a corporate debtor in distress may result in further deterioration of his assets. I think this anomaly could be taken care of. Then is blanket ban in intentional defaults. Exempting defaults during the disruption period may lead to intentional defaults. I think that should also. Third important thing which Honorable Vice Chairman saw, when a company goes for this period, in last 6 months, have we examined कितने लोगों के रोजगार छीने गए हैं सर? बड़ी हम बातें करते हैं, लेकिन आप मीडिया से लेके अलग-अलग हाउस में देखें, लोगों की नौकरियां जा रही हैं. और मेरा अपना मानना हमेशा से रहा है सर कि अर्थशास्त्र का मैं छात्र नहीं हूं, 10th तक पढ़ा था, लेकिन अर्थशास्त्र और अर्थनीति देखनी है ना, तो गरीब और निम्न मध्यम आय वर्ग की, निम्न आय वर्ग की थाली के साइज को देखिए सर. थाली से चीजें गायब हो रही हैं। हम 1000 रुपए देते हैं और बार बार दोहराते हैं। सर 1000 को जरा 30 से भागा करके देखिए कितना आता है। 30 रुपए प्रतिदिन, 33 रुपए प्रतिदिन। क्या हमने ये तय कर लिया है कि सब्सिस्टेंस के नीचे जाकर के हम लोगों को ये कहेंगे देखो कितना बड़ा हृदय है हमारा, कितनी सरकार तुम्हारे लिए सोचती है, तुमको 33 रुपए प्रतिदिन दे रही है, जहां 33 रुपए सर सेंट्रल हॉल में 3 कॉफी पी करके लोग खत्म कर देते हैं। मैं एक आखिरी टिप्पणी करके खत्म करूंगा। दिनेश जी ने कहा था जो बहुत अच्छी बात कही कि कंजम्पशन के लिए आपको पैसे देने होंगे लोगों के हाथ में। ये इतनी अर्थशास्त्र इतना हम भी समझते हैं सर। कंजम्पशन रीजनरेट होगा तो डिमांड एंड सप्लाई का जो कर्व है वो उसमें बेहतरी आएगी। एक आखिरी टिप्पणी करके खत्म करता हूं सर, वो ये है कि
प्रोफेसर झा आपका समय समाप्त हो चुका है।
सर 30 सेकंड दे दीजिए ना, आपको चेयर पे देख रहा हूं। 30 सेकंड
अब समाप्त कीजिए।
पंचतंत्र की एक कहानी थी। एक बगुले के परिवार को एक काला सांप खत्म कर रहा था धीरे धीरे। बगुला गया नेवला से सलाह लेने। नेवले ने बड़ी मीठी वाणी में कहा कि ऐसा करो ना, यहाँ मछली का टुकड़ा अपने घोंसले तक, अपने रिहाइश तक पहुंचा दो जहां रहते हो। सर नेवला पूरा परिवार उसका खा गया। ये ध्यान रखना है सर, ये नेवला कौन है और सांप कौन।
धन्यवाद।
शुक्रिया सर, जय हिंद।
Now the next speaker is Sri Anil Desai.
From Lok Sabha.
Yes, Mr. Desai, you have 4 minutes.
Thank you, Deputy Chairman, sir. This IBC Code Second Amendment Bill 2020 has been brought by Honorable Finance Minister to provide relief for the corporate debtors as COVID-19 pandemic and subsequent lockdowns have significantly impacted economic activities. With the enactment of this legislation, insolvency proceedings against corporate debtors would not be initiated for any default arising on or after 25th of March for a period of 6 months or such a further period not exceeding 1 year from such date, as may be notified. In this respect, a new Section 10A in the IBC Code has been inserted which temporarily suspends Section 7, 9 and 10. Section 10 states that an application for corporate insolvency resolution process, that is CIRP, cannot be filed for the above mentioned period. In Section 66 of the Principal Act, subsection 3 is inserted after subsection 66(2), which protects a director or a partner of the corporate debtor from proceedings being initiated against them for a default occurred during this specific period. According to new subsection 3, no application shall be filed for a resolution by a resolution professional under subsection 2 in respect of such defaults against which initiation of CIRP is suspended as per Section 10A. In this legislation, it is considered expedient to suspend Section 7, 9 and 10 to prevent corporate persons experiencing distress being pushed into insolvency proceedings. However, I think, sir, prohibition on voluntary insolvency proceedings of a corporate debtor in distress may result in further deterioration of his assets, implying lesser chances of revival of the corporate debtor and ultimately pushing it into the liquidation. Another issue for consideration, whether exempting the defaults during the exemption period may lead to intentional defaults by corporate debtor towards the financial and operational creditors, since the recourse to IBC by such creditors for default during the exemption period has been permanently taken away. Further, considering Section 66 deals with the fraudulent trading or wrongful trading, proposed Section 66(3) seems to be ambiguous. Taking advantage of the exemption period, corporate debtor may engage into unlawful or any illegal measures such as misappropriation or siphoning of the funds without facing consequences under Section 66 of the IBC and may adversely impact the realizable value of its creditors. My suggestion to the Honorable FM that unscrupulous or dishonest elements should not take undue advantage of the pandemic situation. At the same time, genuine or honest people, honest corporate debtors be given some recourse to the same to save their assets from being deteriorated and save them from the liquidation proceedings. May I request the Honorable Finance Minister to clarify my apprehensions expressed herein. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Desai. The next speaker is K. Ravindra Kumar.
Sir, gallery, sir, fourth.
Yeah. Yes.
Thank you, sir, for giving this.
Mr. Ravindra Kumar, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, sir. Sir, I am very thankful to giving me this opportunity to participate in the discussion. Sir, the brief amendment to the Insolvency and Bankruptcy Code 2016 has been brought by the government due to prevailing COVID-19 pandemic situation. Nationwide lockdown was announced on 25/3/2020, and the government brought this ordinance on 5th June 2020. Due to nationwide lockdown, default in payment of loans of corporate persons has arisen. To tide over this situation, to give some relief to the corporate companies, the government has decided to exclude defaults for filing insolvency proceedings under this code. But similar treatment has to be given to the personal individual loan debtors also. It also provides for prohibition of filing applications for professionals regarding intimation of corporate insolvency process. Thus, the Act provides insertion of new section 10A and prescribes 25th March 2020 is a cut-off date of the insolvency proceedings cannot be initiated. After the amendment, this bill, the aims of inserted in section 3 of the subsection 66 of the Principal Act to provide immunity against the prosecution of the corporate debtor and to fulfill the critical gaps of corporate insolvency framework. Generally, it is observed that the insolvency and bankruptcy proceedings are settled for an amount which is lower than the amount that has to be realized from the defaulter. The recovery amount is somewhere in 44%. This makes a serious impact on the public sector banks. The government should take note of this point. Likewise, at this juncture, I would like to make a request to the Honorable Finance Minister to kindly consider the pathetic situation of micro, small and medium of public enterprises, farmers, textile industries who are going through tough times due to COVID-19 pandemic. The moratorium is also imposed with regard to all loans. But there is no clarity with regard to the payment of interest, since they are intending to calculate the interest on the interest and collect the amount, since the matter is pending before the Honorable Supreme Court. However, it requires, I urge the Honorable Minister to waive the interest also with not only the moratorium of the loan for giving such a for certain period. It requests the Honorable Minister to consider this aspect and waive the total interest on that. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Narayan Dasgupta.
Yes, sir, I am here, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, sir.
Mr. Gupta, you have 3 minutes.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much, sir, for giving me this opportunity. I welcome the amendment made in this IBC code, except to make a small request to change it, because when we read section 10A, and I will read it, sir, notwithstanding anything contained in section 7, 8, 9, 10, no application for initiation of the corporate insolvency resolution process of a corporate debtor shall be filed for any default arising out of after 25th March 20 for a period of 6 months or such period, sir, then it is further mentioned, not exceeding 1 year from such due date. Sir, this presupposes that by the end of March 21, this problem will be over. That's why I will suggest here, if possible, to the Honorable Finance Minister, this word not exceeding 1 year from such date may be extended, and it may straightway say for a further period as may be notified in this regard. Otherwise, again in March 21, again with new amendment through ordinance, again will be coming here in the House. This is my small. And besides this, I would like to say, sir, this amendment suggests complete discrimination between the big borrower and small borrowers. Here they have been given straightway 1 year moratorium, whereas the small borrowers, they are asked, as my other colleagues have said, that they are supposed to pay interest and interest on interest. And moratorium period first for 3 months, then for 3 months. Now the matter I have to approach the Supreme Court. Matter is pending there. My only suggestion is, why not the interest should be waived for them also, and straightway the moratorium should be extended till 31st March 21. This is one suggestion. And the other thing is, sir, because the big borrowers, they get double benefit. In waiver of complete interest, then the part of the borrowed money, they will not be required to pay because of the haircut, which ranges from 38% to 93%. It is a big haircut being given. My suggestion is, sir, that discrimination should be removed, and the straightway that the benefit of moratorium should be passed to the small borrowers also. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. The next speaker is Sri Veer Singh. Veer Singh है? वीर सिंह जी आपका 3 मिनट है।
अच्छा। धन्यवाद। प्रस्तावित विधेयक एक कॉर्पोरेट देनदार के साथ साथ अपने लेनदारों को एक दिवाला समाधान प्रक्रिया शुरू करने की अनुमति देता है। अध्यादेश 25 मार्च 2020 से 6 महीने के दौरान उत्पन्न होने वाली चूक के लिए दिवाला कार्रवाई की शुरुआत पर 1 वर्ष तक रोक लगाता है, जिससे कोविड-19 महामारी द्वारा कारित असाधारण आर्थिक स्थिति से निपटा जा सके। महोदय, दिवाला समाधान प्रक्रिया का निलंबन से कई प्रश्न उठते हैं, क्योंकि यह उन मामलों में भी संकल्प को प्रबंधित करता है जहां संपत्ति के मूल्य को संरक्षित किया जाना, साथ ही यह पुनर्गठन के लिए दिवालिया प्रक्रिया का लाभ उठाने के लिए देनदार के विकल्प को हटा देता है। परंतु विधेयक में यह स्पष्ट नहीं है कि निर्दिष्ट चूक के खिलाफ दिवाला कार्रवाई हमेशा के लिए निषिद्ध क्यों है। क्या किसी कॉर्पोरेट देनदार को निजी गारंटर को चूक के लिए कार्रवाई से गुजरना चाहिए, जिसके लिए देनदार के खिलाफ दिवाला की कार्रवाई की अनुमति नहीं है। महोदय, विधेयक निर्दिष्ट अवधि के दौरान उत्पन्न होने वाली चूक के खिलाफ दिवाला कार्रवाई की शुरुआत पर रोक लगाता है, परंतु इस पर पूर्व निलंबन की आवश्यकता है। सरकार को उन कंपनियों को सुरक्षित करने की आवश्यकता है जो महामारी से पहले व्यवहार थी और जिनका दिवालियापन अस्थायी है या समय से पहले दिवालियापन में ढकेल दी जाती है, और दिवालियापन की कार्रवाई उनके विपरीत तनाव को और बढ़ा सकती है और उसका मूल्य ह्रास हो सकता है। महोदय, विधेयक में यह भी कहा गया है कि इस अवधि में रिजोल्यूशन आवेदकों को ढूंढना मुश्किल है। इससे ऐसी कंपनियों के परिसंपत्ति का खतरा बढ़ सकता है, जिससे सामान्य परिस्थिति में एक चिंताजनक स्थिति के रूप में बिक्री से बचाया जा सकता है। दिवालियापन को हल करने के लिए कड़े दायित्व का पुनर्गठन किया जाता है, लेकिन कंपनी को थर्ड पार्टी को बेचा नहीं जा सकता है। महोदय, कंपनियों से चूक हो सकती है, डिफॉल्ट हो सकता है, जो महामारी के कारण प्रेरित नहीं है, लेकिन महामारी से पहले कंपनियों में उत्पन्न संकट का परिणाम है। इससे विवाद बढ़ेगा और परिणाम स्वरूप मुकदमेबाजी बढ़ सकती है। मैं माननीय मंत्री से जानना चाहूँगा कि क्या कॉर्पोरेट देनदार को दिवालिया कार्रवाई शुरू करने से प्रतिबंधित किया जा सकता है। नंबर 2, ऐसा देखा गया है कि कंपनी की पुनर्भुगतान की क्षमता बहाल होने के बाद भी लेनदार इन चूक के लिए कंपनी को उत्तरदायी नहीं ठहरा सकते। ऐसे में क्यों एक देनदार को अपनी अस्थायी प्रतिकूल स्थिति के समाधान के बाद भी इस चूक अंत में क्या व्यक्तिगत गारंटर को चूक के लिए उत्तरदायी ठहरा जाना चाहिए या नहीं, जिसके लिए मूल्य देनदार की देयता में ही छूट दी गई है। धन्यवाद।
धन्यवाद। The next speaker is Praful Patel.
Thank you, Vice Chairman, sir. There's nothing to object about this bill. In fact, we all should support it because it has a limited objective to overcome the current crisis which we are all facing globally and in our country. But the larger issue will be that there will be some amendments required in future because of the experience in the last couple of years, what we have acquired. And I think we need to go for major amendments as we move forward. But for the time being, this is a limited objective. We support it. We all understand. But there is going to be a serious problem even post this moratorium period, because the way businesses are in right now, the way the overall environment is right now, we will need to think out of the box to be able to solve these problems. And especially, I was listening to some speakers, small businesses especially, madam, you must look at some kind of an interest subvention scheme for them for this moratorium period. Matters going on in the Supreme Court, that's a different issue. But if the government decides to support some industries, at least by way of interest subvention, I think it will also go a long way to support some of the businesses which will otherwise be struggling to get on their feet even post-COVID. Your colleague and Minister of Civil Aviation is also sitting behind. I'm sure he will agree to some extent that the travel industry, the tourism and the airline industry will be suffering very, will bleed very heavily, and they will be very difficult to, for many airlines to come back to shape or to be continuing as ongoing businesses. Madam, one or two things which I think you should keep in mind is that the resolution professionals in the IBC, the moment the company goes into NCLT, the resolution professionals are not yet fully equipped to handle the complexity of a business which they are about to handle. And that is one of the reasons where you find also a lot of cases of corruption also brewing within the system where the resolution professionals collude with the management, erstwhile management of those companies. The NCLT benches are less, they are very overburdened. That is also a major problem. The NCLT also faces the same problem. Delays take place. There are few benches. Many vacancies are there. I think they need to be filled up at the earliest. Otherwise, the problem, this entire IBC, with the good objective with which it has been brought about, will not succeed eventually in the long run. And most importantly, Madam, I think the business environment today has a lot of hand-holding to do. And I don't find that kind of requisite support which is needed from the government. You have announced many schemes, good for them, but at the same time, I think you still need to do something more to be able to support business and industry. Ultimately, a country will only progress if the business environment, the economics of the country do well. We talk of our country being a 2.5 trillion economy. These are all notable and laudable objectives. But at the same time, how do we achieve it? And especially with this pandemic, the clock has been pushed back. So I urge you to look at some of the the important aspects of where businesses are finding difficulties and support them during this pandemic. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Patel. The next speaker is Binay Vishwam.
Sir, gallery. Rajya Sabha gallery.
Yes, Mr. Vishwam, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, sir. Sir, the finance minister, I always respect her. And I believe that she is a well-meaning lady to whom I have a feeling of a sisterly affection. Should tell it. But policy-wise, I think she is moving on a wrong path. And that path is not going to save the economy. It is true that the economy is in a bad shape. And no easy treatments can make it to the old form. That also is true. She is telling that these are all the acts of God. My humble plea before her is that don't accuse the gods. God is not the culprit. Culprit is the man. The greed of the man. The greed of the man. Sir, greed has become a new religion. And the greedy people, they are eating away the vitals of the economy. That's the truth. And this INB code is not touching upon the real issues, sir. Sir, I am very sure that the finance minister is aware of the great organization called AIBEA, the mighty and historic organization of the bank employees. They have come out with a list of 2,400 willful defaulters. The names are there, details are there, the banks are mentioned, and that list is with her now. That list of the AIBA tells that willful defaulters who have a responsibility to pay back more than 200 crores of rupees each is 147 accounts, and they have to pay back the banks 67,600 crores of rupees. The same way, defaulters, willful defaulters who is having to pay back more than 500 crores are 33 accounts, and their amounts comes to more than 32,700 crores. This money, sir, is the people's money. Get back that money. Get back that money. Move for that. And in that way, there was a demand from the people and the country as a whole
to give money directly to the people, the starving people. For giving that money, the country needs, according to Amartya Sen, Abhijit Banerjee, and Huram Rajan, the country needs.
Please conclude, Vinayji.
Sir, please, I have 3 minutes. Sir, the country needs 65,000 crores of rupees. And the government is telling...
Thank you, Vinayji.
No, sir.
Your time is over.
Sir, 1 minute more, sir, please.
Not
sir,
1 minute, but just concluding
sir,
sentence.
For that, if that money is given, the economy can be stimulated. That money will not go for the share market. It will go to the market. It will give a life to the economy. But the government is not thinking in that terms. Sir, please think of the poor people. They are the real people and they are the builders of the economy.
Thank you.
They are the drivers of the development. Sir, please try to help them. And at least now I believe that Finance Minister, while replying,
Dhanyavad, Vinayji. Dhanyavad.
help the poor people of this country, sir.
Dhanyavad.
Sir.
Honorable Minister will reply.
So just give me a minute, sir. Sir, let me thank all the honorable members who participated in this very important issue of the COVID-related stress which companies will face, and the way in which the government wants to ensure that the pandemic affected companies don't suffer without any kind of protection being offered to them. 16 speakers have given their valuable inputs. I'll begin by mentioning, because it gives a very good start for the debate. While answering, I'd like to first of all start with Professor Manoj Jha's comment that he feels that the government doesn't probably take the wisdom across the aid and that parampara should go away. I want to assure him there's no such parampara. And actually speaking, we are quite ready and have always been keen to hear the views come from all sides of the aisle, not just the ones which are directly opposite, but from the entire House. So, Professor Manoj Jha, and through you for the rest of the honorable members, I want to assure you that I personally sit and hear every comment, not as a favor, it's my duty. And I honestly do take the inputs seriously and try to respond to each one of them. So, as a prelude to the entire debate today, what actually made us have to come with an ordinance? In June, on 5th of June, it was gazetted. What was the need for the ordinance? And also, of course, we repeatedly hear that this government comes up with several ordinances. That's purely because this government wants to make sure that it responds to the developing situation in the ground and then comes back to the House to make the ordinance into a bill, and at the time of discussing the bill to pass it to become an act, we do take the views which come across from all sides of the House. So ordinances per se, I understand the spirit with which honorable members voice their concern about why ordinances, why can't you come up with a bill? I fully appreciate that concern. But even otherwise, between session, if there is a need for an ordinance because the ground situation demands it, I would think a responsive government's duty it is to at least use the ordinance to show that we are there with the people of India. So to that extent, I'm sure this House will appreciate that as and when a government decides for an ordinance, it is because of that, and sooner they come, whenever the next session happens, we come back to have the ordinance either present it as a bill or to say we withdraw the ordinance and not any further. So the situation which was before us in March was clearly because of putting lives before livelihoods. The Prime Minister, when he announced the Janata curfew itself, clearly said, look, we do not know what this is going to mean, how long it's going to last, but I'm sure this is the first remedy that we have in our hand, at least a preventive remedy, that we ensure that everybody stays where they are and safe and save lives. And therefore, at that time, if for the sake of protecting lives you remain in a lockdown situation, naturally, businesses will suffer, financial markets will suffer, and as a result, the economy will be affected. But given that background, did we sit and watch doing nothing? No. Clearly, we said the disruption which is going to be faced by the companies will have to be taken cognizance of, and therefore, if at all because of COVID and because everybody is made to stay in their houses, it causes trouble for businesses, and then they're sent for insolvency professionals to resolve it, it would be impossible to find resolution professionals, it will be impossible to even resolve the problems, and therefore it was decided that it is better to suspend Section 7, 9 and 10 of the Insolvency and Bankruptcy Code so that we can prevent corporate persons which are experiencing distress on account of that unprecedented situation being pushed into insolvency proceedings. And therefore the ordinance was brought in. The suspension of 7, 9 and 10 was the only intention, and with that intention the ordinance was brought in. Now, of course, we have also inserted a new section 10A in the ordinance itself, which clearly was repeated by several members. I wish to highlight that point, that notwithstanding anything contained in section 7, 9 or 10, after 25th March 2020, for a period of 6 months or such further period, not exceeding 1 year from such date as may be notified in this behalf. So, no application shall ever be filed is the other aspect that we are highlighting, because initiation of corporate insolvency for matters which occurred during the lockdown period, for matters which occurred during this suspension period, should not be picked up even after the period is over. So our intention was that this period, immunity which is being given with a suspension, should be intact, and therefore we have insisted on bringing that explanatory note. So, however, this does not mean that insolvency related proceedings cannot commence on those which were prior to 25th March. That has also been made very clear. So this is only for those which arise during the COVID period. So the amendment, broadly, the amendment of section 66, again, is that no application shall be filed by a resolution professional under the subsection 2 in respect of such default against which initiation of corporate insolvency resolution process is suspended as per 10A. So these were the only features with which we had come up with the ordinance. So IBC is such a critical part of business now. It is important for us to understand from various different angles how IBC has performed. I'll not give every instance where or every kind of example which is relevant for saying that IBC is doing its job, and the intention of IBC, bringing the IBC itself, is being very well served. But one concrete example which is very relevant for our period from among the various things related to IBC is, I want to quote on the NPAs of scheduled commercial banks which have been recovered through various channels, and I have sourced all my information from RBI. I just want to highlight how IBC is actually serving the purpose of making sure resolutions are offered. And I repeat, although it's a insolvency and bankruptcy code, the way in which this code has functioned, it ensures that most of the resolutions are happening to make the company as a going concern only rather than liquidated. Priority is to keep companies to be a going concern rather than liquidate them at the earliest. So one example I want to give as a comparative account. Sir, I'm just talking about 2018-19 as a provisional figures. Lok Adalat, sir, recovered 2,816 crores, which constitutes 5.3% of all those amounts which were involved, which came to the Lok Adalat. DRTs recovered 3.5%, which is total amount involved which came as a case referred and total actually recovered. So total amount recovered versus the total amount which was involved which came to the DRT, 3.5% is what has been recovered. Surfaces, sir, 14.5% have been recovered. Amount is 41,876 as opposed to the total amount involved, 2,89,073 rupees. Whereas IBC, sir, has ensured 42.5% of recovery, in the sense amount recovered is 70,819 as opposed to 1,66,600 as amount involved which came to the IBC with the reference of the IBC, and therefore the recovery, I'm only using for NPAs which are in the scheduled commercial bank category. This whole figure that I'm giving you is pertaining to only one section. This is not an entire IBC report card. But from among the various things that the IBC does, if you take the example of NPAs which are in scheduled commercial bank, this is the rate of recovery. And this pertains to only 2018-19, which are provisional figures. So I repeat, Lok Adalats, the recovery 5.3%, DRT 3.5%, each under their own cases, meaning recovered against what came to them, recovered against what came to them, like that. So 5.3 Lok Adalats, 3.5 DRTs, 14.5 Surfacey, 42.5 in IBC. So again, as a prelude, I just want to highlight about the NCLT. Section 7 relates to financial creditors, Section 9 relates to operational creditors, and Section 10 obviously is for corporate debtors. I just want to tell you, sir, the amounts again of disposed cases before admission to the NCLT. So the fact that the IBC, its very presence, is helping people to resolve the dispute much before it is even entering into the NCLT, itself is substantial number. So we should understand that the ecosystem which has been created because of IBC, companies are now making sure that they will ensure that they solve the problem even without having to go to the NCLT and then sit with the resolution. As a result, I'm just reading out 3 figures of number of disposed cases, cases which are completely disposed even before the admission into the NCLT, and I'm giving you the data as of 31st July 2020. Section 7 related, which is the financial creditor, 2,789 company cases had been resolved even before they got admitted into the NCLT. And this amount which got disposed in this resolution is 1,96,171 crores. If this is the amount which gets resolved even just before getting admitted, because they want to clear up and solve the problems. and this is about Section 7 related cases. Section 9 related, which is the operational creditor related cases, sir, even before admission and giving data of 31st July 2020. 11,581 cases have been disposed of even before admission, Section 9 cases, and in this the amount which got resolved is 1,63,927 crores. So these are not small numbers. These are not small numbers wherein all the parties concerned agree to a solution, and most often these are settled without much contradiction or mutual dissent, and therefore a solution is getting arrived at even before entering the NCLT. And finally, sir, Section 10, corporate debtors. 140 cases were disposed of before entering the NCLT. Again, data for 31st July 2020, 1,53,372 crores have been sorted out. So now I come to answering specific questions which honorable members have raised. I wouldn't take much of your time. I know I have to finish it before 11:30, but my duty to answer some of the relevant questions, sir, if you would permit me. Vivek Tankaji, who is a very eminent advocate, has raised questions saying, and he is also moving a amendment saying, sorry? No, that's fine, I'm answering. It's all right to answer? I'm responding to you. Thank you. Sir, not exceeding 1 year. Those words have really become a bone of contention. This removal, if at all I remove not exceeding 1 year, Gupta ji also raised that question. It would naturally and directly mean excessive delegation to the executive. I would rather, looking at the circumstances which we obtain at that time, come to the House and say, look, this is where we are. This, at the moment, the amendment to the code gives me a provision to only extend till 1 year, if at all, because it's coming to an end on 25th September this year. 24th itself, we have to make an announcement about what is going to happen. But even if I do, it means that by March it should be ending. Then to remove it now would mean that I can go on doing. From the executive, I can do anything. I can go on extending forever. I'd rather not, but I would rather come here and ask the House in its wisdom, would you want to extend? So that restraint we've put on ourselves, whilst it's tempting to have the executive take the power. We are not doing that. So the next thing, sir, why suspend Section 10 and not allow corporate debtors to initiate proceedings? So the reason for suspension is difficulty in finding resolution professionals, resolution applicants, irrespective of who initiates the proceedings, outcome will be the same, that is, liquidation of the company. The code actually balances the rights of debtors and creditors, and we can't allow only the debtors to initiate and deny the option to creditors. So lastly, that in broad brush, that's the response I would like to give you on that. And then also this expression was used. Is it a blanket ban which is being imposed? Is it a blanket ban which is being imposed? Not certainly, sir. It's not a blanket ban. We are confining it only to those defaults which may arise during the COVID period, but it does not affect the applications already filed before the adjudicating authority for initiation of CARP, and ongoing corporate resolutions can continue. Also, this very sounds sensational, and many members did take it up course, not to sensationalize it, but with a concern that have we released the promoters from liability against fraudulent transactions? Very pertinent question, sir. I just want to say the ordinance and now the bill does not provide any protection against frauds. It provides protection to directors in respect of liability under subsection 2, which deals with exercise of due diligence to minimize the potential loss to the creditors. Further, section 166 of the Companies Act 2013, Vivekji, you might know this, which requires a director to discharge his duties with due and reasonable care, skill and diligence, remains intact. Thus, there is no protection from fraud. We are not at all protecting from fraud. So this question of protection forever. A company which was viable before the onset of the pandemic may earn normal profits from current operations and become viable again after the impact of the pandemic subsides. It would, however, take years to wipe off the deep stress that arose during COVID-19 period for some companies, and some others may have a better revival impact. Depending on the nature of the industry, specific strength of a company, one may recoup the loss in 1 year, one may take several years. If the company is pushed into insolvency, when it is recouping the loss itself, the objective of the ordinance is lost. And that is why we have designed it in this fashion. So again, due concern a lot of members have expressed, have MSME creditors lost an effective means to recover? This particular code, sir, the IBC code, is not a recovery law. The creditors do have all kinds of options for recovery. Saving lives of companies is far more important than enabling recovery of loans which may exist, which may be utilized through various other options which prevail. We had the compulsion to save businesses, corporate debtors, and they need to be insulated
Smith ji, please.
rather than enabling creditors to recover the loan for which they have several other options. So then Sri Narayan Das Gupta ji raised this question that there is no distinction between small borrowers and large borrowers. There is absolutely a distinction in that the increase of the threshold that has been given, the increase in the threshold default from 1 lakh to 1 crore for initiation of insolvency proceedings protects small borrowers. So IBC cannot be implemented for those companies which are below 1 crore. So small MSMEs are not going to be drawn into this, if that's a fear. So I think partly I've answered Dinesh Trivedi ji's concern that there are several other avenues through which recoveries can be done. One can use statutory options, one can use supervised compromises, court-supervised compromises. One can even use the RBI's prudential framework. Arrangements which are available under Companies Act can also be used. So recoveries are possible even through very many other sources. Sir, Honorable Member K.K. Ragesh was very concerned about the huge haircuts. As I said, sir, it may be called Insolvency and Bankruptcy Code, but the emphasis has been on keeping companies as going concern. And therefore, maximum intention has been to make sure that we keep companies running, and even after that, if the question remains, it is important to understand that haircut depends on the value available when the company gets into the insolvency proceeding. Depends on the value at which stage you're going for liquidation. Financial creditors are getting 45% of the amount due to them once you get into liquidation, and they are getting about 190% of the liquidation value. This is after rescuing the company. So largely, I think I've addressed concerns which many of the eminent members have raised. I will go back to talking about Professor Manoj Jha on one question. What about employment? It was a very relevant, legitimate question to ask. 258 companies were rescued. Roughly 1/3 of these were defunct companies. These have enhanced their employment potential. 965 companies proceeded for liquidation. 3/4 of these were defunct. 3/4 were defunct companies, which means no employment there. But loss of employment was minimum even after they were liquidated. Earlier, I spoke about 258 companies which were rescued, which means employment is back again with them. Companies which had to be liquidated in total, 3/4 of them who were defunct were also given liquidation solution, and therefore at least loss of employment was reduced. 258 companies, sir, had assets of 96,000 crores. 965 companies sent for liquidation had assets of 38,000 crores. So in value terms, the assets rescued is about 2.5 times of the assets which went to liquidation. So the last which I want to respond to is the question of personal guarantors. A lot of members did voice their concern about personal guarantors. The court, sir, actually envisages resolution for 3 categories of individuals, namely the personal guarantors, to corporate debtors and so on. Partnership firms, proprietorship firms, a lot of people have raised the questions, and the individual. Each category gets a unique solution, and needs are separated, and the separate dispensation addresses each one of them. Given that provisions of individual insolvency are likely to impact a large section of population, it was decided to commence provisions relating to the personal guarantors to corporate debtors, first be implemented at this stage, and to then use the learnings from this from there to other categories. The corporate debtor often has guarantors. So for comprehensive corporate insolvency resolution and liquidation, we felt it was necessary to that the insolvency of the corporate debtor as well as its guarantors are considered together to whatever extent it is possible. So I hope that explains the situation about the personal guarantors. So I think largely I've addressed the questions raised. There were other questions about MSME payments which are due and so on. I can always address that at a personal level with the honorable MPs. With this, I thank you for giving me the opportunity to reply, but I seek the House's cooperation to pass this.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. माननीय के रागेश स्टैच्यूटरी रिजोल्यूशन यू हैव मूव्ड. आप बोल चुके हैं 3 मिनट इस विषय पे. आप 1 मिनट में कुछ कहें.
नहीं सर,
1 मिनट. आप इस विषय पे 3 मिनट बोल चुके हैं. प्लीज हमको दूसरा बिल भी लेना है. राजेश जी, आप समझ रहे हैं कि हालात. Please continue.
As a mover of the resolution,
yes, you please speak. Speak.
Give me 3 minutes, sir.
2 minutes. You speak. Please speak.
Sir, Honorable Minister and other honorable members were saying that it is for saving business and corporates. Well, but why the same logic is not applied in the case of farmers? Sir, farmers are also bankrupt. Why the government is not taking any responsibility, any initiative in waiving the farmers' loan? Moratorium has already been declared. But why at least government could have considered to waive the interest of the moratorium of the farmers' loan during the moratorium period? Why that is also not, at least that is not being considered? That is my one question. And secondly, sir, Honorable Minister was talking about 42% recovery on admitted claims. What does it mean? It means that 58% haircut has already been made. And the Honorable Minister is so vocal on NPS, which is the NPS that is being coming down. If you are giving 58% haircut, it is very clear, it is quite natural that the NPA will come down. If you are making such kind of haircut, NPA will naturally come down. So why, how can it, if you look at the example of Alok Industries, sir, Alok Industries had taken the huge loan as far as the reports. They had taken the huge loan by submitting fake invoices. And they were being given 83%
Thank you, Rajesh. Thank you. Thank you.
Sir,
You have
it is
completed
nothing
your
but
time.
the loot.
Thank you.
It is the corporate fraud, corporate loot.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. माननीय विवेक जी, आप जानते हैं समय का क्या कांस्टेंट है? दूसरा बिल भी हाउस को लेना है किस तरह के हालात में? प्लीज.
Honorable Finance Minister, I'm requesting that one point which has not been addressed and which people would like the Finance Minister to speak about is the proviso. We had raised this question of the proviso, which says that provided no application shall ever be filed for initiation of corporate insolvency resolution process of a corporate debtor for the said default occurring during the said period.
Thank you, Vivek ji.
Ever means for all times?
Thank you.
That has not been answered.
Thank you.
If it's possible.
Thank you. Now I shall first put the statutory resolution moved by Sri K.K. Ragesh to vote. The question is put. Those in favor will please raise their hands and say aye. Those against will please raise their hands and say no. I think the noes have it, the statutory resolution is negative. I shall now put the motion moved by Srimati Nirmala Sitharaman to vote. The question is that the Insolvency and Bankruptcy Code Second Amendment Bill 2020 be taken into consideration. Those in favor will please raise their hands and say aye. Those against will please raise their hands and say no. I think the ayes have it, the motion is adopted. We shall now take up the clause by clause consideration of the bill. Clause 2 stands part of the amendment. There is one amendment, number 1 by Sri Vivek K. Tankha. Amendment moved, not moving. I shall now put clause 2 to vote. Those in favor will please raise their hands and say aye. Those against will please raise their hands and say no. I think the ayes have it, Clause 2 is adopted. Clauses 3 and 4 stand part of the bill. Those in favor will please raise their hands and say aye. Those against will please raise their hands and say no. I think the ayes have it, Clauses 3 and 4 are adopted. Clause 1, the enacting formula and the title stand part of the bill. Those in favor will please raise their hands and say aye. Those against will please raise their hands and say no. I think the ayes have it, Clause 1, the enacting formula and the title are adopted. Srimati Nirmala Sitharaman to move that the bill be passed.
Sir, I move that the bill be passed.
Motion moved that the bill be passed. The question is that the bill be passed. Those in favor will please raise their hands and say aye. Those against will please raise their hands and say no. I think the ayes have it, the bill is passed. Thank you. Honorable members, this is the second bill, the Epidemic Disease Amendment Bill 2020. and a statutory resolution to be discussed together. A statutory resolution by Sri Binay Vishwamji. Are you moving?
I'm moving it. Sir, the bill in the outset may feel a very welcome one, and I welcome it also. But there is a serious lapse in that bill. That lapse is the following. The bill talks about the violences from inside. Section 1A defines what a violence is. They are all violences. Sir, what about the violences from within? From many places, reports are coming. In private hospitals, the health workers, the frontline workers, they are treated very badly. Their salary is not paid. Their PPE kits are not served. Their safety concerns are ignored. And even for pregnant women, they have to pay when COVID is affected. So I am very clear, sir. If this bill is a serious bill to protect them,
Thank you,
make sure that those workers of the health sector in private hospitals, their sorrows, concerns, and their real issues are to be addressed.
Thank you, Vinay. Thank you. Resolution moved. Dr. Harshvardhan to move a motion for a consideration of Epidemic Disease Amendment Bill 2020.
Respected sir, I rise to move that the Epidemic Diseases Amendment Bill 2020 be taken into consideration.
Thank you. Motion moved.
Sir, before
the statutory resolution and the motion for consideration of the bill are now open for discussion. Mani Mantri ji.
Sir, I would like to briefly give the background.
बहुत briefly आप कृपया बोलें.
Yes, sir. Sir, in 1897, following cases of bubonic plague in Mandavi, which was then the part of the Bombay Presidency, now it is in Gujarat, the British government had actually got this Epidemic Diseases Act 1897 framed. This act had basically two provisions. One was to empower the states so that they can further empower people to inspect places like railways and other places, and then those who are suspected to be carrying an infectious disease, they could be quarantined or shifted to hospitals. And similarly for the central government, it had powers so that if the government feels that there is an impending danger of any infectious disease arriving in the country through ships or vessels, then they had the powers to in fact inspect and then isolate people who were either moving away from the ports or entering the ports. This was, sir, broadly the bill. Now, sir, we know that in this year 2020, there has been an extraordinary situation all over the world and also in our country. We got affected with this new virus, COVID. And if you would, sir, remember that after about 2 months of our cases, when they started appearing, we had an unfortunate situation in the country because the virus was a new virus, this was a new infection, people were not knowing much about it. There were so many misunderstandings about the virus, and there was a sense of stigma and discrimination which got attached to this virus. And many of our health professionals, our doctors, paramedical workers and others who were associated with the healthcare delivery system, sir, they were either insulted, they were hurt in some form or the other when they, after having done their duty so efficiently and so sincerely with utmost dedication, when they were returning to their homes, they were treated with this stigma. They were not allowed to enter their societies and their localities. When these people went for surveillance, they were either beaten or they were at that point of time chased. So such situations like this had started appearing, and this had significantly reduced the morale of the healthcare workers. So there was a very peculiar situation in the country, and everybody was feeling so sad and bad about it, including the government of India. And that was the such time when the central government thought that we should proactively act on this situation. When we reviewed, we found that there were some minimal laws in some states with limited powers, and there was a need to add a legislation or a law at the central level which could ensure that there is some sort of a prohibitory mechanism which could put a stop to all these activities. And that is why, sir, in the context of that background, on 22nd of April, the Government of India had brought this ordinance, and through this ordinance we have in fact amended the Epidemic Diseases Act of 1897, and thereby for those who are causing, sir, violence and other hurt of any nature, grievous or insulting the medical professionals and others, it has been made a cognizable offence which cannot be bailed out, non-bailable offence, and also the definite punishments have been prescribed in terms of imprisonment from 3 months up to 5 years, or from 6 months up to 7 years, and then also monetary fines, etc. So this is broadly the crux of this particular bill, which the government has risen to the occasion at the appropriate time, well in time, and we have all noticed that such incidents have, after that, there has been a dramatic, in fact, decline in such incidents of violence against the medical profession all over the country. And those who have tried to resort to violence against the medical community, they have been punished. There is a provision that any investigation has to be done within 30 days, and all the results of the investigations and punishments, etc., they have all to be given within 1 year. So it has been, the whole issue has been taken care of in a very comprehensive manner, sir.
Thank you. Motion move हो चुका है. माननीय नीरज डांगी जी, माननीय नीरज, इसे बिल को पूरा करना है, माननीय चेयरमैन साहब ने कहा. अगर माननीय सदस्य कोऑपरेट करे तो हम लोग कर सकते हैं. हाथ में प्लीज प्लीज.
Sir, it's my maiden speech, sir.
माननीय चेयरमैन साहब कह चुके हैं, मेडन स्पीच विल अप्लाई नेक्स्ट टाइम. यू विल हैव दैट राइट.
सर, माननीय सभापति महोदय, देश के सर्वोच्च सदन में मुझे मेरी पार्टी की ओर से पहली बार बोलने का मौका देने के लिए मैं हार्दिक आभार और धन्यवाद देता हूं. प्रिवेंशन इज बेटर देन क्योर, ये कहावत देश के बच्चे बच्चे की जुबान पर है और इसका अर्थ भी उनको मालूम है, लेकिन भारतीय जनता पार्टी केंद्र सरकार को शायद न तो इस चीज को उन्होंने पढ़ा, न समझा और न समझने की कोशिश की. अन्यथा देश में आज इस तरह की परिस्थितियां, इस तरह का आलम कोविड को लेकर के ना होता. 12 फरवरी को हमारे नेता राहुल गांधी जी ने ट्वीट करके कोरोना की गंभीरता को देश के सामने रखा था. उन्होंने कहा था, उन्होंने लिखा, कोरोना वायरस हमारे लोगों और हमारी अर्थव्यवस्था के लिए गंभीर खतरा है. मेरी समझ से सरकार इस खतरे को गंभीरता से नहीं ले रही है. समय पर कार्रवाई आवश्यक है. इसमें मैं यही कहना चाहूंगा कि केंद्र सरकार ने आगाह करने के बाद भी इसे गंभीरता से लेना उचित नहीं समझा और हालात बहुत ज्यादा गंभीर देश के कोरोना से हुए. ये वो समय था फरवरी का जब राष्ट्रीय राजधानी दिल्ली अपने विधानसभा चुनाव की तैयारियों में व्यस्त थी और ये 8 फरवरी को निर्धारित थे. भारतीय जनता पार्टी नागरिकता संशोधन अधिनियम 2019, राष्ट्रीय जनसंख्या रजिस्टर और राष्ट्रीय नागरिकता रजिस्टर के द्वंद्व में और इसके राजनीतिकरण में उस वक्त व्यस्त थी. व्यस्तता और भी कही थी इन लोगों की. व्यस्तता थी केंद्र सरकार फरवरी माह के अंत में अमेरिकी राष्ट्रपति डोनाल्ड ट्रंप के टूर के लिए स्वागत सत्कार और तैयारियों की आवभगत में जुटी हुई थी. इस नमस्ते प्रेसिडेंट ट्रंप थीम के नमस्ते ने ऐसा नमस्ते किया कि आज पूरा देश अब सिर्फ नमस्ते ही कर पा रहा है. मैं कहना चाहूंगा, इधर राहुल गांधी जी बार बार आगाह करते रहे, दूसरी ओर भारतीय जनता पार्टी देश के अंदर कांग्रेस शासित सरकारों को तोड़फोड़ करने में व्यस्त रही। मार्च के महीने में मध्य प्रदेश में ये सरकार गिराने में कामयाब हुए, लेकिन राजस्थान में इन्होंने जो तोड़फोड़ की कार्रवाई करने की कोशिश की उसमें वो नाकाम रहे। भारतीय जनता पार्टी को उस वक्त मुंह की खानी पड़ी। बिना किसी चर्चा के, बिना किसी परामर्श के, बिना सलाह मशविरा के, पूर्व निर्धारित तैयारी के बिना और बिना ही रणनीति के नोटबंदी जैसे तुगलकी फरमान की तरह कोरोना के लिए भी 24 मार्च को पूरे देश में संपूर्ण लॉकडाउन का तुगलकी फरमान जारी कर दिया गया था। इस फैसले ने देश को चौपट करके रख दिया। इस मौके पर सभापति महोदय, आपके समक्ष कबीर जी का वो दोहा सदन से साझा करना चाहूंगा। निंदक नियरे राखिए आंगन कुटी छवाए, बिन पानी साबुन बिना निर्मल करे सुभाए। इसका अर्थ इतना सा है कि निंदा करने वाले लोगों को भी नजदीक रखना चाहिए, जो समय समय पर आपकी गलतियों को आपको बता करके आपको दुरुस्त कर सके, आपको निर्मल कर सके। कांग्रेस सुझाव देती रही, पर गलतियां हो रही थी और गलतियों की कार्रवाई की निंदा केंद्र सरकार सुनने के लिए तैयार नहीं थी। केंद्र सरकार ने जिस तरह से लॉकडाउन का प्रबंधन किया वो विफल रहा। उसी तरीके से 8 जून को जो अनलॉकडाउन की कार्रवाई थी उसके लिए भी सरकार पूरी तरीके से तैयार नहीं थी और फलस्वरूप देशवासियों को सरकार के कुप्रबंधन के कारण 1947-48 में आजादी के बाद इतना बड़ा मानवीय पलायन की त्रासदी को झेलना पड़ा। उस त्रासदी से करोड़ों नौकरियां खत्म हो गई, करोड़ों प्रवासी जो है वो बर्बाद हो गए, दैनिक वेतनभोगी जो और सेल्फ एम्प्लॉयड लोग भी इसमें तबाह होकर के रह गए। कई व्यापार, कई होटलें, व्यवसाय सब कुछ ठप हो गया। यहां तक कि 6.3 करोड़ एमएसएमई बंद हो गए, उसमें से अधिकांश शायद लगभग हमेशा के लिए समाप्त हो जाएंगे। प्रवासी श्रमिक पलायन करके अपने अपने कार्य क्षेत्रों को छोड़ करके पैदल ही अपने गृह जिलों की तरफ, अपने गृह क्षेत्रों की ओर निकल चले। उसमें से कुछ ने तो रास्ते में ही भूख प्यास से दम तोड़ दिया और कई मील पैदल उनको चलना पड़ा। यहां तक कि गर्भवती महिलाओं को रास्ते में ही बच्चों को जन्म देना पड़ा और प्रसव की हालत में पैदल चलने को वो मजबूर थी। कई ट्रेनों के नीचे कट करके मर गए, लेकिन सरकार मौन थी। सरकार ने मौन धारण कर रखा था। सरकार के पास गरीबों के ट्रेन के भाड़ा देने के लिए पैसे नहीं थे, लेकिन बिहार की चुनाव रैली में 144 करोड़ के एलसीडी लगाने के लिए पैसे थे। बिना पूर्व नियोजित कार्य योजना के अचानक लॉकडाउन किया जाना यह कतई उचित नहीं था। यह निर्णय खोखला साबित हुआ और जिसने देश को बर्बाद कर दिया। ऐसे में देश की अर्थव्यवस्था पूरी तरीके से चरमरा चुकी है और तीसरे सबसे बड़ी अर्थव्यवस्था, दुनिया की सबसे तेजी से उभरती हुई अर्थव्यवस्था, 5 ट्रिलियन की अर्थव्यवस्था जो है, ये सब बातें अब किताबी लगने लगी हैं। सभापति जी, मौजूदा वर्ष की पहली तिमाही में भी जीडीपी की जो सकल घरेलू उत्पाद की परिस्थितियां हैं वो सबके सामने 23.9% की गिरावट, ये निश्चय ही चिंताजनक विषय है। परिस्थितियां इस तरह की रही कि आर्थिक तबाही का कारण सिर्फ कोरोना महामारी नहीं है, नोटबंदी और त्रुटिपूर्ण जीएसटी जो है उसके चलते भी देश आर्थिक मंदी से पहले ही घिर चुका था। सरकार इस महामारी का बहाना बनाकर अपनी विफलताओं पर पर्दा डालने की कोशिश कर रही है।
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, बोलिए।
मैं विषय पे बोल रहा हूं, विषय पे
और कोई विषय रिकॉर्ड पे नहीं जा रहा है।
जरूरत है, आपने अगर इसको समझ लिया होता,
ऑनरेबल मेंबर आप बोलिए।
पैदा नहीं होती।
ऑनरेबल मेंबर,
इस आर्थिक मंदी का आलम यह रहा कि लॉकडाउन के दौरान 80 लाख लोगों ने 30,000 करोड़ रुपए ईपीएफओ से निकालने उनको पड़े। ऐसी परिस्थितियां बनी जो ईपीएफओ अपने भविष्य के लिए, अपने भविष्य के निर्धारण के लिए संचय करके रखे जाते हैं, उन्हें निकालने की आवश्यकता लोगों को पड़ी। 80 लाख लोग, बहुत बड़ी संख्या है ये। देश में बेरोजगार युवा जो आज बेरोजगार हो चुका है, बेरोजगारी की दहलीज पे खड़ा होकर के वो चीख चीख करके केंद्र सरकार से जवाब मांग रहा है कि कहां है उसकी नौकरियां, कहां है उसका रोजगार। अफसोस, सरकार के पास ना तो जवाब है और ना ही उसके भविष्य निर्धारण के लिए रोजगार सरकार के पास है। ऐसी परिस्थितियों में आजादी के से लेकर के अब तक राजीव गांधी जी जब प्रधानमंत्री थे,
प्लीज टॉक ऑन द टॉपिक।
राजीव गांधी जी जब प्रधानमंत्री थे 1988-89 में जीडीपी की दर देश के उच्चतम स्तर पर 10.2% पे थी। वही 2006 और 2007 में प्रधानमंत्री मनमोहन सिंह जी के वक्त 10.08% थी। फिर भी कहते हैं कि 70 सालों के अंदर कांग्रेस ने क्या किया। प्रश्न अपने आप से पूछिए, अपने गिरबान में झांक के पूछिए। राजीव गांधी जी ने उस वक्त 21वीं सदी के भारत की कल्पना को साकार करने का काम किया था। वहीं यहां सरकार ने थाली बजवा करके, ताली बजवा करके, दिए जलवा करके देश की भोली भाली जनता को ऐसा अंधविश्वास पैदा कर दिया कि उसे ऐसा लगा कि देश को जैसे 15वीं सदी में धकेलने जैसा कार्य हो। सरकार में गलतियों को सुनने की, गलतियों को स्वीकार करने की क्षमता होनी चाहिए और गलतियों को सही करने की, दुरुस्त करने की मंशा भी होनी चाहिए। सभापति जी, मैनेजमेंट के गुरु पीटर ड्रकर ने एक बार कहा था, प्रभावी नेतृत्व भाषण देने या पसंद किए जाने में नहीं है, नेतृत्व परिणामों द्वारा परिभाषित होता है, गुणों द्वारा नहीं। परिणामों द्वारा परिभाषित ऐसा ही प्रभावी नेतृत्व अशोक गहलोत जी मुख्यमंत्री राजस्थान ने दिया, जिन्होंने कोरोना वायरस संकट का बेहतरीन प्रबंधन करके अपने कौशल को साबित किया है। राज्य में राजस्थान के जब भी कोई संकट आया है तो मुख्यमंत्री अशोक गहलोत जी ने प्रदेशवासियों के हित में ढाल बन करके हर चुनौती का सामना करने का उन्होंने कार्य किया। गहलोत जी ने पूरे देश में पहले मुख्यमंत्री थे जिन्होंने राजस्थान के लगभग सभी विधायकों और सांसदों के साथ वीडियो कॉन्फ्रेंसिंग के माध्यम से चर्चा की, चाहे वे किसी भी राजनीतिक दल के क्यों ना हो। इसी तरह उन्होंने
मेंबर, you have 2 minutes more और 2 मिनट है आपके पास।
Sir, I was told that I have 15 minutes. I am like
11 minutes. You have 11 minutes.
This is my maiden speech. I must get time, sir.
Maiden speech is not allowed in this session. Please बोलिए।
उन्होंने राजस्थान में जिस तरह से कार्य किए, मैं इसलिए ये कहना चाह रहा हूं, राजस्थान की झांकी इसलिए दिखाना चाहता हूं क्योंकि राजस्थान की तर्ज पर अगर केंद्र सरकार ने भी फैसले लिए होते तो शायद देश का आलम आज कुछ और ही होता। 78 लाख पेंशनों को अंतिम 2 महीने की जो है पेंशन अग्रिम उन्होंने दी। इसी आज माननीय दिनेश जी ने एक बात कही थी कि पैसे नीडी पर्सन के खाते में डालते तो शायद जो है उनकी जरूरत पूरी होती। राजस्थान ने 33 लाख लोगों को 2500 रुपए की सहायता राशि जारी की। पैसा लोगों के हाथ में आएगा तभी उपभोग बढ़ेगा, तभी निवेश आएगा, तभी नौकरियां पैदा होगी, तभी जीडीपी बढ़ेगा और तभी अर्थव्यवस्था में सुधार आएगा। लॉकडाउन के विगत 4 महीनों में जीएसटी कंपनसेशन का 6,990.43 करोड़ रुपए राज्य सरकार को केंद्र को जारी करना चाहिए था, जो नहीं मिला। इसके अतिरिक्त जिस प्रकार से कंपनसेशन की कमी को पूर्ण करने के लिए केंद्र सरकार से बात कही गई तो उन्होंने कहा कि कंपनसेशन की कमी को पूर्ण जो है ऋण के माध्यम से आप कर सकते हैं। ऐसा विकल्प देकर के केंद्र की सरकार ने स्वीकार कर लिया कि जीएसटी कंपनसेशन की कमी को वित्त पोषित करने की केंद्र सरकार की कोई जिम्मेदारी ही नहीं है। मैं यही कहना चाहूंगा इस मौके पे कि इस तरह की कार्रवाई श्री सोनिया गांधी जी ने भी पत्र लिख करके कहा था कि उन्होंने सुझाव दिया था कि 20,000 करोड़ की लागत से बनाए जा रहे सेंट्रल विस्टा सौंदर्यीकरण निर्माण परियोजना की आवश्यकता शायद इस वक्त नहीं है, बाद में हो सकती है, उस पर भी ध्यान दिया जाना चाहिए था। मैं यही कहना चाहूंगा कि उन्होंने कहा, सोनिया गांधी जी ने, राष्ट्रपति, प्रधानमंत्री, केंद्रीय मंत्रियों, मुख्यमंत्रियों, राज्य मंत्रियों और नौकरशाहों की सभी विदेश यात्राओं को स्थगित किया जाना चाहिए। मैं इस वक्त यह कहना चाहूंगा कि व्यस्तता कहीं और ही रही, चंद उद्योगपतियों के फायदे के लिए राजकीय उपक्रमों का निजीकरण करने में व्यस्तता रही। देश के आंतरिक मामलों को सुलझाने की बजाय धर्म की आड़ में, सरहद की आड़ में जो है परेशानी मैं कंक्लूड कर रहा हूं सर, एक लाइन के साथ कंक्लूड कर रहा हूं। कुल मिलाकर के देश में का माहौल है।
I'll have to move on, honorable member. I have to move on. Your time is over.
एक शेर के साथ कंक्लूड करने की मेरे को सर इजाजत दी जाए सर। अंत में देशवासियों के लिए जो संघर्षरत है, कोरोना की जंग में लड़ रहे हैं, जो कोरोना वॉरियर्स, स्वास्थ्य कर्मी, सफाई कर्मी, पुलिसकर्मी, समाज सेवी, मीडिया कर्मी आदि जो कोरोना से लड़ने में अपने स्वास्थ्य की और जान की परवाह किए बिना जूझ रहे हैं, माननीय सभापति महोदय आपकी अनुमति से एक कुछ पंक्तियां उन्हें समर्पित करना चाहूंगा। बीतेगा ये दौर और वो दौर भी बीत जाएगा, संघर्ष की आंधी के बाद एक नया दृश्य आएगा। डटे रहना मैदान में चाहे कितना भी शोर हो, एक दिन ये जमाना तुम्हारे गीत गाएगा। जय हिंद।
ऑनरेबल मेंबर सरोज पांडे जी।
यस सर, लोकसभा चेंबर।
Oh, 1 second, honorable member.
माननीय सदस्य जी ने
अभी अपना मेडिन स्पीच दिया, लेकिन यहाँ पर कोई भी सदस्य अगर कोई तथ्य रखता है तो उसमें सत्य होना चाहिए। इन्होंने जिस बिहार की रैली के 140 करोड़ का खर्चा बताया है, या तो उसके संबंध में कोई तथ्य यहाँ पर रखें, अदरवाइज उसको सदन के समक्ष ये एक तरीके से गलत तथ्य रखा, या तो उसको प्रमाणित करें, वरना उसको सदन की कार्यवाही में से निकाला जाए।
Honourable member, we'll go into the records, we'll see, we'll examine it. Honourable member Saroj Pandey ji from Lok Sabha.
थैंक यू सर। मैं महामारी संशोधन विधेयक 2020 के समर्थन में इस सदन में अपना पक्ष रख रही हूं। पूरा देश एक अजीब हालात से गुजर रहा है और इस हालात में सरकार ने जिस प्रकार की परिस्थितियों से निपटने की कोशिश की है, मेरा ख्याल है कि देश के प्रधानमंत्री जी को पूरे देश ने साधुवाद दिया है। जिस प्रकार की परिस्थितियां रही, उन परिस्थितियों में देश के प्रधानमंत्री जी ने जिस कार्य योजना के साथ धीरे धीरे इन परिस्थितियों से निकालने की शुरुआत की, उन पर लोगों का विश्वास बढ़ा और ये प्रमाण पूरे देश ने अपने समर्थन से उन्हें दिया है। महामारी से निपटने के लिए जैसा कि माननीय मंत्री जी ने अपने विषय में बताया है कि सन 1897 में तत्कालीन अंग्रेज शासकों के द्वारा महामारी की रोकथाम में सरकार की भूमिका को स्पष्ट करते हुए उसे विशेष अधिकार प्रदान करने के लिए कानून बनाया था। पूरे 123 साल के बाद वर्तमान में 22 अप्रैल 2020 को महामारी रोग संशोधन अध्यादेश को जारी किया गया, जिसमें कुछ बिल की कंडिकाओं में वर्तमान की आवश्यकता के अनुसार बदलाव किए जाने की आवश्यकताओं को उस पर जोर दिया गया। हमारे प्रधानमंत्री माननीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने महामारी रोग संशोधन अध्यादेश को लाने के पीछे जो उनकी मंशा थी, कोरोना वायरस से फ्रंट लाइन पे बहादुरी से लड़ रहे हमारे हर स्वास्थ्य कर्मी की रक्षा करने की हमारी प्रतिबद्धता मजबूती से है। ये हमारे पेशेवरों की सुरक्षा को सुनिश्चित करेगा और उनकी सुरक्षा से कोई समझौता हम नहीं होने देंगे। इन विषयों को लेकर ये संशोधन विधेयक लाया गया है। ये सर्वविदित है कि किसी भी संकट से लड़ने के लिए सुरक्षा का पहला घेरा सबसे महत्वपूर्ण होता है और अगर हम देश की सीमाओं की बात करें तो हमारे वीर सैनिक अपने प्राणों की परवाह किए बिना जिस प्रकार से मातृभूमि की रक्षा के लिए पूरे जोश से डटे रहते हैं और दुश्मन से हमारी सीमाओं की रक्षा करते हैं, ऐसा ही एक संकट आज हमारे सामने है। ये संकट सीमाओं पर दुश्मनों से नहीं बल्कि कोरोना वायरस कोविड-19 के रूप में सामने आया है। कोविड-19 आज पूरे विश्व में एक गंभीर चुनौती बनकर उभरा है और इस चुनौती से भारत देश ने बहुत मजबूती से लड़ाई लड़ी है। हम भारतवासी जिस प्रकार से इस घटनाक्रम में बाहर निकल रहे हैं, मुझे लगता है कि सरकार ने बहुत सूझबूझ के साथ में इस पर कार्य किया है। लेकिन ऐसे समय पे जो हमारे स्वास्थ्यकर्मी हैं, वो स्वास्थ्यकर्मी अपने जान को जोखिम में डालकर हमारे स्वास्थ्य की रक्षा के लिए खड़े होते हैं। यही हमारी फर्स्ट लाइन ऑफ डिफेंस है, जिस पे कि हमारे स्वास्थ्य कर्मी बहुत मजबूती से हमारी स्वास्थ्य की रक्षा के लिए आगे बढ़ते हैं। अध्यक्ष महोदय, संचार के विभिन्न माध्यमों से, इलेक्ट्रॉनिक मीडिया, सोशल मीडिया, इन सभी में हमने देखा कि कैसे हमारे हेल्थ वर्कर को हराश किया जाता है, कैसे उन पर हमले किए गए, किस प्रकार से ये लोग स्वयं की जान को जोखिम में डालकर, स्वयं के संक्रमित होने की संभावनाओं को जोखिम में डालकर ये हमारे स्वास्थ्य की रक्षा करते हैं। कोरोना वायरस पे कुछ हमले हुए। 2 अप्रैल 2020 को इंदौर के टाटपट्टी बाखल में महिला स्वास्थ्य कर्मियों पर हमला किया गया। उन्हें अपनी जान बचाने के लिए भागना पड़ा। 2 अप्रैल 2020 को हैदराबाद के गांधी हॉस्पिटल में संक्रमित व्यक्ति की मृत्यु के बाद उसके परिजनों ने जिस प्रकार से डॉक्टर और हॉस्पिटल पर हमला किया। 20 अप्रैल को कर्नाटक में हुआ। 14 अप्रैल को दिल्ली में लोकनायक जयप्रकाश नारायण हॉस्पिटल में एक महिला डॉक्टर पर हमला हुआ। 15 अप्रैल को हुआ। सरकार ने इन तमाम परिस्थितियों को देखते हुए 22 अप्रैल 2020 को इस अध्यादेश को लाया। उन्होंने इस बात को इसलिए यह अध्यादेश लाने की आवश्यकता क्यों पड़ी? 123 साल के इस लंबे अंतराल के बाद सरकार ने अगर इस अध्यादेश को लागू करने की कोशिश की तो उसके पीछे ये कारण था। आज देश में देश के प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कोरोना वॉरियर्स के लिए जिस प्रकार का सम्मान प्रदर्शित किया, पूरा देश उनके साथ कंधे से कंधा मिलाकर खड़ा रहा। कहीं हमने उन पर पुष्प से वर्षा की, आकाशीय क्षेत्र से उन पर पुष्प की वर्षा की गई, उनका मनोबल बढ़े, वो अपनी जान जोखिम में डालकर हमारे लिए खड़े हैं। वो अपनी जान, अपने परिवार सभी को छोड़कर, कई लोग तो अपने परिवारों से कई लंबे समय के अंतराल में मिल नहीं पाए। वो अपने परिवार से मिलने के लिए जाना चाहते थे, अपनी बच्ची को देखना चाहते थे, लेकिन जा नहीं पाए। कारण सिर्फ इतना ही था कि वो अपने परिवार को संक्रमण से दूर रखना चाहते थे। लोग महीने महीने तक मजबूती के साथ में काम करते रहे। प्रधानमंत्री जी ने उनके इस कार्य के प्रति उनके कर्तव्य की सराहना की। पूरे देश ने उनके हाँ में हाँ मिलाया। आज मुझे इस बात पर बेहद अफसोस है कि जिस प्रकार से मेरे पूर्व वक्ता ने विषय को परिवर्तित करने की कोशिश की, इस सदन में ये दुर्भाग्यजनक स्थिति पैदा हुई है। मुझे लगता है कि अगर आप किसी विषय पर, ये बेहद संवेदनशील मुद्दा है, राजनीति करने के लिए तो बहुत बड़ा क्षेत्र था, आप राजनीति करने के लिए किसी और क्षेत्र को चुनते, लेकिन राजनीति आपने कोविड-19 पे किया। अपने नेताओं को आपने खुश करने के लिए हमारी संवेदना से आपने खेलने की कोशिश की और उनके कर्तव्यों पर आपने प्रश्न चिन्ह खड़ा कर दिया। जो कोरोना वायरस आपके यहाँ पर लगातार काम कर रहे थे, आपके लिए आपकी जान सुरक्षित रहे, आपका परिवार सुरक्षित रहे, हम संक्रमित हो जाएं लेकिन आप सुरक्षित रहें, आपने उस पर कहीं एक शब्द नहीं बोला। निंदक नियरे राखिए, लेकिन जो केवल और केवल निंदा करता हो, ऐसा अगर निंदक साथ रखिए तो हमेशा दुर्भाग्यजनक स्थिति पैदा होती है, जैसा आज इस सदन में पैदा हुई है। हमने कोरोना वायरस की सुरक्षा के लिए इस संक्रमण काल में स्वास्थ्य सेवाओं और सुविधाओं को क्षति से बचाने के लिए वर्तमान बिल में कुछ प्रावधान भी किए गए हैं। सरकार इसके लिए साधुवाद की पात्र है और महामारी से लड़ने में जुटे अगर हमारे कोरोना वॉरियर्स पर हमला होता है तो उन्हें 3 माह से लेकर 5 साल तक की सजा का प्रावधान किया गया है। 50,000 से लेकर 2,000 तक का जुर्माना रखा गया है। स्वास्थ्य कर्मी के खिलाफ हिंसा से यदि गंभीर क्षति पहुंचती है तो ये सजा 6 महीने से लेकर 7 वर्ष तक बढ़ाई जा सकती है। जुर्माना 1 लाख से 5 लाख तक हो सकता है। माननीय अध्यक्ष महोदय, मुझे लगता है सरकार ने इन विषयों पर बेहद संवेदनशीलता के साथ में विचार करके ये प्रावधान किए हैं। मैं सरकार को इस विषय के लिए साधुवाद देती हूँ, माननीय मंत्री जी को भी साधुवाद देती हूँ। और सबसे बड़ी बात है कि ये गैर जमानती है, 30 दिनों में इस पर निर्णय होना है। ये एक बड़ा विषय है। इस बिल में इन अपराधों को गैर जमानती बनाया गया है ताकि आपराधिक तत्वों में कानून का भय व्याप्त रहे और हमारे इन स्वास्थ्य कर्मियों पर कोई हमला या दुर्व्यवहार करने का साहस ना कर सके। अगर हम उन पर हमला करते हैं, अगर हम उन पर दुर्व्यवहार करते हैं, तो जो व्यक्ति अपने स्वास्थ्य की चिंता किए बिना आपके लिए लगातार खड़ा है, उसका मनोबल गिरता है, उसके परिवार का मनोबल गिरता है। ऐसे महामारी के समय में कोई व्यक्ति सामने आने का साहस नहीं कर पाएगा। सरकार ने उनके साहस, उनके मनोबल को बनाए रखने के लिए ही ये विषय रखे हैं। ये प्रावधान उन तत्वों को भी हतोत्साहित करेगा जो शासकीय संपत्ति का नुकसान करते हैं और विभिन्न शासकीय और स्वास्थ्य संस्थानों को करोड़ों रुपए का नुकसान पहुंचाते हैं। कानून न होने के कारण ये लोग नुकसान करने के बाद में बच जाते हैं, उनका मनोबल बढ़ता है और वो फिर दोबारा इस प्रकार की हरकत को करने का साहस जुटाते हैं। अब इस कानून की मदद से ऐसे लोगों को अपने गुनाह का जुर्माना भी भरना पड़ेगा। अध्यक्ष महोदय, एक कहावत है, ईश्वर सबके जीवन की रक्षा खुद नहीं कर पाते, लेकिन उन्होंने धरती पर अगर किसी को भेजा है तो ये हमारे कोरोना वॉरियर्स, स्वास्थ्य कर्मियों को, डॉक्टर्स को भेजा है। हमारे देश में, पूरे विश्व में चिकित्सक और चिकित्सा कर्मियों को भगवान के रूप में माना जाता है। हमारे हर दर्द, हर तकलीफ को दूर करने वाले हमारे कोरोना वॉरियर्स के साथ जो घटना हुई वो बहुत ही वेदनापूर्ण है और असहनीय है। आज इस बिल के माध्यम से मैं अपने इन साथियों पर होने वाले हमलों और दुर्व्यवहार से बचाने जा रहे इस बिल पर जो ये विधेयक लाया गया है, मैं इसका समर्थन करती हूँ और मैं मानती हूँ कि यह हमारा दायित्व है कि जो लोग हमारे लिए अपने प्राणों को खतरे में डाल रहे हैं, जो अपने परिवारों से दूर रहकर अपने फर्ज को निभा रहे हैं, जो हमारे साथ खड़े हैं, सरकार उनके साथ खड़ी है और सरकार ने इस विधेयक को लाके इस बात को प्रमाणित किया है कि हम आपके साथ खड़े हैं, हम आपकी रक्षा करेंगे। मैं सरकार को इस विधेयक को लाने के लिए बहुत धन्यवाद देती हूँ, साधुवाद देती हूँ। धन्यवाद।
Thank you. Honorable Member Shri Derek O'Brien ji.
Thank you, sir. Whenever any legislation or ordinances come here, I always tell myself, we always tell ourselves, we need to look at this in a backdrop. And what is that backdrop? The backdrop is that in the 2019 Lok Sabha elections, the BJP government led by Narendra Modi won 303 seats in Lok Sabha with a 37% vote share. We remember that. At the same time, I would request this government to also remember that the states of Bengal, Punjab, Telangana, Andhra, Kerala, Jharkhand, Chhattisgarh, Delhi, Rajasthan rejected you. The Chief Minister, Andhra Pradesh, the Chief Ministers there are elected to run their states. You cannot cross the constitutional bar. You do your work, let them do their work. They are elected Chief Ministers. This is the E bill we are passing. 8-letter word, E, epidemic. In 1975, there was another E word which somebody tried to cross. And then you know what happened. Sir, sinister provisions also in this bill. Of course, we want to take care of healthcare workers. Who doesn't want to? You thought about it in 2020. My state in West Bengal has the West Bengal Medicare Service Prevention of Violence and Damage to Property Act. This bill is 2009. What happens to this bill? You are poking your nose into my state. You are not elected there. Amendment 2A. Look at the original bill. It's now the bill says you can search without any reason. Unqualified power to the central government. Bus, train, everything. Sir, this is an attempt to encroach the constitutional assigned functioning of the states. Don't use the excuse as the epidemic. Don't. Sir, look at the imposition of the fines. Yes, you can impose fines. We've got the bill already. But what are you trying to do? The states must be authorized to take the decisions at the level of the state. 7 lakh fine, 5 years, you cannot take away. BJP is now telling us, no politics. Of course, we also don't want politics. That's why we haven't given any amendments. In the true spirit of no politics, I'm not moving any amendments. I'm going to give the government some real suggestions. Let them listen to see whether my suggestions are making sense or not. No sense. Bengal has the Clinical Establishment Regulatory Commission headed by a High Court judge. 2017. It has capped private hospitals overcharging patients and all the tests. Why don't you consider this, sir? Health insurance. Your health insurance, like our health insurance in Bengal, is 10 lakhs of rupees. Only healthcare workers, ward boys, ward girls. Okay, good. What about the allied workers? In Bengal, the allied workers are also covered. 3, suggestion, put it in the rules. Psychological stress, mental health of doctors and healthcare workers, not covered. Take our suggestions and bring it into the into the rules. Sir, center is paying 60% for all the schemes. State is paying 40% for all the schemes. But when it comes to taking the credit, sir, the center wants to take all the credit. Ayushman Bharat. Hey Baba, you thought of Ayushman Bharat very good. Imitation is the best form of flattery. Bengal did Ayushman Bharat 2 years before you. Fully cashless, paperless. The card is not in the name of the spouse, man. It's in the name of the woman of the household. It includes the wife's parents. You can use it for private hospitals. You can go outside. So when I hear from the BJP, this we did first, Are Baba, look at the states. Don't only look at Bengal. Look at all the other states. The only time you get interested in a state is when you want to manufacture a majority. You want to manufacture a majority in Madhya Pradesh, you get excited. In Karnataka, you get excited. In Manipur, you get excited. Sir, I've got time to go. I've got a clock. Sir, and of course, today, one of your most loyal state allies also told you to take a walk. But that's another story, sir. Sir, the center cannot impose its will on the states. It's constitutionally wrong. We will have a debate next week on GST and we'll tell you about it. Sir, in conclusion, since we are talking a lot about the British 1892, in conclusion, sir, there are only 3 parliamentary democracies in the world, only 3, which still have this ordinance Raj possible. India, Pakistan, Bangladesh. So the emergency ordinance route is dangerous. And I want to end, sir, yes, I want to end by something very interesting. Before I joined politics, I used to do quizzing once for my livelihood. Where did these ordinances actually come from? It's interesting. It comes from the Government of India Act 1935. That's the root of all these ordinances. And why? Because the Viceroy could pass anything he wants at any point. So the Viceroy and their attitude has gone, but the attitude of arrogance still remains with this BJP government. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Shri A. Vijay Kumar. Shri A. Vijay Kumar. From the Lok Sabha?
Yes.
Yes. Please, sir.
Sir, Honorable Vice Chairman, sir, I will support the Epidemic Disease Amendment Ordinance 2020. Sir, the ordinance defines healthcare service personnel as a person who is at risk of contracting the epidemic disease while carrying out duties related to the epidemic. The following acts committed against a healthcare service personnel: harassment, impacting living or working conditions, harm, injury, hurt or danger to life, obstruction in discharge of duties, and loss or damage to the property of documents of the healthcare service personnel. The central government and also the central government may regulate the inspection of any ship or vessel leaving or arriving at any port, the detention of any person intending the travel from the port during the outbreak. The ordinance expands the powers of the central government to regulate the inspection of any bus, train, goods vehicles, ship, vessels or aircraft leaving or arriving at any land port or aerodrome. The ordinance specifies that no person can commit or abet the commission of an act of violence against a healthcare service person, sir. My suggestion is that if an act of violence against a healthcare service person causing grievous harm, the person committing the offense will be punishable with imprisonment between 6 months and 7 years and a fine between 1 lakh to 5 lakh rupees. These offences are cognizable and non-bailable. The persons convicted of an offence under the ordinance will also be liable to pay a compensation to the healthcare service personnel whom they have hurt. Such compensation will be determined by the court. In the case of damage or loss of property, the compensation payable to the victim will be twice the amount of the fair market value of the damaged or lost property as determined by the court. If the convicted person fails to pay the compensation, the amount will be recovered as an arrear of land revenue under the RR Act 1890. The cases registered under the ordinance will be investigated by a police officer not below the rank of inspector. The investigation must be completed within 30 days from the date of registration of the FIR. The inquiry or the trial should be concluded within 1 year. If it is not concluded within 1 year period, the judge must record the reasons for the delay and extend the time period. However, the time period may be extended for more than 6 months at a time. When prosecuting a person or causing grievous harm
Honourable Member, please conclude.
Services,
please conclude.
Personnel, the court will presume and person is guilty of the offence unless the country is proved. I am supporting this bill. I am also very much thanks to the court warriors of the country also. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Professor Ram Gopal Yadav ji.
धन्यवाद श्रीमान महामारी अधिनियम में 125 वर्षों के बाद लगभग कुछ संशोधन किए जा रहे हैं और वो विशेष परिस्थितियों में, क्योंकि कोई महामारी पहले से घोषणा करके या किसी की अनुमति लेके नहीं आती, तो विषम परिस्थितियां होती हैं और उन विषम परिस्थितियों में जो इंतजाम किए जा सकते हैं वो सरकारें करती हैं। मैं उन बातों में नहीं जाना चाहूँगा जो यहाँ इससे पहले कही गई। मैं केवल अपने आप को इस विधेयक तक सीमित रखूँगा क्योंकि 4-5 मिनट होंगी ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा मेरे पास। मैं आपके माध्यम से माननीय स्वास्थ्य मंत्री जी से ये कहना चाहता हूँ कि आप बहुत अनुभवी व्यक्ति हैं, दिल्ली में भी मिनिस्टर रहे, बहुत लोकप्रिय मंत्री रहे, बहुत अच्छे डॉक्टर भी हैं। इस विधेयक में जो संशोधन किए हैं ठीक है, वो होने चाहिए थे, लेकिन एक दूसरा इसका पक्ष है उसको नहीं देखा गया, बिल्कुल नज़रअंदाज किया गया। जैसे जब महामारी आई तो सब जानते हैं कि इस देश में कुछ लोगों की आदत है कि उस महामारी को या विषम परिस्थितियों को अपनी कमाई का जरिया समझ लेते हैं। तो कई जगह, चाहे वो केंद्र सरकार से जुड़े हुए लोग हों, चाहे कुछ राज्यों से सरकारों से जुड़े हुए लोग हों, उन्होंने पीपीई किट्स खरीदने में, वेंटिलेटर्स खरीदने में और थर्मल स्क्रीनिंग के लिए जो थर्मामीटर्स खरीदे जाते हैं, ऑक्सीमीटर्स खरीदे जाते हैं या मास्क और सैनिटाइजर्स खरीदे जाते हैं, उनको बहुत ज़्यादा कीमतों पर, जो होनी हैं कीमतें वास्तव में, उससे बहुत ज़्यादा कीमतों में खरीदकर स्टेट एक्सपेक्टर को लॉस पहुंचाया। ऐसे लोगों के खिलाफ दंडनीय व्यवस्था होनी चाहिए, इसका कोई प्रोविजन इस विधेयक में नहीं किया गया है। दूसरे, बड़े पैमाने पर कुछ ऐसी दवाएं आई और प्रचार हुआ कि इससे मरीज ठीक हो जाएगा, उनको ब्लैक में बेचा गया, लोग गायब कर देते हैं और फिर जो आदमी समझता है कि मेरा जीवन इससे बच सकता है, वो 10,000 रुपए के इंजेक्शन को 1 लाख रुपए में खरीदने के लिए विवश हुआ। इस तरह की दवा बेचने वालों के खिलाफ दंडात्मक कार्रवाई का प्रोविजन भी इस विधेयक में होना चाहिए, क्योंकि जब जब इस तरह का होगा तो इस तरह के लोग, ऐसी ब्लैक शीप्स होंगी जो इस तरह के कार्रवाई करेंगे। निजी अस्पताल है, सारे लोग कहते हैं कि साहब एम्स में भर्ती करवा दीजिए क्योंकि वहां ज्यादा पैसा नहीं लगता है, लेकिन वहां की अपनी सीमाएं हैं। निजी अस्पतालों में जाते हैं तो एक एक दिन में 1-1 लाख रुपया लगता है और ज्यादा भी लगते हैं। तो जब आपातकाल हो, विशेष परिस्थितियां हों, असामान्य परिस्थितियां हों, तो गवर्नमेंट को किसी पर रिस्ट्रिक्शन लगाने का अधिकार होता है। ये नहीं कि वो केवल सरकारी लोगों पर ही लगा सकते, सरकारी हो या गैर सरकारी कोई भी इस तरह के अस्पतालों में निश्चित करना चाहिए कि आप इससे ज्यादा चार्ज नहीं कर सकते हैं। इसका कोई प्रोविजन इसमें नहीं।
Honorable member, let's conclude, please.
कोविड-19 से मरने वाला व्यक्ति, मेरा सुझाव है, इसमें होना चाहिए था। कोविड-19 से अगर कोई व्यक्ति मरा है और अपने परिवार का अकेला ब्रेड विनर है, तो उसके परिवार के भरण पोषण के लिए आर्थिक मदद का प्रोविजन भी इस विधेयक में किया जाना चाहिए था, क्योंकि ये विशेष परिस्थितियों में ऐसे केसेस आते, ऐसी समस्याएं आती हैं, कभी कभार आती हैं, और इसलिए ये उन्हीं तक सीमित रखना चाहिए, लेकिन ये प्रोविजन होना चाहिए। इस तरह से माननीय सदस्य, मेरे बस मैंने सुझाव दे दिए, मुझे कुछ ज्यादा नहीं कहना था, मुझे तो सुझाव देने थे, और जो कुछ बातें लोगों ने कही हैं इधर से या उधर से, कुछ बातों से मैं अपने को आपको संबद्ध भी करता हूं और कुछ बातों से असंबद्ध करता हूं, उसको मैं क्लैरिफाई नहीं करना चाहूंगा। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
बहुत धन्यवाद, थैंक यू। Honorable member Shri M. Shanmugam.
Yes, sir, I am from Lok Sabha.
Yes, sir.
Sir, I thank you very much to give me an opportunity to speak on the bill. Sir, when the lockdown was announced in March 2020, it was done without any preparation by the central government, and even the state governments were not alerted. With the result, you could see the pathetic sight of the people, interstate migrant labor, street vendors, auto rickshaw drivers, barbers, washermen. The government has not brought forward any effective scheme for these downtrodden people, even for the death of interstate migrant labor with undertaking journey in the horrible and inhuman conditions. Their near relations were not paid any compensation by the railways. The epidemic disease cannot be controlled by simply imposing fine and imprisonment on the poor people who are already living under abject poverty. Therefore, the government should bring in suitable packages for ameliorating the life of these people. Sir, the coronavirus has no medicines. What the government says and advise, the people should be very cautiously to live in their home. For that, they have to live with the mask, but they cannot go out from the house. How they will live? How they can? Whether the government has support the ordinary people, the poor people, it is not that. Sir, I want to speak about the migrant labor. We are asking a national register for migrant labor, but none of the government are about the serious issues. The migrant labor are utilized in organized and unorganized sectors. Even in the organized sector also, they don't have any protection. While they need the labor, they can bring them by air and air-conditioned bus also. Afterwards, they were thrown away, hence they have to walk with their children, elderly parents, and pregnant women. What action you are going to take the contractors who brought those poor workers and left them without any notice? The PSU and the MNC company, IT
Honorable
sector,
member, please
IT
conclude.
sector also send all the contract casual and outsourcing people without paying. Labor should not be treated as a commodity. If you want, you can take, and if you have problem, you can throw away them without any notice. The Ministry of Home Affairs...
Honorable member, please conclude. Please conclude.
Ministry of Home Affairs issued a circular that all the employers...
We are running out of time, Honorable member. You have
all
already...
the employers pay the wages without any deduction. Nobody should be retrenched or dismissed from
Honorable
the job.
member,
It is only 1 minute, sir. It is very unfortunate. The same Ministry of Home Affairs filed a affidavit before the court that the government withdraw the circular because the employer filed a petition that they are not able to pay. It proves this government is working for the employers, not for the working class.
Thank you
very much.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Member Dr. K. Keshav Raoji.
Thank you very much, sir. A very short intervention to make. I will not take much time. Sir, there is no blame game here at all. If I am trying to tell you something else, it does not mean that we are opposed. Everyone is concerned about what is happening around us, the epidemic. So if some suggestions are made by Professor Rangopalji, you must take it as part of it. So kindly do not take as a blame game. We are not interested in blame game. Now you have come out with a bill that is going to protect our great warriors of this epidemic. My salutations to them, because it is they who have been in the forefront and have been helping us very much. And unfortunately, they have been subjected to some kind of an harassment which nobody would tolerate. Sir, what is happening is, not only badly handled, that morale really got down. Now, let us think, it is not only they who need your protection, but even the other people around. For example, Rangopal ji has talked about the private hospitals. Private hospitals, let me tell you with all authority and responsibility, that we have charged 90 lakhs for one patient, which has gone up to the court in Hyderabad, and they won. To give the cost, the man was dead by that time. Now, for such kind of a thing, a protection is needed from the center, whether it's center or state. It is, as Derek said, it is a state subject. We were handling it so well. You had Ayush, we had our own insurance scheme. You had this one, we had orders, state orders going around. But today you don't care for what exactly the state is doing. You think that you can come. I'm not trying to tell you because this is an ordinance Raj. In ordinance Raj, even my words perhaps will not suffice. Now, in this case, that is what I am trying to seek is, we need a protection as far as the hospitals are concerned. The center can think of some order because, as he says, it is not only for the government hospital, even private hospitals have a right to do that. Now, there is a dead bodies. You know the conditions of the dead bodies. You know you are reading the... No, let us come out with some kind of a mechanism where the central government or some agency takes care of it. The dead bodies were piling up in one hospital when I went there, but it must end somewhere. So this also must be taken into consideration as far as the concerned, sir. Sir, state laws, for example, buses. Now they talk, Ram Prasad ji says I should not use the word migrant labor. I say labor from other states. They were here. When they were going, all of a sudden you have stopped the trains and the buses. You ask the state government to stop the interstate buses. Now thus affecting that labor movement. So you know, all right, you have asked us to do it. You come into the picture, intervene, and try to give us some kind of a solution in such cases, though it is now over. But what I'm saying is, let this central government, before interfering with the state laws or state powers or state rights, let us also think what exactly state wants to do. Consult the states. Whatever state wants, please help them if you can. As it is, you owe us a lot of money. Please try to give us, we will do it. This is what we are trying to see.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Member Shri Subhash Chandra Bose Pilli.
I am from Lok Sabha Gallery, sir.
Yes, Honorable Member.
Sir, thank you very much for giving the opportunity to participate in the discussions. The Epidemic Disease Amendment Act, Ordinance 2020, sir. Sir, just I am giving only 2 or 3 important bullet points and suggestions only, sir. Please allow me, sir. Sir, I deeply regret to bring to your kind notice, sir, that there has been a systematic increase in incidents of attacks and harassments of its nurses, doctors and other medical personnel. We need to have a zero tolerance policy towards the attacks on our COVID warriors. They are the ones who are putting their lives on the line of the country. Line for the country, sir. Sir, doctors need a moral boost. Agree to the press briefing of the Ministry of Health, which says that there have been attacks on unwarranted violence and harassment against the medical professionals. Such a situation trends to hamper the medical community from the performing their duties to their optimum, best on maintaining their morale, which is a critical need in this hour of national health crisis. I am witness to the very good work done by Visakhapatnam Institute of Medical Sciences, which is in Andhra Pradesh. The city name is Visakhapatnam. They put their heart and soul into their job and take care of their patients selflessly, sir. Sir, the epidemic disease bill was tabled on January 28, 1897 during an outbreak of bubonic plague in Mumbai. It has been over 120 years, and therefore these changes are needed in this act.
Honourable member will need to conclude.
Sir, one or 2 points, sir.
No, we don't have that time.
The Epidemic Act should be extended beyond the doctors to include sanitation and other cleanliness workers to spare them from any further bureaucratic assaults. These situation workers are also facing a similar type of stigmatization, unwarranted violence and harassment, sir. We should have further amendment to the Epidemic Act to define the term epidemic or disease.
Honourable member, you're out of your time, honourable member. Please
direction
conclude.
to the government to follow at the time of epidemic, sir. Only 1 point, sir. The Epidemic Act should create an official body consisting
I'll have to move on, honourable member.
epidemiologists,
Honourable member, I'll have to move on.
and immunologists and government officials
conclude.
who shall decide
Please
the
conclude.
course of action for the government wherever epidemic
I'll have to move on.
declared, sir.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, honourable
Thank you
member.
very much, sir.
Honourable member Shri Ramchandra Prasad Singh ji.
धन्यवाद वाइस चेयरमैन महोदय। मैं इस बिल का समर्थन करता हूँ। मेडिकल प्रोफेशन हम सब जानते हैं एक बहुत ही नोबल प्रोफेशन है और इसके जो लोग हैं उनका धर्म ही मानव की सेवा करना होता है, जो पीड़ित होते हैं उनकी सेवा करना होता है। तो जितने हमारे हेल्थ केयर पर्सनल हैं, समाज का और सरकार का एक दायित्व होता है कि उनका मनोबल बना रहे, सुरक्षित रहें और उनको किसी प्रकार की परेशानी अपने कार्यों करने में न रहे। और इसीलिए आपने देखा कि कोविड-19 के परिप्रेक्ष्य में केंद्र सरकार ने उनके लिए इंश्योरेंस की भी घोषणा की। हमारे बिहार में हमारे एनडीए की सरकार है, नीतीश बाबू के नेतृत्व में हम लोगों ने अलग से उनको 1-1 महीने का अतिरिक्त वेतन भी दिया। और साथ ही जो ये कानून बनाया गया, इस कानून की मैं इसलिए सराहना करता हूँ कि ये सिर्फ कानून बनाया नहीं गया है, इसको बिल्कुल अंतिम तक देखिए कॉग्निजेबल बनाया गया है, इसको नॉन वेलेबल बनाया गया है। इसमें सजा का भी प्राविधान है, ग्रीवियस के लिए अलग से है। साथ ही साथ सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट है कि आज एफआईआर दर्ज हो जाती है, उसमें टाइम बाउंड इन्वेस्टिगेशन का टाइम नहीं रहता है, इसमें 30 दिनों का है। उसके बाद जब ये कोर्ट में जाएगा तो वहाँ भी 1 साल के अंदर ही इसका ट्रायल हो जाना है। अगर 1 साल के अंदर नहीं होगा तो जज साहब को उसमें कारण दिखाने पड़ेंगे और अगले 6 महीने के अंदर उसका पूरा का पूरा निस्तारण करना पड़ेगा। इसलिए ये बहुत ही एक अच्छा ही उस हिसाब से एक कानून है। इतना ही नहीं, अगर उनकी संपत्ति का नुकसान होता है तो संपत्ति के नुकसान के लिए भी उनको मुआवजा देना पड़ेगा और मुआवजा अगर वो नहीं दे पाएंगे तो उनको जो हम लोग एक रेवेन्यू में कहते हैं एज एरियर्स ऑफ लैंड रेवेन्यू एक्ट के तहत उनको वसूल किया जाएगा। तो निश्चित रूप से इस कानून से हमारे जो मेडिकल हेल्थ केयर सर्विस के लोग हैं उनका मनोबल बढ़ेगा, वो सुरक्षित महसूस करेंगे और बेहतर ढंग से समाज की सेवा करेंगे। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Thank you, honourable member. Honourable member Professor Manoj Kumar Jha ji.
Thank you, honourable Vice Chairman sir. Nice to see you there, sitting there. It's a maiden day. Compliments. माननीय स्वास्थ्य मंत्री जी मेरे समक्ष हैं, तो मैं सीधे संवाद करूं। पहले लॉकडाउन के बाद आपका रेडियो और मोबाइल मैसेज बदल गया। आपने कहना शुरू किया, बीमारी से लड़ो, बीमार से नहीं। लेकिन तब तक नुकसान हो गया था। देश में लोग बीमार से लड़ने लगे थे। एक राज्य है जहां सिंगल सोर्स नाम का एक डेटा आने लगा, और भी टेलीविजन डिबेट्स देख लीजिए उस दौर की, वो हमारे बौने कद को दर्शाता है। माननीय मंत्री महोदय, आप, मैं जानता हूं आपके नेतृत्व में पूरा देश, हम सब मिलकर के कोरोना संक्रमण से तो निकल लेंगे, आज नहीं तो कल, लेकिन ये जो जहर हमारे समाज में बो दिया गया, उससे कब निकलेंगे मैं भरोसेमंद नहीं हूं। एक राज्य और है, मेरा ही राज्य, उन्होंने मजदूरों को ही कह दिया कि कोरोना कैरियर है, तमाम तरह की बाधाएं खड़ी की गई। बबोनिक प्लेग के वक्त में आया हुआ ये कानून जिसको आप आज अमेंड कर रहे हैं, आप मान्यवर लोकमान्य तिलक का या उस दौर का इतिहास पढ़िए, ये कई दफा आर्बिट्ररी अरेस्ट को भी कभी एक सबब बन जाता था। लोगों ने इस पर विस्तार से लिखा है। अभी हाल में उत्तर प्रदेश में आपके ऑर्डिनेंस को इन्वोक करके एंटी सीए प्रोटेस्टर्स अरेस्ट किए गए हैं। अब मैं कुछ मूल जो एक्ट में चीजें हैं उस पर आता हूं सर। द एक्ट डज नॉट डिफाइन एपिडेमिक, पेंडेमिक और डेंजरस पेंडेमिक एटसेट्रा। ये एग्जीक्यूटिव डिस्क्रिशन को छोड़ा गया है सर। मैं समझता हूं इस पर थोड़ा विचार कर लीजिएगा। द एक्ट अलाउज सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट एंड द स्टेट गवर्नमेंट टू टेक मेजर्स एंड प्रिस्क्राइब रेगुलेशंस टू प्रिवेंट द स्प्रेड। I believe some kind of model, an enabling model, should be provided to the states so that it could be taken. विधेयक नागरिकों के ऑब्लिगेशन की बहुत विस्तार से बात करता है महामारी के दौरान, लेकिन सरकार और सरकारों के दायित्व और कर्तव्य पर मैं समझता हूं थोड़ा मौन है, थोड़ी चुप्पी है। महामारी के दौरान सरकार को हासिल असीमित अधिकार देने के संदर्भ में आप नागरिकों के मानव अधिकार को भी देखिए, जिसका मैंने जिक्र किया था पहले। एक्ट ऑफ वायलेंस को आप सिर्फ महामारी के दौरान छोड़ रहे हैं। मैं समझता हूं कि इसको थोड़ा स्प्रेड ओवर किया जाए, क्योंकि महामारी कब शुरू हुई, कब खत्म हुई, इसको अगर हमने एम्बिग्विटी में छोड़ा तो थोड़ी मुश्किल होगी सर। एक टिप्पणी और करता हूं। मेरा मानना है सर, डॉक्टर्स, नर्सेस, हेल्थ केयर प्रोफेशनल्स, ये सारे इस लड़ाई में हैं। आप अच्छा कर रहे हैं कि उनको एक सेंस ऑफ प्रोटेक्शन दे रहे हैं सर, लेकिन सर मैं आपको कई राज्यों को उदाहरण दे सकता हूं, महीनों से तनख्वाह नहीं मिली है, नर्सेस हड़ताल पे हैं, डॉक्टर्स हड़ताल पे हैं। ये देखिए, मैं मानता हूं प्रतीक का महत्व है कि पुष्प वर्षा हो, ये प्रतीक महत्वपूर्ण होते हैं कभी कभी, लेकिन प्रतीक को अंत नहीं मान लेना चाहिए कि पुष्प वर्षा कर दी, अब और कोई हमारा ऑब्लिगेशन नहीं है। मैं समझता हूं सर हम लोग प्रतीकों में जीने लगे हैं। ताली, थाली, पुष्प वर्षा, ये सब जरूरी हैं, लेकिन इनसे ज्यादा जरूरी है इंसानी जिंदगियों में दखल देना, उनके जिंदगी के कोहराम को बचाना, और मैं समझता हूं वहां सर थोड़ी कमी रही है। और आखिरी में फिर मैं एक कह करके खत्म करूंगा। एक बार सर आप, माननीय स्वास्थ्य मंत्री जी, बहुत संजीदा व्यक्ति हैं आप खुद याद कीजिए कि मार्च और अप्रैल के महीने में हमारे टेलीविजन पे क्या चल रहा था। हम कोरोना संक्रमण से नहीं लड़ रहे थे, हम लड़ रहे थे अपने लोगों से। ठेले वाले पर अटैक हो रहा था, उनकी सब्जियों को फेंका जा रहा था। सर हर जिंदगी महत्वपूर्ण है, और ये क्यों हुआ? क्योंकि बस 30 सेकंड सर, जय हिंद बोलने से पहले मैं सिर्फ इतना कहना चाहता हूं सर, एक वैज्ञानिक दृष्टिकोण से अगर हमने शुरू से ये लड़ाई लड़ी होती तो हमारे समाज में इतने बाड़े नहीं होते, इतने बैरिकेड्स नहीं होते, सोच और समझ में इतनी संकीर्णता नहीं होती। आज हम सर फिर से मैं कहूंगा, हम बीमारी से कम बीमार से ज्यादा लड़ रहे हैं। हमने कोरोना को ऐसा बना दिया कि हर आदमी मार्च और अप्रैल के महीने में पॉजिटिव होने के बाद भी बताता नहीं था, अरे मैं कोरोना पर, मैं क्या, ये सोच कहां से आई? ये सोच अवैज्ञानिक दृष्टिकोण से आई। इसलिए मैं इन बातों को कह करके अपनी बात खत्म करता हूं। माननीय मंत्री महोदय, ध्यान रखिएगा। जय हिंद।
Thank you, honorable member. Honorable member Shri Binoy Vishwamji. Please.
Patraji is so glad to meet you there. Sir, everybody will agree that this bill...
Sir, you have 2 minutes.
3 minutes I have, please. Sir, please. Please don't take away our little time.
Start, sir.
So the government has come with a bill. The intentions are really good. I believe something more needs to be added. I sincerely hope that the Honorable Health Minister, who is an able doctor, a genuine man, will respond to our proposals very positively while he responds to the discussions. Sir, number one point is that among the health barriers, of course, doctors, nurses, and the paramedics, the work they are doing is immensely great. Should be protected, no doubt. Along with them, the karmacharis, the safai karmacharis, the sweepers, the people who are in the down below, their safety is also equally important, sir. And they should be addressed properly. Sir, these days showed the whole world one truth, that about the greatness of physical labor. Everybody knows it. Without them, no work can be successful. The real barriers are the barriers down below. So please, please take care for them in the proper way. My next point is that there is violence, but not from outside only. There is a violence from inside also, mainly in the private hospitals. I may call it the five-star private hospitals. Sir, the situation in the hospitals are very, very bad. The health barriers, the corona barriers, their experiences are very bitter, sir. From this city of Delhi, I can narrate minimum 10 instances. A nurse, pregnant she was, put to duty, over duty, and done to duty, and she got COVID-19. And then the management imposed charges on that poor lady. From that hospital, without the PPE kits, she was forced to work, and when the disease was affected, she was asked to pay the bills there. This is the situation. So such kind of looting has to be stopped. Sir, one more thing, sir. Everybody in this house raised an issue, which is the true way of expressing it. Physical distancing or social distancing. I believe that high time, as a policy, the government should say, this is not social distancing, but physical distancing. High time. One more sentence. We have a great drama club in Kerala, which is called the KPAC. In one of the dramas, early dramas, called Ashabetham, a question was posed. And this was the question, whether this is a crime. No, no.
Please
this
conclude.
is not a
Please
crime.
conclude.
With that in mind, the people, the karmacharis, the poor, the warriors, the doctors, the nurses, the paramedics, also all of them should be protected, and
Thank you.
the private looters have to be taken into consideration, and they should be prevented from looting the people.
Thank you,
sir.
Honourable Member. Thank you. Honourable Member Shri Kanakbetla Ravindra Kumar, please.
Thank you, sir, for giving this opportunity.
You have 2 minutes, sir.
I congratulate to see you on the chair, being in the chair, sir. The government has brought the amendment to ordinance. Now they brought the bill to replace the ordinance. The attack on healthcare personnel and their property were widely reported during lockdown. The proposed new sections intend to protect and save the health of care personnel, doctors who are front warriors fighting against corona. The care is taken to ensure that all essential persons or kits are available to doctors. This bill will be a much effective work. If the government organization fails to provide and extend all facilities, equipment to the doctors, what is the remedy available for those doctors to redress the grievances? So I urge the Honourable Minister to consider, it is not against the persons. If the state is also indulged in this type of activities, that provision has to be applied to the respective governments also. In the state of, for example, in the state of Andhra Pradesh, in Visakhapatnam, by name on Dr. Sudhakar, was suspended for raising voice against the non-availability of personal protection kits. Not even mask was provided to them. When they raised voice and draw attention of the government, they were victimized, suspended from the service. The doctor was still under suspension. The state of affairs is in the state of Andhra Pradesh. He was, the High Court was forced to take the cognizance by suo motu and refer the matter to the CBI against the state of Andhra Pradesh. Likewise, a private doctor, Dr. Ramesh, was harassed and hunted like anything by the police under the...
Sir, speak on the subject. Speak on the subject.
It is the subject,
Please.
it is by the state.
Please, please.
The state himself registered the case. He was forced to approach the Honorable High Court to seek protection from the state government. Due to non-supply of proper kits and etc., in Andhra Pradesh, 20 places, ఒంగోలు, అనంతపూర్, తిరుపతి, కాకినాడ, కర్నూలు, విశాఖపట్నం, కడప, నెల్లూరు, రాజమండ్రి, తెనాలి, minimum 20 places. Some of the junior doctors, nurses have conducted dharnas against the state government for non-supply of the material, proper kits, etc. If the government is indulged such activities, it is for the central government to take care of it. The central government has provided huge funds to the state government. There are allegations, the funds are misutilized, and funds also there are corruption allegations are there in purchasing the kits, etc. At this stage, it is high time to intervene the government, central government, and advise the state government not to indulge any activities, any violation against the violence against the doctors. I urge the Honorable Health Minister to take care of it personally and note down the incidents which were happened in the state of Andhra Pradesh. By the state is a state violence against the doctors and front warriors, where they have to run. It is for the central government to take care of it. So and finally I request the Honorable Health Minister to attend the grievances of the doctors and nurses and non-supply of the material and registering the cases against them to do justice.
Mani Ravindra Kumar ji, please conclude.
To come to the rescue of the doctors who are victims in the hands of the state and give necessary protection and give proper advice to the state government to separate the things.
Thank you. Thank you. Mania Vandana Chauhan ji. Mania Vandana Chauhan ji.
Thank you, sir. Sir, from the Lok
Sabha. Thank you.
Sir, this bill certainly, I would say, gives a feeling of safety to the medical personnel and boosts their morale while treating the epidemic affected. But sir, I feel that this is absolutely a knee-jerk reaction. I think the government should have thought of a better legislation which would have provided protection to doctors and other personnel not only during the time of the epidemic. There are incidents, no doubt, but in normal circumstances there are even more incidents that we witness against the doctors, and therefore I think the government should have come up with a better legislation. Also, it's not just the doctors, but as the earlier colleagues have said, even the allied workers. So nobody has talked about the ASHA workers. We have read and seen on the television that ASHA workers used to go to every home to take a survey. One, they have not been paid for their services. Nobody even has bothered. But secondly, they have not been given any kind of protection. So where do the ASHA workers figure in all this legislation? Sir, I want to even point out one more thing, that we always come up with multiplicity of legislation. Now, actually, all these provisions should have gone under the Indian Penal Code. In the state of Maharashtra in 2018 itself, we amended the 332, section 332, causing hurt to public servant, 353, assault or criminal force against public servant. We enhanced the punishment. Not just this covered public servants, police, government doctors. I would say the government of India should have gone even a step forward, that not just the public servants, but even doctors working and the allied workers working in the private sector also should have been given protection, and this would have really brought justice to all of them. My last point, sir, we need to also go to the root problem as to why this is happening. I'm glad that the bill which has been given in section 3D says that it recognizes culpable mental state. So only if there's a culpable mental state will the accused be convicted. Sir, this means that there is a reason why the patient or the relatives of the patient get agitated against the system. So have we thought of a system? Have we any guidelines as to how we can bring better coordination between the doctors community and the patients or the relatives of the patients, so that there are no agitation kind of purposes? Thank you, sir, for giving me an opportunity.
Thank you, Vandana ji. Srimati Priyanka Chaturvedi ji.
आपका आभार व्यक्त करती हूँ सर कि आपने मुझे मौका दिया इस महत्वपूर्ण विषय पे बात करने का। हेल्थ वर्कर्स ने जिस तरीके से देश की सेवा की है इस आपदा के समय पर, उनके हम सभी आभारी हैं, और उनको आभार व्यक्त करना हर बार हमेशा कम ही रहेगा, तो हम इस बिल का समर्थन करते हैं। पर साथ ही साथ मैं मानती हूँ हमारी जिम्मेदारी सिर्फ यहाँ पर नहीं ख़त्म होती है, हमारी जिम्मेदारी ये भी बनती है कि जो हमारे स्वास्थ्य कर्मचारी हैं जो सेवा में लगे हुए हैं, उनको उनके सेफ्टी इक्विपमेंट्स दिए जाएं, उनके जो पीपीई इक्विपमेंट्स थे हमने काफ़ी समय देखा उनको नहीं मिलते थे, उनके वर्क शिफ्ट 16-16 घंटे वो लोग काम कर रहे होते थे, उसको भी निर्णय होना चाहिए, समय पे उनको वेतन मिलना चाहिए। और जिस तरीके से महाराष्ट्र सरकार में मुख्यमंत्री के नेतृत्व में हमने एक कॉम्पेंसेशन पैकेज तय किया था, वो भी कॉम्पेंसेशन पैकेज इस बिल का हिस्सा होना चाहिए, मैं मानती हूँ। और यहाँ पे सिर्फ स्वास्थ्य कर्मचारी ही नहीं, हमारे पुलिसकर्मी हों, हमारी आशा वर्कर्स हों, उन सबको भी सफाई कर्मचारी हों, सबका ध्यान देना, सैनिटेशन वर्कर्स हों, सबका ध्यान देना बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण है। हेल्थ कवरेज भी बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है, जो इस बिल में कहीं मैंने देखा नहीं है उसकी चर्चा की गई हो। सबसे इम्पॉर्टेंट चीज़ सर, मैं एक सुझाव देकर मैं अपनी बात ख़त्म करना चाहूँगी कि जिस तरीके से प्राइवेट हॉस्पिटल्स में हमने देखा कि इसमें आपदा का अवसर उन्होंने बना लिया था, जिसके चलते बहुत सारे लोगों को स्वास्थ्य की सेवाएं नहीं मिल पाई थी या उनको बहुत मनमानी दाम चुकाने पड़े थे, उस पर भी किसी तरीके की अगर पाबंदी लगाई जाए एपिडेमिक के समय पे, वो बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है। और आखिरी सुझाव है सर, बहुत महत्वपूर्ण सुझाव है और वही कहकर मैं भी जय हिंद करूँगी कि आपदा का अवसर ढूंढते ढूंढते कुछ राजनीतिक पक्ष भी हमला करते हैं और हमला देश की प्रजातंत्र पे करते हैं, राज्य सरकारों पे करते हैं और वो राज्य सरकारों को अस्थायी करने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं और राज्य सरकारों को गिराने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं जो इस समय पे महामारी से जूझ रहे हैं। तो अगर उनके पास इतना धन बल है, उसको कंपल्सरीली पीएम केयर्स फंड में डाला जाए, जिससे देश के जो लाभार्थी हैं उनको इस देश की स्वास्थ्य सेवाओं की उपलब्धि मिली जा सके। बहुत बहुत आभार, जय हिंद।
धन्यवाद माननीय प्रियंका जी। श्री वीर सिंह जी, माननीय वीर सिंह जी।
धन्यवाद उपसभापति महोदय जी। महामारी संशोधन विधेयक 2020 का मैं समर्थन करता हूं। महोदय, ये महामारी संशोधन विधेयक 123 वर्षों के बाद इसमें संशोधन किया जा रहा है, जो इस महामारी से बचने के लिए जो हमारे डॉक्टर, नर्स, स्वास्थ्यकर्मी, सफाई कर्मी, आशा वर्कर जो इसमें कार्य करते हैं और उनके ऊपर जो हमले होते हैं, तो उनके बचाव के लिए, उनके सुरक्षा के लिए ये कानून लाया गया है। ये बहुत अच्छा कदम है जो ये कानून बनाया गया है, हम इसकी सराहना करते हैं। और इसके साथ साथ मेरा माननीय मंत्री जी से कहना है कि जब ये कोरोना महामारी हमारे देश में आई और जो 27 करोड़ प्रवासी मजदूर थे हमारे देश में, जो फैक्ट्रियों में, कारखानों में, विभिन्न जगह कार्य कर रहे थे, जब वो उन स्थानों से अपने घरों की तरफ गए तो उनके जाने की व्यवस्था नहीं की गई। बहुत से रास्ते में मर गए, बहुत सी महिलाओं को रास्ते में ही डिलीवरी हो गई, तो उन्हें बहुत मुसीबत का सामना करना पड़ा। ऐसे वक्त में सरकार को उन मजदूरों की तरफ भी ध्यान देना चाहिए। एक सुझाव और है मेरा, केंद्र सरकार के द्वारा प्रदेश सरकारों के द्वारा जो चिन्हित किया गया इस कोरोना महामारी से लड़ने के लिए कुछ निजी अस्पतालों को भी चिन्हित किया गया। निजी अस्पतालों में जो इलाज हुआ, जैसा कि हमारे पूर्व वक्ता रामगोपाल जी ने भी बताया कि एक दिन का खर्चा 1-1 लाख रुपए से ज्यादा आया, तो उसमें गरीबों की हिम्मत नहीं पड़ी इलाज कराने की। और जैसा कि आज 50 लाख से ज्यादा केस हो गए हैं, यदि सही तरीके से इसकी गणना हो तो 50 लाख नहीं 2 करोड़ केस निकलेंगे। कम से कम 50% मरीज कोरोना के इस खर्चे की डर की वजह से, इस सरकार की अव्यवस्था की वजह से वो अपना इलाज नहीं करा पाए। कोई काढ़ा पीकर ठीक हो गया और कोई मर गया। तो इस ओर भी ध्यान देना चाहिए। जो मनमानी की गई है उन प्राइवेट जो निजी अस्पतालों में, और वो सरकार और केंद्र सरकार, प्रदेश सरकार की मिलीभगत से जो सरकारी पैसे का लूटपाट हुआ है।
धन्यवाद, धन्यवाद माननीय वीर सिंह जी।
ये मेरा सुझाव है।
धन्यवाद,
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
धन्यवाद। मैसेज फ्रॉम लोकसभा सेक्रेटरी जनरल।
Sir, with your kind permission, I rise to report that the Lok Sabha sitting held on the 18th of September 2020 passed 1. The appropriation number 3 Bill 2020 and the appropriation number 4 Bill 2020. The Speaker has certified that these bills are money bills within the meaning of Article 110 of the Constitution. I lay a copy each of the said bills on the table.
Dr. Sasmit Patra ji. Dr. Sasmit Patra.
Thank you. Sir, Dr. Sasmit Patra from Lok Sabha.
Lok Sabha. Please.
Honorable Deputy Chairman, sir, thank you for giving me this opportunity. I'll try to be quick. Firstly, sir, I welcome this bill. This is an important bill which goes towards ensuring and safeguarding our COVID warriors, people who have been on the forefront of the fight against COVID, and all the safeguards necessary for them needs to be done by the country. I'm with them. Sir, there are certain suggestions I'd like to quickly pass on. Number one, in terms of the bill on epidemic, neither in the bill or in the original bill, there is any reference to the definition of epidemic. It just says serious epidemic. Now, obviously, there can be a medical term to that epidemic term, but when you have an open-ended epidemic term, it can also mean a lot. So I think it would be nice going forward if we can really define epidemic within the bill and the body of the bill. Secondly, sir, in terms of the healthcare service personnel that has been defined under clause 3, subsection B of the bill, it says there are people who are public and clinical healthcare workers, doctors, nurses, paramedical staff, community health workers. So it does not specify, even though it talks about in subsection 2, does not specify Anganwadi workers, ASHA workers, police personnel, sanitization workers, fire servicemen, people who are more, even the distribution people, logistics support, who keep on transporting various medicines and various other utilities. That is not mentioned. It would be nice to include that. In terms of property, which has been mentioned under clause 3, subsection C, it specifically mentions about clinical establishment, does not talk about government infrastructure if destroyed during the containment zone. So we have seen when containments have been locked down in various cities, it has led to a certain amount of armed aggression by the local population because of whatever reasons. So the loss to the government infrastructure is not contained there. We could look at including that part. In clause number 4, sir, it talks about the central government taking measures. There is no reference to the state governments or any powers provided to the state governments. So as we understand, whenever there is a lockdown or whenever there is such detentions, the state government is the end agency which includes and undertakes these activities. I suggest to the Honourable Minister that he may kindly relook at it and include the role of the state government as well in this bill. In terms of the clause 5, again it leaves out the police personnel, sanitization workers, panchayat and ward urban workers who have been working night and day and have also suffered a lot of violence and physical as well as mental onslaught by people there. In terms of, I'll quickly come to clause number 7, subsection 3, section 4. In that it says there is an inquiry and a trial of a case and it will be done expeditiously. So my suggestion to the Honourable Minister would be, for such cases where our COVID warriors have been affected, there needs to be a fast-track court. We cannot leave these cases where we need to have singular, quick, judicious decision-making taking place, and therefore my suggestion would be that a fast-track court should be established to take care of this. Finally, ending, sir, I'd like to recall my honourable leader, my Chief Minister, Shri Naveen Patnaik ji. When it started, this COVID fight started way back in March, April. He was one of the first chief ministers of the state who brought about punitive measures that would safeguard COVID warriors in the fight against corona, and anyone undertaking any violence against them would be charged under the Criminal Procedure Code. So I believe such visionary measures by the Union Ministry as well as by the Honourable Health Minister is welcome, and these suggestions, if taken, would go a long way in actually strengthening the process of safeguarding our COVID warriors. Thank you.
Thank you. Srimati Jharna Das Baid. Lok Sabha, from Lok Sabha. Jharna ji, please.
Yes. Thank you, sir. The battle against COVID in the battle of India and Indian people as a whole. united activity to prevent the spreading of coronavirus is the need of the hour. We offer our support to the government on its measure on this regard. All of us together, cutting across political lines, we will be able to effectively address the prevailing situation. Sir, the Constitution guaranteed the fundamental rights of equality, freedom of speech, equal access to public employment, expression and association, freedom of movement, the right to life. While we all would wish to blow away with least damage, it is prudent to be prepared for the worst. In a situation with grave crisis, with lakhs of citizens infected and many facilities, the major pressure on our
माननीय झरना जी एक मिनट
awfully
माननीय झरना जी एक मिनट प्लीज 1 minute.
Citizen, in fact,
Please, just wait 1 minute.
Since as per the schedule of the House, we are to adjourn at 1 o'clock, but since we are discussing this bill, we may extend I propose that we extend the timing of today's sitting till the bill is passed.
Thank you. यहाँ उसकी आम सहमति है, माननीय चेयरमैन साहब ने भी कहा था. हाँ झरना जी, please.
yes, sir. The hands cannot be entirely ruled out. The public health aspect apart, the true economic impact of such a global economy cannot even imagine. Sir, we welcome any legal protection so necessary for our ASHA workers, nurses, doctors and police, health workers in the fight against the pandemic. Sir, hence, these two clauses, 3C and 3D,
झरना जी
must
conclude
be removed
करें.
from the ordinance itself. एक second, sir. While the provision of 3C in the ordinance deals with the presumption of certain offence, 3D deals with presumption of culpable mental state. Thank you, sir.
धन्यवाद. Thank you. श्री PL पुनिया जी. श्री PL पुनिया जी. हाँ.
राज्यसभा चैम्बर.
5 minutes please.
उपसभापति जी, मैं आपका आभारी हूँ कि मुझे इस विषय पर बोलने का मौका दिया. अत्यंत महत्वपूर्ण विषय है. सत्र शुरू होने के दूसरे ही दिन माननीय मंत्री जी ने बहुत विस्तृत 11 पेज का एक स्टेटमेंट भी जारी किया था और इस विषय पे अलग से भी 4 घंटे की चर्चा हुई. सबने अपनी अपनी बातें रखी हैं. ये ऑर्डिनेंस हुआ, फिर संशोधन बिल है, बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है और विशेष रूप से कोरोना वॉरियर्स का मनोबल बढ़ाने के लिए अगर उनके ऊपर हमला होता है तो दोषी व्यक्तियों को दंडित करने के लिए, अगर उनकी संपत्ति के ऊपर नुकसान पहुंचाया जाता है तो मार्केट रेट का डबल कंपनसेशन के रूप में दिलाने का भी प्राविधान किया है. मैं समझता हूं कि ये सब उनके मनोबल को बढ़ाने के लिए बहुत अनिवार्य था. कड़ा कानून तो बन गया और डॉक्टर्स और नर्सिस के ऊपर हेलीकॉप्टर से फूल भी बरसाए गए मनोबल बढ़ाने के लिए. कोरोना वायरस के लिए बत्ती बुझाकर, मोमबत्ती दिया जलाकर उनका सम्मान भी किया गया. अच्छा तो लगा होगा, लेकिन क्या ये सही नहीं है? अच्छा होता उनका मनोबल बढ़ाने के लिए, क्योंकि 24 घंटे काम कर रहे हैं, दिन रात काम कर रहे हैं, जान को जोखिम में डाल के काम कर रहे हैं, तो उनको कुछ अतिरिक्त वेतन दिया जाता, कुछ ओवरटाइम दिया जाता तो उनका मनोबल बढ़ता. उल्टा डियरनेस अलाउंस उनकी तनख्वाह से काट लिया गया. 1 दिन की तनख्वाह की कटौती कर ली गई. दिल्ली में तो डॉक्टर्स की 3 महीने की तनख्वाह उनको समय पर नहीं मिली, तो इससे मनोबल तो नहीं बढ़ता। IMA की एक रिपोर्ट आई जिसमें उन्होंने लिखा कि 382 डॉक्टर्स की कोरोना से डेथ हुई है, ये उन्होंने बताया। सरकार कहती है कि हमारे पास आंकड़े नहीं, जानकारी नहीं। क्या सरकार ये कहना चाहती है कि किसी एक भी डॉक्टर की डेथ नहीं हुई? ये सब पूरे कोरोना वॉरियर्स की बात नहीं है, केवल और केवल डॉक्टर्स के आंकड़े हैं। और कंपनसेशन इसमें दिया जाना चाहिए था, आर्थिक मदद दी जानी चाहिए थी। और मैं समझता हूं कि जो ये कानून बन रहा है, जो हम पास करने जा रहे हैं, इसमें प्राविधान होना चाहिए था। उनको नुकसान पहुंचाया जाए तो दंडित करने का प्राविधान है, संपत्ति को नुकसान पहुंचे तो उनको कंपनसेशन देने का प्राविधान है। लेकिन उनकी जान ही चली जाए तो उनको कंपनसेशन देने का कोई प्राविधान नहीं रखा। ये कैसी विडंबना है? मैं सोचता हूं कि बहुत खेदजनक है। मैं ये भी कहना चाहूंगा कि जो लॉकडाउन डिक्लेयर किया गया बगैर सोचे समझे किया गया है। ये नहीं देखा गया कि इसका क्या प्रभाव होगा। लॉकडाउन में सभी इंडस्ट्री, सभी व्यवसाय बंद करने के आदेश थे। जाहिर है कि मजदूरों को छुट्टी कर दी गई और जो मकान मालिक थे, किराया ना मिलने की वजह से उन्होंने कहा खाली कर दीजिए। तो कहाँ जाएंगे? क्या सरकार ने इसका अनुमान नहीं लगाना चाहिए था कि उनको अब उनके घर भेजने के लिए या और कोई व्यवस्था करने के लिए कुछ सोचना पड़ेगा। यहाँ कहा गया कि प्रधानमंत्री जी ने 15 बार चीफ मिनिस्टर से वीडियो कॉन्फ्रेंसिंग की। मैं पूछना चाहता हूं कि लॉकडाउन डिक्लेयर करने से पहले किससे चर्चा की? मैं समझता हूं कि मिनिस्टर से भी चर्चा नहीं की होगी। उन्होंने होना चाहिए था चीफ मिनिस्टर से चर्चा करते, सभी राजनीतिक दलों को बुला के उनसे चर्चा करते, लेकिन ऐसा नहीं। यहां तो चलन ही दूसरा है। रात को 8 बजे घोषणा की जाएगी और फिर उसके बाद
माननीय पुनिया जी कंक्लूड कर प्लीज। आपका टाइम
आभारी हूँ
प्लीज, खत्म हो गया ऑलरेडी, 5 मिनट खत्म हो गया।
चलन नोटबंदी में भी इसी तरह से हुआ जिसमें मिनिस्टर्स तो जानकारी नहीं थी। और भूखे प्यासे करोड़ों मजदूरों को, उसमें भी सरकार कहती कि मेरे पास आंकड़े नहीं है कितने लोगों की मौत हो गई। कितनी विडंबना है। ये देश इस गरीब लोगों को ध्यान रखने के लिए भी कभी है या उनका। और दूसरा, ये चेतावनी दी गई थी, ऐसा नहीं है कि चेतावनी नहीं दी गई थी। 30 जनवरी को पहली घटना हुई है और 12 जनवरी को राहुल गांधी जी ने सरकार को चेताया कि किस तरीके से एक भयावह स्थिति होने वाली है। और 12 फरवरी को करने के बाद ये आगे।
धन्यवाद। मैं दूसरे स्पीकर को बुला रहा हूँ।
बस एक मिनट
नहीं, आप ऑलरेडी
राज्य क्योंकि इसको विशेष रूप से इम्प्लीमेंट कर रहे हैं, कोरोना से फाइट करने का सीधे लड़ाई राज्य कर रहे हैं, उनको सहायता देने के लिए जीएसटी पैसा नहीं।
थैंक यू डॉक्टर अनिल जैन। डॉक्टर अनिल जैन, अब आपकी बात रिकॉर्ड पे जाएगी। डॉक्टर अनिल जैन, नो, डॉक्टर अनिल जैन। प्लीज
हाथ ऊपर कर, समझा नहीं। इस महत्वपूर्ण बिल के सपोर्ट में बोलने के लिए मुझे मौका मिला है। मैं माननीय स्वास्थ्य मंत्री जी ने जिस संवेदनशीलता के साथ इस बिल को लाए हैं, क्योंकि मैं पेशे से चिकित्सक हूं और बहुत सारे मेरे चिकित्सक साथी देश और दुनिया में कोरोना से लड़ाई लड़ने में जूझ रहे हैं। इस बिल के प्रावधान के विषय में, जो कि 123 वर्ष बाद इसमें संशोधन के साथ लाया गया है। हालांकि 1920 में भी एक संशोधन था जिसमें दंडात्मक व्यवस्था की गई थी, जो कि बेलेबल और जिसका बहुत डर किसी में नहीं था। लेकिन अभी जो व्यवस्था की गई है, इसमें ऐसे ऑफेंस करने में जो लोग इस प्रकार की कार्रवाइयाँ करते हैं, सुरक्षा के साथ खिलवाड़ करते हैं, उनको इससे डर भी होगा। लेकिन इन सब प्रावधानों की चर्चा विस्तृत में
मेरे पूर्व वक्ताओं ने की है। मैं बहुत विस्तृत रूप से इसकी चर्चा नहीं करूंगा, समय की मर्यादा है और एक्स्ट्रा टाइम में हम लोग बात कर रहे हैं, इसलिए मैं बस इतना ही कहना चाहूँगा कि देश में और दुनिया में जो इस तरह की महामारी है और इस महामारी का जिस प्रकार से इस देश के माननीय प्रधानमंत्री ने पूरी सूझबूझ के साथ सारी दुनिया के लिए एग्जेम्पलरी निर्णय लेकर सारी दुनिया जिसकी तारीफ कर रही थी, उस संवेदनशील विषय पर भी हमारे कुछ साथियों ने इस एपिडेमिक एक्ट के और अमेंडमेंट के बारे में एक शब्द ना कहकर केवल निंदा के ही शब्द कहकर अपने वक्तव्य की पूर्ति की है। उनको मुझे लगता है कि उनकी पार्टी के लोगों को, क्योंकि उनका मेडन स्पीच था, तो समझाना चाहिए कि एक्ट पर भी कुछ एक आध लाइन डॉक्टर्स के बारे में, कोरोना वॉरियर्स के बारे में बोलती। जिस प्रकार से देश में प्रधानमंत्री जी ने 22 मार्च को जनता कर्फ्यू लागू किया, तब थाली और ताली के नाद से अगर कोरोना वॉरियर्स का हौसला अफजाई करने के लिए और 130 करोड़ भारतवासियों को उनके साथ चलने के लिए आह्वान किया, जिसका कि देश में ही नहीं दुनिया में सराहा गया, इससे कुछ लोगों को परेशानी होने लगी। कुछ लोगों ने इसको
सीट पर बैठ करना बोले,
कुछ लोगों ने इसको मिसअंडरस्टूड किया। कुछ लोगों ने, हमारे मित्र विपक्ष के कुछ मित्रों ने इसकी हंसी उड़ाने की कोशिश करी और बहुत मूर्धन्य विपक्ष के साथियों ने उसकी ताली बजाकर स्वागत किया। ये किसी ने नहीं कहा कि ताली और थाली से वायरस भाग जाएगा, लेकिन इसको इस तरह से प्रस्तुत करने की कोशिश की गई। अरे देश में इन प्रतीकों के माध्यम से अगर हौसला अफजाई की गई है, देश के नागरिकों को और स्वास्थ्य कर्मियों को साथ लिया गया है, तो इसकी सराहना की जानी चाहिए। इसी प्रकार दीपक जलाने को लेकर आपने बात कही, इसी प्रकार सेना ने अगर पुष्प वर्षा की है कोरोना वॉरियर्स को, तो आपको परेशानी क्यों हो रही है भाई? इस बात के लिए सराहना ही की जानी चाहिए। और इस प्रकार का बिल लाकर जैसे सरकार ने संवेदनशीलता दिखाई है, मैं इस बिल का समर्थन करता हूं और आपका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूं, मुझे बोलने का मौका दिया। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
धन्यवाद अनिल जी। माननीय आनंद शर्मा जी कुछ सुझाव दें।
धन्यवाद माननीय उपसभापति महोदय। मैं इस बिल का समर्थन करते हुए माननीय स्वास्थ्य मंत्री जी से और सरकार से को कुछ सुझाव और आग्रह करना चाहता हूं। See, we have as a nation learnt a lot from the pandemic. This pandemic has challenged humankind as no other disease in recent memory for more than a century. This act, which is sought to be amended, it's a very short amendment. Colleagues have spoken, I will not expand on it. Yes, it's commendable, the work that has been done by doctors, healthcare workers, who we say the frontline warriors. But at the same time, that protection, though it was required, we need to expand further the areas beyond our doctors and healthcare workers, all those who get exposed to the management. It's not confined. There are people in the police, in the defense forces. There are personnel of various other services who are engaged in providing relief, managing the quarantine shelters. They should also be, for future, included in an expanded list of people who need support and protection, who help in the overall management, creating awareness and dissemination of information. I would urge the Health Minister to set up immediately a national task force for stakeholders' consultations with the states and the institutions, including our scientific community, medical fraternity, for a comprehensive review and amendment of the Epidemic Diseases Act so that it is contemporary, it factors in the lessons that we have learned from the management of this pandemic. As I've said, that it was impossible for any country, any government, any society to have anticipated the arrival of this pandemic. Sir, what is equally important is that given the federal structure of the country, the states which play a prominent role are included as major stakeholders in the consultation process, and using the plans and policies which have been framed now, the various circulars which have been issued under the NDMA Act to meet the current challenges thrown by the pandemic. Under ever-evolving and dynamic circumstances, in my view, that these should be the basis for the country's overall approach towards future pandemic management. I would also suggest the strengthening of the epidemiological surveillance requirements in urban areas, rural areas, and also the strengthening of the public health infrastructure. We know that we have ramped up the testing capacities of the country, and today we have more than 1,321 laboratories, but we should have a standardization and institutionalization of protocols required to deal with a pandemic or an epidemic. And both should be very clearly defined. And there should be the protocols put in place, not only nationally, but also every state headquarters, every district headquarter, every subdivisional headquarter and block headquarter in the country should have that standardized protocols and response systems. Also, we should look at how we can further expand our capacities for surveillance purposes and to check for the containment, for early detection, to check the spread, and also for effective response system. This is an evolving situation, as we do not know what will be, how it pans out in the coming weeks and months. Given the fact, Honorable Deputy Chairman, sir, that in Europe already the second wave has started, and it's feared that in America too. So the first wave and the second wave, actually there is no gap. I would like to hear from the Minister that they would, I hope that he considers this suggestion, because only a piecemeal small amendment which we are supporting may not be adequate, and a comprehensive review and a new act will be required after the experience of the COVID-19 pandemic. Thank you, sir.
थैंक यू माननीय सदस्यगण, माननीय चेयरमैन साहब ने भी कहा है कि बोलते समय कृपया मास्क लगाएं। मेरा सबसे आग्रह है, नहीं है, पर माननीय आनंद जी, आप बहुत वरिष्ठ सदस्य हैं, जब आप बोलते हैं बाहर लोग देखते हैं तो हम लोग किस तरह बोल रहे हैं उसका असर जाता है। नहीं, मैं जानता हूँ हेल्थ के बारे में बड़े कॉन्शियस हैं आप, सारा ध्यान रखते हैं, पर बाहर क्या मैसेज है ये हमें भी, जैसा चेयरमैन साहब ने कहा है, ध्यान रखना है। माननीय सदस्यगण, मैं माननीय मंत्री जी को जवाब के लिए आग्रह करूं, इसके पहले दो चीजें कहना चाहता हूं। एक तो आप जानते हैं कि बहुत किन हालातों में हम सब मिल रहे हैं, और दूसरे हाउस को भी मिलना है, उसके पहले सैनिटाइजेशन के लिए वक्त चाहिए। तो बहस जितना जल्द हो, सबका सहयोग मिला, मैं बहुत आभार व्यक्त करना चाहूंगा। हम पहले खत्म कर सके, ये हमारे लिए एक सीमा है। और दूसरी की नियमतः बहस शुरू होने के पहले सामान्य दिनों में आधे घंटे पहले नाम आना चाहिए, लेकिन ये परंपरा हो गई है कि खत्म होने वाली है बहस तब नाम आ रहे हैं। तो चेयरमैन साहब का इंस्ट्रक्शन है कि ऐसे आने वाले नामों को इन हालातों में कम से कम मजबूरी है, इसलिए हम जगह नहीं दे पा रहे हैं। इसलिए आग्रह है कि जब बहस शुरू उसके पहले नियमतः जो नाम आए उनको हम लोग इंक्लूड करें, इसलिए आप नाम मूवर इज विनय विश्वम जी, आप कुछ कहना चाहेंगे? आप बोल चुके हैं इस विषय पे, प्लीज 1 मिनट प्लीज।
Sir, I believe that the minister will respond to my proposals, and after that, kindly give me 1 minute after the speech.
No.
After the speech,
you speak, then he will.
At this stage, I don't want to make a speech.
माननीय मंत्री जी,
धन्यवाद उपसभापति महोदय। मैं सभी माननीय सदस्यों का हृदय से धन्यवाद करना चाहता हूं, और अपनी बात को इस बात से शुरू करना चाहता हूं कि जैसा मैंने शुरू में ही कहा था कि एपिडेमिक्स एक्ट में जो अमेंडमेंट लाया गया अप्रैल के महीने में, वो एक विशेष किस्म की जो विषम परिस्थिति देश में कोविड के संदर्भ में पैदा हुई थी, उस संदर्भ में इस एक्ट के अमेंडमेंट को ऑर्डिनेंस के रूप में लाया गया था और उसको अब संसद की जानकारी में लाया जा रहा है। बहुत सारे जो सुझाव यहाँ पर दिए गए हैं, बहुत सारी और जो चीज़ें होनी चाहिए, सिर्फ जानकारी के लिए दो बातें मैं कहना चाहता हूँ कि बहुत सारे विषय तो नेशनल जो बायोलॉजिकल इमरजेंसी से जुड़े हुए संदर्भ हैं, वो नेशनल डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट एक्ट के तहत आईपीसी 269, 270, 271 के तहत और सीआरपीसी 144 के तहत भी कवर होते हैं। इसके साथ साथ इस सदन को अभी जैसा आनंद शर्मा जी जो अंतिम वक्ता थे उन्होंने कहा, ये सूचित करना चाहता हूँ कि पिछले लगभग 3-4 वर्षों से लगातार हमारी सरकार इन सारे जो बायोलॉजिकल इमरजेंसी से जुड़े हुए एपिडेमिक हो, पेंडेमिक हो, इस संदर्भ में जितने भी विषय उठ सकते हैं और जिनके बारे में एक संपूर्ण कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव ऑल इंक्लूसिव अप्रोच होनी चाहिए, इसके संदर्भ में सरकार एक नेशनल पब्लिक हेल्थ एक्ट पर ऑलरेडी काम कर रही है। और पिछले जो 3-4 साल का जो हम लोगों का अभी तक का अनुभव है वो भी थोड़ा सा शेयर करना चाहता हूँ, क्योंकि उसके संदर्भ में उसके बहुत सारे प्रोविजंस के बारे में अभी यहाँ शायद उसमें जो अभी आनंद शर्मा जी ने कहा, नेशनल टास्क फोर्स और बहुत सारे स्टेक होल्डर्स, एक्सपर्ट्स के साथ कंसल्टेटिव प्रोसेस, वो सारा कुछ उसमें हुआ है, हो रहा है। लेकिन जो लॉ डिपार्टमेंट है उसने हमें बड़े स्पेसिफिक ओपिनियंस दिए कि इसमें सभी स्टेट्स के पूरी तरीके से हर प्रकार के सुझाव जो है इसमें इनकॉर्पोरेटेड होने चाहिए। शुरुआती 1-2 वर्षों में हमारे बहुत प्रयास के बावजूद भी हमें केवल 4 स्टेट्स से, मध्य प्रदेश, त्रिपुरा, गोवा और हिमाचल प्रदेश, 4 स्टेट से हम लोगों को केवल सुझाव प्राप्त हो पाए। अभी कोविड के समय में इस एक्ट को जो अमेंडमेंट को लाने के साथ साथ हमने उस विषय को भी साइमल्टेनियसली जब एग्रेसिवली और परस्यू किया तो हमें 10 स्टेट्स के लगभग और सुझाव उसके अंदर प्राप्त हुए और अभी हमारे पास 14 स्टेट्स का जो नेशनल पब्लिक हेल्थ एक्ट है उसको देश के सामने प्रस्तुत करने के संदर्भ में हमारे पास उनका इन्वॉल्वमेंट ऑलरेडी है। तो एक तो मैं सभी माननीय सदस्यों को बताना चाहता हूं कि सभी संबंधित जो विषय हैं जो कि शायद एपिडेमिक्स एक्ट में ना कवर होते हों या नेशनल डिज़ास्टर मैनेजमेंट एक्ट में ना कवर होते हो, उन सब के बारे में एक कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव तरीके से हम नेशनल पब्लिक हेल्थ पर बहुत प्रोएक्टिवली, एग्रेसिवली काम कर रहे हैं और जैसे ही वो तैयार हो जाएगा वो निश्चित रूप से सदन के सम्मुख प्रस्तुत किया जाएगा। जहाँ तक जो आनंद शर्मा जी ने अंत में सुझाव दिया, मैंने उस दिन जब जवाब दिया था कोविड की डिबेट पर तब भी बताया था कि जो हमारा अभी आने वाले समय के अंदर जो आत्मनिर्भर प्रधानमंत्री आत्मनिर्भर स्वस्थ भारत योजना है, जिसके लिए मैंने अपने जो स्टेटमेंट में भी जिक्र किया था और उसके लिए 65,000 करोड़ रुपए की किस प्रकार से क्या क्या चीज़ों पर व्यय होना है उसके बारे में जो योजना है उसके बारे में भी उल्लेख किया था। तो उसके अंतर्गत सारे देश के अंदर कम्युनिटी सर्वेलेंस से लेकर और जितने भी सर्वेलेंस के पैरामीटर्स हैं, इन्फेक्शन जो आईडीएसपी को स्ट्रेंथन करना है, डिस्ट्रिक्ट्स के अंदर जो है इन्फेक्शस डिजीज़ के हॉस्पिटल्स हैं, ब्लॉक लेवल पर लेबॉर्ट्रीज़ हैं, इससे जुड़े हुए जितने भी विषय हैं और उसके साथ साथ जो ऑलरेडी बहुत सारी और रिलेटेड जो स्कीम्स हैं लैब्स के एक्सपेंशन के बारे में और दूसरी चीज़ों के बारे में।
माननीय मंत्री जी आग्रह है कि कृपया ब्रीफ हों।
सर अभी
कृपया कंक्लूड करें।
सर 2 घंटे सब लोगों ने बोला, मुझे आप कम से कम 5-10 मिनट तो दीजिए ना सर।
आप जानते हैं दूसरा सदन भी चल रहा है।
सर ठीक है सर, मैं बहुत सारी चीज़ों के बारे में यहाँ पर जो कहा गया है प्राइवेट हॉस्पिटल्स के चार्जिंग इत्यादि के बारे में, तो शायद भारत सरकार ने ही इसके बारे में आगे बढ़कर सारे स्टेट्स को गाइडलाइंस भी इशू की है, प्राइवेट अस्पतालों के साथ भी मीटिंग्स की हैं, और जो चार्जेस चाहे वो लेबॉर्ट्रीज़ के हों, दूसरी चीज़ों के हों, उनको सबको रेशनल करने के लिए जो है, रेशनलाइज करने के लिए स्टेट गवर्नमेंट्स को भी सब प्रकार के सपोर्ट सिस्टम्स दिए हैं। कई स्टेट गवर्नमेंट्स ने उसके बारे में पॉजिटिव काम भी किया है। कई लोगों ने आयुष्मान भारत और CGHS के रेट्स के साथ अपने रेट्स को सिंक्रोनाइज किया है। जो ड्रग्स की, वैक्सीन्स, दूसरी जो PPEs और उन चीज़ों के जो ओवर चार्जिंग के बारे में, ब्लैक मार्केटिंग के बारे में किया गया है, तो समय समय पर ये बताया गया है कि किस प्रकार से ड्रग कंट्रोलर ने स्टेट के ड्रग कंट्रोलर्स के साथ मिलकर इस विषय पर कितनी सख्ती से एक्शंस लेने के लिए इंस्ट्रक्शंस किए हैं। उनको सारे ड्रग कंपनीज़ को वेबसाइट पर सारी चीज़ें, सारी जानकारियां उपलब्ध कराने के लिए कहा गया है। बम्बई में, सूरत में आप जानते हैं कि जो लोग इस ब्लैक मार्केटिंग वगैरह में कुछ इन्वॉल्व थे, उनके खिलाफ कानूनी कार्रवाई भी हुई है। जो ड्रग मैन्युफैक्चरिंग यूनिट्स हैं, उनकी ऑडिटिंग भी हुई है, इंस्पेक्शंस भी हुआ है। ये बहुत सारी चीज़ें जो है लगातार मॉनिटरिंग के लिए हेल्पलाइन इत्यादि भी बनाई गई है। कोई ऐसा विषय नहीं है जिसको कि हम लोगों ने आशा वर्कर्स के बारे में कहा गया है। ये सारे
माननीय मंत्री जी प्लीज
आशा वर्कर्स ऑलरेडी इस सब के अंदर जो है डेड बॉडीज़ के बारे में भी सर गाइडलाइंस इशू की गई हैं। जो अतिरिक्त जो वेतन इत्यादि के बारे में कहा गया है, तो नेशनल डिज़ास्टर मैनेजमेंट के अंदर जो स्टेट्स को पर्याप्त मात्रा में उसके अंतर्गत भी, और जो हमारा नेशनल हेल्थ मिशन है उसके अंदर जो है पर्याप्त मात्रा में सर फंड्स भी दिए गए हैं उनको सैलरीज देने के लिए, और बहुत सारे स्टेट्स ने उसका हम लोगों को कंप्लायंस भी दिया है। मैंने उस दिन अपने जवाब में भी कहा था कि PPEs इत्यादि जिसके बारे में अभी भी लोगों ने चर्चा की है, इतनी मात्रा के अंदर PPEs और वेंटिलेटर्स और N95 मास्क स्टेट्स को दिए हैं। बहुत सारे स्टेट्स ने तो हम लोगों को उनको रिसीव करने के लिए उनके पास स्थान नहीं है रखने का। इसके बारे में भी जो है बहुत सारी जो हमारे जो मेडन स्पीच दी गई, उसके संदर्भ में मुझे इतना कहना है कि
माननीय मंत्री जी प्लीज समय का ध्यान रखिए
सर। सिर्फ
प्लीज
5 मिनट और सर, सिर्फ 5 मिनट। मेडन स्पीच के बारे में मुझे इतना केवल कहना है कि प्रधानमंत्री जी ने विषम परिस्थितियों के बावजूद किस प्रकार से प्रधानमंत्री आत्मनिर्भर भारत की और प्रधानमंत्री गरीब कल्याण योजनाएं और स्वास्थ्य के लिए जो योजनाएं जिनका मैंने बहुत विस्तार से उस दिन उल्लेख किया था, वो सारा का सारा प्रस्तुत किया है। एक राष्ट्रीय नेता के एक ट्वीट के साथ साथ अगर इस देश को ये भी बताया जाता उस स्पीच में कि पिछले 9 महीने में कोरोना वॉरियर्स के लिए अस्पतालों के अंदर विजिट करके दूसरे स्थानों पर कोरोना को देश में कंट्रोल करने के लिए हमारे राष्ट्रीय नेता ने क्या क्या किया, तो शायद वो मुझे लगता है कि ज़्यादा प्रासंगिक।
माननीय मंत्री जी प्लीज खत्म करें आप
सर
प्लीज।
जो अभी सर अब ये बहुत सारी बातें हैं जो यहाँ पर कही गई हैं, जिनका मैं समझता हूँ कि सर उल्लेख जवाब मैंने।
माननीय मंत्री जी प्लीज खत्म करें।
ठीक है सर, आप चाहते हैं कि
मैं नहीं सर, आप भी जानते हैं।
मैं ठीक है सर, मैं अपनी बात को ये एक अंतिम बात कहकर मैं समाप्त करता हूँ। 14 अगस्त को मैं ऑल इंडिया इंस्टीट्यूट में एक कार्यक्रम में गया था। रेजिडेंट डॉक्टर्स ने वहाँ पर ब्लड डोनेशन कैंप ऑर्गेनाइज किया था, और जब मैं गया तो उन्होंने मुझे एक तस्वीर के सामने ले जाकर खड़ा किया और एक माइक दिया। उस तस्वीर पे भारत का नक्शा था, और हर स्टेट के अंदर जो कोरोना वॉरियर्स, चाहे वो डॉक्टर्स थे, चाहे वो नर्सिस थे, चाहे वो दूसरे स्वास्थ्य से जुड़े हुए कर्मचारी थे, उनकी तस्वीर के साथ उसको पूरे देश के नक्शे के ऊपर लगाया था। मेरी आंखों से जो आंसू हैं वो डबडबाने लगे, वातावरण बहुत इमोशनल हो गया, और 245 ऐसे लोगों की तस्वीर उन्होंने हमें दिखाई। अभी यहाँ पर ये सवाल रखा गया है कि इनकी संख्या के बारे में सरकार के।
माननीय मंत्री जी प्लीज।
ये हम जानते हैं कि सारे देश में इस प्रकार की जो दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण स्थिति जो है हर रोज़ पैदा हो रही है, इसके आंकड़े स्टेट्स के पास होते हैं, और स्टेट से जो कुछ हमें जानकारी देता है, किसी भी समय पर इसकी एग्जैक्ट जानकारी जो है, अगर हमने मान लीजिए कोई एग्जैक्ट नंबर हम नई मुंह से बोल रहे हैं, इसका मतलब ये नहीं कि सरकार इस विषय के लिए संवेदनशील नहीं है। शायद मैं समझता हूं कि
मंत्री जी पूरा सदन फिर सैनिटाइज होना है लोकसभा बैठने के लिए, कृपया कंक्लूड करें।
प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी की सरकार से ज़्यादा सर इस विषय पे कोई मैं समझता नहीं कि कोई संवेदनशील हो सकता है, इसलिए इस संवेदनशील एक्ट के अमेंडमेंट के बारे में मैं चाहता हूं कि सब लोग इसको।
धन्यवाद माननीय मंत्री जी। I shall first put the statutory resolution moved by Sri Vinay Vishwam to vote. The question is put. Those in favor will please raise. नियम तो आपको पहले बोलना चाहिए, मौका दिया मैंने, आप बोले नहीं।
1 minute, sir. 1 minute.
The question is put. Those in favor will please raise their hands and say aye. मैंने दिया था मौका, मैंने दिया था। Please 1 minute. 1 minute. I had already requested. Please.
I expect
1 minute.
I expect only 1 minute.
Yes.
I expect the minister, at least at this point, he will tell the exact number of the health workers dead in the country. Even at this moment, the government fails to state that. It was for my question, the government answered 5 days back that there is no figures with the government. So please, at least now correct it. Second point is that regarding ASHA workers, the government told about TAs about them. They need not only TAs, they need something in action.
Thank you.
Please try to help them, please.
Thank you.
Please.
माननीय विनय विश्वम जी, याद रखें मैंने आपको मौका दिया था, माननीय मिनिस्टर के पहले आपको बोलना है, आपने नहीं बोला था, कृपया ध्यान रखें। The question is put. I shall first put the statutory resolution moved by Sri Vinay Vishwam, Sri K.C. Venugopal to vote. The question is put. Those in favor will please raise their hands and say aye. Those against will please raise their hands and say no. I think the noes have it, the noes have it, the noes have it. The statutory resolution is negative. I shall now put the motion moved by Dr. Harshvardhan to vote. The question is that the Epidemic Disease Amendment Bill 2020 be taken into consideration. Those in favor will please raise their hands and say aye. Those against will please raise their hands and say no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted. We shall now take up clause by clause consideration of the bill. Clause 2 stands part of the bill. Those in favor will please raise their hands and say aye. Those against will please raise their hands and say no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Clause 2 is adopted. Clause 3 stands part of the bill. There are 7 amendments. Number 1 to 3 by Sri K.C. Venugopal. Number 6 to 9 by Sri Vinay Vishwam. Sri K.C. Venugopal ji, are you moving? No. Absent. Number 6 to 9. Sri Vinay Vishwam ji, are you moving?
Move it.
Moving. I shall now put the amendments moved by Sri Vinay Vishwam to vote. Those in favor will please raise their hands and say aye. Those against will please raise their hands and say no. I think the noes have it, the noes have it, the noes have it. The amendments are negative. I shall now put clause 3 to vote. Those in favor will please raise their hands and say aye. Those against will please raise their hands and say no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Clause 3 is adopted. Clause 4 stands part of the bill. Those in favor will please raise their hands and say aye. Those against will please raise their hands and say no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Clause 4 is adopted. Clause 5 stands part of the bill. There is one amendment, number 4 by Sri K.C. Venugopal ji. Are you moving? Absent. I shall now put clause 5 to vote. Those in favor will please raise their hands and say aye. Those against will please raise their hands and say no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Clause 5 is adopted. Number 6 stands part of the bill. There is one amendment, number 5 by Sri K.C. Venugopal ji. Absent. I shall now put clause 6 to vote. Those in favor will please raise their hands and say aye. Those against will please raise their hands and say no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Clause 6 is adopted. Clauses 7 and 8 stands part of the bill. Those in favor will please raise their hands and say aye. Those against will please raise their hands and say no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Clauses 7 and 8 are adopted. Clause 1, the enacting formula and the title stand part of the bill. Those in favor will please raise their hands and say aye. Those against will please raise their hands and say no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Clause 1, the enacting formula and the title are adopted. Dr. Harshvardhan to move that the bill be passed.
Sir, I move that the bill be passed.
Motion moved that the bill be passed. The question is that the bill be passed. Those in favor will please raise their hands and say aye. Aye. Those against will please raise their hands and say no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it, the ayes have it. The bill is passed. Special mentions. Kindly read only subject and late. Sri K.K. Ragesh ji. Sorry. Dr. Ashok Bajpai. Dr. Ashok Bajpai. Absent. Sri Abdul Wahab. Sri Abdul Wahab ji.
Absent हो गया.
Sri Abdul Wahab ji absent. कृपया सब्जेक्ट का टाइटल पढ़ें और ले करें.
जी, गरीब बच्चों के इस पेंडेमिक पीरियड की फीस माफ करने के संबंध में ले कर रहा हूं.
धन्यवाद. The House stands adjourned till 9 a.m. on Sunday, the 20th September 2020.
Further escalated to 79.28%. The case fatality rate has further dropped to 1.61%. And looking at the progressive efforts by the centre to fight COVID-19, the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare has tweeted saying, India overtakes USA and becomes #1 in terms of global COVID-19 recoveries. Total recoveries crossed 42 lakh. The ministry further added that the centre led focused, calibrated, responsive and effective measures of early identification through high and aggressive testing, prompt surveillance and tracking coupled with standardized high-quality clinical care have together resulted in this global achievement. Now, the centre-led COVID management strategies have focused on early detection through widespread, easy and aggressive testing. According to the ICMR's latest data, 8,81,911 people have been tested in a single day yesterday. The total number of people tested so far stands at 6,24,54,254. And President Ramnath Kovind addressed the Visitors' Conference on Implementation of National Education Policy 2020 Higher Education virtually today. Union Education Minister, educationists and prominent personalities attended the conference virtually as well. The President appreciated the efforts of the Education Ministry and other institutions for completing the process of policy making. And speaking on the occasion, the President further said that the NEP aims to reorient our education system towards meeting the needs of the 21st century. It sets the vision of developing an equitable and vibrant knowledge society by providing quality education for all. This calls for achieving the twin objectives of inclusion and excellence.
The national education policy aims to reorient our education system towards meeting the needs of the 21st century. It sets the vision of developing an equitable and vibrant knowledge society by providing quality education to all. This calls for achieving the twin objectives of inclusion and excellence. The policy also seeks to discourage rote learning and overemphasis on marks or grades. It seeks to encourage critical thinking and a spirit of inquiry.
The President also said that one of the targets of the NEP 2020 is to increase the gross enrollment ratio in higher education to 50% by 2035.
One of the targets of the NEP 2020 is to increase the gross enrollment ratio or GER in higher education to 50% by 2035. Technology can help in achieving this target.
And taking Prime Minister Narendra Modi's initiative forward, J&K Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha has approved a much-needed stimulus package for Jammu and Kashmir Union Territory to rebuild the economy and to spur momentous growth in businesses for the benefit of the people of Jammu and Kashmir. J&K LG today announced a mega economic package of 1,350 crore rupees for reviving the aiding business sector of the Union Territory.
आर्थिक समस्या झेल रहे बिजनेस कम्युनिटी के लोगों के लिए एक 1350 करोड़ रुपए का इकोनॉमिक पैकेज हम सब ने मिलकर के मंजूर किया है। ये आत्मनिर्भर भारत अभियान माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने घोषित किया था, उसके अलावा है। इसके साथ साथ कई बड़े प्रशासनिक मेजर्स भी हमने लिए हैं, जिससे आवाम को, बिजनेसमैन को, इंडस्ट्री वालों को, टूरिज्म में लगे हुए लोगों को, सभी स्टेक होल्डर्स को बड़ा लाभ आने वाले दिनों में मिलने वाला है।
The government has waived off 50% electricity and water bills for 1 year across the Union Territory as well. The initiative will bring huge relief to farmers, families as well as businesses. J&K LG also announced stamp duty exemption till March 2021 for all borrowers.
बिजली और पानी के बिल में 50% की रियायत दी है, जिस पर करीब 105 करोड़ रुपए हम खर्च करने जा रहे हैं। वो किसान हो, आम परिवार हो, बिजनेस, ट्रेड, इंडस्ट्री, सबके लिए ये निर्णय हमने किया है। Stamp duty is exempted up to March 2021 in case of all borrowers.
He also announced that the credit limit for handloom workers has been increased from 1 lakh rupees to 2 lakh rupees.
हमने निर्णय किया है कि हैंडलूम, हैंडीक्राफ्ट में जो काम कर रहे हैं, उनको क्रेडिट कार्ड स्कीम में अब तक जो 1 लाख रुपए की मैक्सिमम लिमिट थी, उसे बढ़ाकर हम 2 लाख रुपया करने जा रहे हैं और 7% इंटरेस्ट सबवेंशन उनको दिया जाएगा, ताकि हैंडलूम और हैंडीक्राफ्ट जो पूरे देश में नहीं बल्कि मैं कहूं कि दुनिया में जम्मू कश्मीर के लोगों की ख्याति रही है, उसको बढ़ावा देने के लिए ये महत्वपूर्ण निर्णय हमने किया है।
Now moving on, Rajya Sabha passed the Insolvency and Bankruptcy Code Second Amendment Bill 2020 on the 6th day of the monsoon session today. The bill was moved by Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman. And replying to the debate on the bill, the Finance Minister said everybody is in their houses due to pandemic and it has caused trouble for businesses So the government has decided to suspend Sections 7, 9 and 10 of the Insolvency and Bankruptcy Code.
If at all, because of COVID and because everybody is made to stay in their houses, it causes trouble for businesses, and then they're sent for insolvency professionals to resolve it, it would be impossible to find resolution professionals. It will be impossible to even resolve the problems, and therefore it was decided that it is better to suspend Section 7, 9 and 10 of the Insolvency and Bankruptcy Code so that we can prevent corporate persons which are experiencing distress on account of that unprecedented situation being pushed into insolvency proceedings. And therefore the ordinance was brought in.
The FM further said that the intention of the IBC is to keep companies their going concern and not to liquidate them.
IBC is actually serving the purpose of making sure resolutions are offered, and I repeat, although it's Insolvency and Bankruptcy Code, the way in which this code has functioned, it ensures that most of the resolutions are happening to make the company as a going concern only rather than liquidated.
The FM also said that Insolvency and Bankruptcy Code is not a recovery law, but saving lives of the businesses is a priority.
This particular code, sir, the IBC code, is not a recovery law. The creditors do have all kinds of options for recovery. Saving lives of companies is far more important than enabling recovery of loans which may exist, which may be utilized through various other options which prevail.
Now, an important update in the battle against terrorism. Well, in a major crackdown against terrorism, the National Investigation Agency has conducted simultaneous raids at several locations in Ernakulam in Kerala and Murshidabad in West Bengal. During the raids, the agency has arrested 9 terrorists associated with Pakistan-sponsored module of the Al-Qaeda. The group was planning to undertake terrorist activities and attacks at vital installations in the country with an aim to kill innocent people and to strike terror in their minds. A case has been registered and investigations have been started by the NIA. 6 Al-Qaeda operatives were arrested from Murshidabad in West Bengal, while 3 others were arrested from Ernakulam in Kerala in early hours today. Large quantities of incriminating materials, including digital devices, documents, literature related to terror activities, weapons, country-made firearms, a locally fabricated body armor, articles and literature used for making homemade explosive devices have been seized from their possession. Now, according to preliminary investigations, these individuals were radicalized by Pakistan-based Al-Qaeda terrorists on social media and were motivated to undertake attacks at multiple places, including the National Capital Region. Moving on, Union Environment Ministry on the eve of International Coastal Cleanup Day announced the decision to recommend 8 Indian beaches for the coveted Blue Flag International Eco Label in a virtual event. India's role in safeguarding its coastal environment has also been recognized by the World Bank, which has termed India's efforts and its strategies as a lighthouse for other countries in the region.
In order to safeguard coastal and marine ecosystems, 8 Indian beaches were recommended for the coveted Blue Flag International Eco Label. On the eve of the International Coastal Cleanup Day, Union Environment Minister announced at a virtual event that the decision was taken on the basis of the recommendation of an independent national jury composed of eminent environmentalists and scientists. India's initiative to clean up its coastal and marine ecosystem have been applauded by the World Bank, who believe that India's strategy for sustained coastal zone management will act as a beacon of light for other countries in the region. Union Environment Minister Prakash Javadekar said that the government is committed to clean the beaches across the country. He said clean beaches are a testimony to environment in the coastal areas.
Very happy that people around the globe are launching Coastal Cleanup Day today. And we also have come out with our own hashtag, I am saving my beach. Clean beaches are testimony to the good environment on the in the coastal area.
Blue flag beaches are considered the cleanest beaches in the world. The 8 beaches that got selected are Shivrajpur in Gujarat, Gogla in Daman and Diu, Kasargod and Padubidri Beach in Karnataka, Kapad in Kerala, Rushikonda in Andhra Pradesh, Golden Beach in Odisha and Radhanagar Beach in Andaman and Nicobar. Union Environment Minister said that the issue of marine litter and oil spilling has caused disturbance to the aquatic life and the government is committed for the sustainable development of coastal regions.
Problem of marine litter and many other problems of spill in oil and everything causes disturbances to the aquatic life. We today are taking our vote to clean up our beaches, and I am very proud that we have started our program, highly acclaimed program BEAMS. So we are cleaning the beaches, and today our beaches are much more cleaner and many are amongst the best in the world.
The event also saw the launch of India's own eco-label, Beach Environment and Aesthetics Management Services by e-hosting the flag simultaneously at all the 8 beaches. This is one of the several other projects that the Union Environment Ministry has undertaken for the sustainable development of coastal regions, striving for globally recognized and the coveted eco-label Blue Flag. Taposh Bhattacharya's report, DD India.
Now, India's representative to the United Nations, T.S. Trimurti, at the UN General Assembly session has said that the highlight of UNGA session this year will be the participation of Prime Minister Narendra Modi in 2 debates in high-level segments beginning the 21st of September. Trimurti said that the first event is a general debate where the Prime Minister will represent India at the UN and deliver the national statement, while the other is the high-level plenary meeting to commemorate the 75th anniversary of the UN.
The highlight will be the participation of Prime Minister Modi in the 2 debates in the high-level segments starting on Monday. The first is, of course, the general debate where he will deliver our national statement. The other is the high-level plenary meeting to commemorate the 75th anniversary of the United Nations on Monday. His address will certainly be the highlight of our participation in the UN General Assembly.
And Tirumurti further said that a biodiversity summit will be organized virtually on the 30th of this month with the theme of urgent action on biodiversity for sustainable development. He said this will be the first summit on biodiversity in the UN. Union Environment Minister Prakash Javadekar will be participating in this summit. He also informed that an important event to commemorate the 25th anniversary of the World Conference on Women will be held on the 1st of October, which will be attended by Union Minister for Women and Child Development, Smriti Irani.
There will also be a biodiversity summit that will be organized virtually on the 30th of September with the theme Urgent Action on Biodiversity for Sustainable Development. This will be the first summit on biodiversity in the UN. Our Minister for Environment, Forests and Climate Change, Mr. Prakash Javadekar, will be participating in this summit. On the 1st of October in New York, there will be an important event to commemorate the 25th anniversary of the World Conference on Women held in Beijing earlier, and the adoption of the Beijing Platform for Action, which is widely acknowledged as the most comprehensive plan for advancing the rights of women and girls. Honorable Minister for Women and Child Welfare, Srimati Smriti Irani, will be participating in this event, underlining our very strong commitment to women's empowerment and gender sensitivity. I would also like to mention that the Honorable Minister of External Affairs, Dr. S. Jaishankar, will be participating in some of the ministerial meetings which will be held on the sidelines of the UN General Assembly. On the 2nd of October, the UN will be holding the International Day for the Total Elimination of Nuclear Weapons. Foreign Secretary Harsh Shringla will be delivering India's remarks.
And let us now take a look at all the updates that are coming in on COVID-19 from across the world. The overall number of global coronavirus cases has surpassed the 3 crore mark with over 3.07 crore cases, while deaths have increased to over 9,56,000 worldwide. As many as 2.23 crore people have recovered from the virus so far. The US continues to top the list, being the worst hit country by the pandemic so far, with the highest number of COVID-19 cases there. The US has recorded more than 69.25 lakh cases of COVID-19, with deaths now crossing 2 lakh. In terms of the death toll, Brazil stands second in the tally with 1.35 lakh deaths, and there are 44.97 lakh cases of COVID-19 in Brazil. And back home, as the battle against COVID-19 pandemic continues in Arunachal Pradesh, even after several months of lockdown, the schools have not yet begun their classes. It's not easy to collect books and develop reading habits. In such an era, the street library in Arunachal Pradesh's Nirjuli is operating and is fulfilling many purposes simultaneously. Take a look at this report.
According to Noorag Meena, in the midst of COVID-19 difficulties, Arunachal Pradesh had many other challenges where the state has to focus as well. Meena wanted to bring habit of reading among children and teenagers and also to create interest for new knowledge.
हमेशा यहाँ पे किताब ढूंढते हैं, बुक स्टोर जाना पड़ता है और लाइब्रेरी तो बहुत इनएक्सेसिबल हो जाता है. गवर्नमेंट लाइब्रेरीज बहुत कम है. तो व्हेन इट कम्स टू रीडिंग इट बिकम्स वेरी डिफ़िकल्ट. तो जब ये स्ट्रीट लाइब्रेरी का आइडिया मिला तो मैंने सोचा कि तुरंत हम भी इसको कॉपी कर लेते हैं अपने स्टेट पे, क्योंकि मिज़ोरम जैसे जो इतना एडवांस स्टेट है वो लोग जो भी करेंगे अच्छा ही करेंगे.
Meena's initiative for street library has also moved to establish proactive relation with local children, students and all other age groups who generally pass through the street. She wants everyone to stop for a while and ask about books. She hopes one day reading and urge to know one's culture will be inculcated in their life as well.
Every year we see that the graph of performance of this CBSE and AISSE students दिन ब दिन घटते जा रहा है और it's a very big concern for us कि अभी से बच्चे जो है आगे लैंडिंग भी कर सकते हैं. Even I believe कि बच्चे जो है घर पे जाके आराम से पढ़ सकते हैं. That's how we can slowly develop the reading culture.
इससे ना हम लोग कोचिंग क्लास ढूंढते हैं ना, हम लोग पैसा नहीं होता है. अभी ये मैडम जो ऐसा खोल के रखा है हम बहुत अच्छा लगता है. मेरा बेटी बेटा लोग यहाँ में आके पढ़ने मिला है, बहुत अच्छा लगता है, बहुत खुश है.
Nirjuli Street Library is just not only a bookshelves but a nukkar where a new sun of hope is rising. With Sandeep Thakur, Sanjay Pratap Singh, DD News, Itanagar.
Living and learning in COVID times. That's what we can really see here and in many parts of the country, with people taking all sorts of precautions and undertaking normal life activities and helping others as well. That's all we have time for the moment in this edition of the news, but all the latest continues right here on DD India and DD News. Up next is Dr. Speak.
बौद्ध वृक्ष गया स्थित प्राचीन महाबोधि मंदिर के आंगन में लगा करीब 120 साल पुराना पेड़ बौद्ध धर्म के 4 प्रमुख तीर्थ स्थानों में से एक। कहते हैं इसी जगह महात्मा बुद्ध ने की थी तपस्या और जिस पीपल के नीचे बुद्ध को मिला था ज्ञान, ये बौद्ध वृक्ष है उसी की संतान।
अरे बबलू, लॉकडाउन खुलते ही टहलने निकल पड़े। महामारी अभी फैली हुई है।
सरपंच जी टहलने नहीं, काम पे वापस जा रहे हैं।
तुझे डर नहीं लगता वायरस पकड़ लेगा?
पहले थोड़ा बहुत डर लगता था, फिर पता चला कि अगर मैंने पूरी सावधानी बरती तो ये बीमारी होने की संभावना कम है। सबसे महत्वपूर्ण है ये मास्क। काम पर मास्क हमेशा पहनूंगा, समय समय पर हाथ धोता रहूंगा और दूसरों से हर वक्त कम से कम 2 गज की दूरी बनाए रखूंगा। खुद को, दूसरों को और अपने परिवार वालों को भी सुरक्षित रखूंगा।
अरे भाई, मेरी जिम्मेदारी बनती है तुझे चेतावनी देना, तो दे दिया।
जब देश के मेडिकल और स्वच्छता कर्मचारी रोज कोरोना वायरस से लड़ने का काम कर रहे हैं तो हमारी भी तो जिम्मेदारी बनती है अपना काम करने की।
बबलू, तुझे कुछ हो गया तो?
हजारों लोग इस बीमारी को हराकर ठीक हो चुके हैं और अगर किसी कारण मुझे ये बीमारी हो भी जाए तो सरकार ने अस्पताल में हमारे इलाज के लिए पर्याप्त व्यवस्था कर रखी है। ये घबराने का वक्त नहीं, एक दूसरे का हौसला बढ़ाने का वक्त है।
अरे ऐसे क्या देख रहा है? तू काम पे जाएगा, मैं नहीं जाऊंगा, नाक नहीं कट जाएगी मेरी। चलो
मास्क।
हाँ, मास्क मास्क।
अरे नाक तो ढक लो।
हाँ।
कोरोना वायरस से हमें लड़ाई जारी रखनी पड़ेगी और उससे डर कर नहीं, पूरी सावधानी के साथ डट कर चलिए। रुकी जिंदगी को आगे बढ़ाएं, देश को आत्मनिर्भर बनाएं। जय हिंद।
Good afternoon. You're watching Rajya Sabha News with me, Ashwarya. Let us start with the headlines. Rajya Sabha passes Insolvency and Bankruptcy Code Second Amendment Bill 2020. Bill suspends insolvency proceedings for payment defaults by companies for 6 months. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman asserts it does not provide protection to unscrupulous elements. Upper House passes bill to amend the Epidemic Diseases Act. Bill prescribes stricter action to people causing harm to health workers. Health Minister Dr. Harshvardhan says there has been a dramatic decrease in violence against medical professionals after the offence was made non-bailable and cognizable. And Chairman M. Venkaiah Naidu reminds members of precautionary and remedial measures to be followed in Parliament. Report of the Public Accounts Committee presented in Rajya Sabha. Members pay tributes to former member of Rajya Sabha, Nazneen Farooq. The Upper House today passed the Insolvency and Bankruptcy Code Second Amendment Bill 2020 by voice vote. Replying to the discussion, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman said that IBC had been successful in reducing India's stressed assets. She also apprised the members about the recoveries made through the insolvency process. The minister also asserted that the bill doesn't provide any protection to unscrupulous elements.
Section 7 related, which is the financial creditor, 2,789 company cases had been resolved even before they got admitted into the NCLT. And this amount which got disposed in this resolution is 1,96,171 crores. Section 9 related, which is the operational creditor related cases, sir, even before admission and giving data of 31st July 2020. 11,581 cases have been disposed of even before admission, Section 9 cases, and in this the amount which got resolved is 1,63,927 crores. And finally, sir, Section 10, corporate debtors. 140 cases were disposed of before entering the NCLT. Again, data for 31st July 2020, 1,53,372 crores have been sorted out.
The Insolvency and Bankruptcy Code Second Amendment Bill 2020 amends the Insolvency and Bankruptcy Code 2016. It seeks to temporarily suspend initiation of a corporate insolvency resolution process or CIRP under the code. The bill replaces the Insolvency and Bankruptcy Code Amendment Ordinance 2020 promulgated in June this year. It provides that for defaults arising during the 6 months from 25th March of this year, CIRP can never be initiated by either the company or its creditors. The central government may extend this period to 1 year through notification. Insolvency is a situation where individuals or companies are unable to repay their outstanding debt. And participating in the debate on the bill, the members sought to know if this bill seeks to protect a COVID category of industries or all the industries based on their performance in the past. And several members also said that with the passage of the bill, financially stressed companies will get an opportunity to work in a better ecosystem and ease of doing business will also be enhanced. Let's take a listen.
What my case is, a blanket protection by suspension of entire IBC framework will create burden and helplessness on the part of MSME creditors. Small creditors who have provided services to defaulting large corporations will be rendered helpless without the protection under the code. This will definitely punish a small trader like Ramlal.
This IBC has resulted high recovery update. The second, release of locked capital. The third, the better credit discipline, faster resolution, easy exit. And it has left the positive impact and overall ecosystem of the country is very good, sir.
The intention of the bill is neat. No doubt about it that you really wanted to help. But like everything else, sir, you are in a hurry to do things without a larger consultation. Sir, the bill is, that's why, please don't take it otherwise, hastily drafted, ill-worded piece of legislation, which Vivek ji talked in detail, which would unfortunately defeat its own purpose.
If you look at the statement of object, paragraph 2, it talks about pandemic-related stress. If you look at the government of India's assessment of the GST compensation, there was an element of compensation which is, or the compensation arising out of pandemic, and another one which for other reasons because of economic condition. If the government could decipher this particular thing, I am sure here the pandemic-related stress could have been deciphered instead of keeping it to about a 1 year period. Because what happens after 1 year period?
इस बिल के माध्यम से मुझे लगता है कि कोविड-19 चर्चा में है और उसकी इफेक्ट दूसरी है। जिस तरीके से कंपनियां लॉकडाउन होने के मारे कंपनियां बर्बाद हुई हैं, सर ये पता लग रहा है कि लॉकडाउन पीरियड में ही लगभग 70% जंप हुआ है इंसॉल्वेंसी कंपनियों के केसेस में। सर अभी तक 3774 केसेस अभी तक इंसॉल्वेंसी बोर्ड ने देखे हैं।
Two things I'll quickly say. That one is under suspension section 7, 9 and 10. A prohibition on voluntary insolvency proceedings of a corporate debtor in distress may result in further deterioration of his assets. I think this anomaly could be taken care of. Then is blanket ban in intentional defaults. Exempting defaults during the disruption period may lead to intentional defaults. I think that should also.
There's nothing to object about this bill. In fact, we all should support it because it has a limited objective to overcome the current crisis which we are all facing globally and in our country. But the larger issue will be that there will be some amendments required in future because of the experience in the last couple of years, what we have acquired. And I think we need to go for major amendments as we move forward. Small businesses especially, madam, you must look at some kind of an interest subvention scheme for them for this moratorium period.
DMK, while welcoming the bill, feels that there is discrimination between the corporate bodies and common man. Honorable Finance Minister may kindly tell this House as to why similar treatment is not given to individuals proprietorship entity, and partnership firms who are kept in Part 3 of the IBC Code. While individual proprietorship and partnership will face insolvency proceedings during COVID-19 period, however, the corporate companies placed in Part 2 of the IBC Code alone will get the exemption. Is it not a discrimination? In the same code, why such differential treatment? Is this government only for corporate cronies?
All right, Kriti Mishra, our colleague, is now joining us live from Parliament. Kriti, very good afternoon. So we saw talking about the first bill, the Insolvency and Bankruptcy Code Second Amendment Bill 2020 that was passed by Rajya Sabha today. You know, it saw 16 speakers giving their inputs and, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman explaining in detail, in length about the merits of this bill and saying that the intention is to keep the companies a going concern and not to liquidate them. Tell us more about this bill that has been passed by the Rajya Sabha today.
Well, absolutely, Aishwarya. So this was a very important bill that was passed by the Rajya Sabha today. In fact, Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman, when she was responding to the concerns raised by the members, she highlighted that it is because of this code that the burden of stressed assets on India has reduced. She also said that this particular amendment in the Act will not shield any of the unscrupulous elements. And of course, participating in the discussion, the members also said that this will provide a good ecosystem for the companies to evolve and to stay afloat, and also the fact that ease of doing business in India would be enhanced. Now, talking about the provisions of the bill, remember the IBC is a very important code that provides for resolution of stressed assets, and this particular amendment in the Act provides for temporary suspension of initiating the insolvency proceedings because of coronavirus pandemic that has struck the financial structure in the companies. So this will give a breather to the companies. However, an important highlight in this bill is that defaults before the 25th of March will attract insolvency proceedings. So this is a very important bill that was passed by the Rajya Sabha today. Back to you, Aishwarya.
Please stay with us. We also need to discuss about the second bill that was passed. So the Rajya Sabha also today passed the Epidemic Diseases Amendment Bill 2020. And replying to the debate on the bill in the Upper House, Union Health Minister Dr. Harsh Vardhan said that the bill aims to protect medical professionals. The bill amends the 125 years old Epidemic Diseases Act 1897 that protects health workers in the country. The bill makes any crime against health professionals as a cognizable and non-bailable offence. The offenders can also be fined anywhere between 50,000 rupees to 2 lakh rupees, and they will also have to serve a prison term between 3 months to 5 years. And if an act of violence against a healthcare service personnel causes grievous harm, then the offender will be punishable with imprisonment between 6 months and 7 years and a fine between 1 lakh rupees and 5 lakh rupees. And earlier in April, the government brought the Epidemic Diseases Amendment Ordinance to provide protection to healthcare professionals combating coronavirus pandemic and to expand the powers of the central government to prevent the spread of such diseases.
जो चार्जेस चाहे वो लेबॉर्ट्रीज़ के हों दूसरी चीज़ों के हों उनको सबको रेशनल करने के लिए जो है रेशनलाइज करने के लिए स्टेट गवर्नमेंट्स को भी सब प्रकार के सपोर्ट सिस्टम्स दिए हैं। कई स्टेट गवर्नमेंट्स ने उसके बारे में पॉजिटिव काम भी किया है। कई लोगों ने आयुष्मान भारत और CGHS के रेट्स के साथ अपने रेट्स को सिंक्रोनाइज किया है। जो ड्रग्स की वैक्सीन्स दूसरी जो PPEs और उन चीज़ों के जो ओवर चार्जिंग के बारे में ब्लैक मार्केटिंग के बारे में किया गया है, तो समय समय पर ये बताया गया है कि किस प्रकार से ड्रग कंट्रोलर ने स्टेट के ड्रग कंट्रोलर्स के साथ मिलकर इस विषय पर कितनी सख्ती से एक्शंस लेने के लिए इंस्ट्रक्शंस किए हैं।
All right, let's go back to Kriti. Kriti, the Epidemic Disease Amendment Bill 2020 was also passed by Rajya Sabha with Dr. Harsh Vardhan saying that many healthcare workers were actually insulted due to the stigma attached to COVID-19 and thus a need for, a prohibitory mechanism against such incidents. And he also talked about the other merits of this particular bill. Tell us more.
Well, absolutely, Aishwarya. You may recall that Chairman Rajya Sabha America Naidu on several occasions has said that we need to fight coronavirus pandemic, but it is equally important to fight the prejudice associated to it. So that sense was, in a way, we saw that reiterated in the House today when Health and Family Welfare Minister Dr. Harsh Vardhan said that it is to fight the stigma and it is to protect the healthcare workers, the frontline workers who've been fighting this battle against the coronavirus. He also said that the government swung into action and it decided that there has to to be a strict law, a stern law to protect the healthcare workers. So as far as the bill is concerned and talking about the provisions of the bill, this protects the healthcare workers, the allied workers fighting the coronavirus pandemic, and anybody in contravention of the principles or the law would be punishable with starting with 3 months or 5 years of jail term or a fine of 50,000 to even lakhs of rupees. So it is a very important bill that was passed by the Rajya Sabha today, wherein the members also expressed solidarity with the healthcare members and also welcomed this important bill. Aishwarya?
Kriti, thank you so much for all those updates on Rajya Sabha's proceedings today. And with that, we wrap up this edition of Rajya Sabha News. Thanks so much for watching.
For centuries, Delhi has been known for waterworks, given the vast number of kingdoms in the city. Among the earliest ones was a dam at Anandpur village, the city believed to be built by Rajput king Anandpal Tomar. This unique Indian hydraulic engineering structure was built around 8th century, running 50 meters long and standing 7 meters high. This dam was more of a water harvesting structure meant to store rainwater during the monsoon season. Located close to Anandpur village lies Surajkund, the waterworks which is regarded as among Delhi's first organized reservoir. Built in the shape of rising sun with an eastward arc, it's enclosed with a steep embankment made in semicircular shape of stepped stones. These reservoirs took care of need of the city at the time of the shortage of water, given Delhi's topography and warm weather spells. Also, once existed a magnificent sun temple near the Surajkund reservoir.
जब भी आप अस्पताल जाएं, तो पहले डॉक्टर से अपॉइंटमेंट घर से ही लें और समय अनुसार ही घर से निकलें। ऐसा करने से आपका समय बचेगा और अस्पताल में भीड़ नहीं लगेगी, जिससे कोरोना का संक्रमण होने की संभावना कम होगी। अपनी और दूसरों की सुरक्षा के लिए अपने साथ अपनी कोविड सुरक्षा किट यानी मास्क, सैनिटाइजर, पेन आदि ले जाना ना भूलें, ताकि आपको पेन, सैनिटाइजर जैसी चीजें दूसरों से लेकर इस्तेमाल नहीं करनी पड़े। इससे आप कोरोना के संक्रमण से अपने आप को और दूसरों को बचाएंगे। ध्यान रहे, अस्पताल में अभी सिर्फ 2 लोगों के ही प्रवेश करने की अनुमति है, इसलिए मरीज सहित केवल 2 लोग ही अस्पताल जाएं। मास्क पहनकर ही घर से निकलें और अस्पताल में भी पहने रखें। सावधानी को आदत बनाएंगे, कोरोना को मिलकर हराएंगे।
नमस्कार, राज्यसभा समाचार में आपका स्वागत है। मैं हूं आपके साथ अमृता चौरसिया। आइए शुरुआत करते हैं सुर्खियों के साथ। इंसॉल्वेंसी और बैंकरप्सी कोड दूसरा संशोधन विधेयक 2020 राज्यसभा से पारित। लॉकडाउन के कारण वित्तीय दबाव से कंपनियों को राहत देने के प्रावधान। 25 मार्च से कर्ज भुगतान नहीं करने वाली कंपनियों के खिलाफ 6 महीने तक शुरू नहीं की जाएगी दिवाला प्रक्रिया। स्वास्थ्य कर्मियों पर हमला करने और नुकसान पहुंचाने वालों के खिलाफ होगी कड़ी कार्रवाई। महामारी संशोधन विधेयक 2020 राज्यसभा से पारित। दोषियों के लिए 6 महीने से लेकर 7 साल तक की कैद और 1 लाख से 5 लाख रुपए तक जुर्माने का प्रावधान। कोरोना संक्रमण से बचाव के लिए सभापति एम वेंकैया नायडू की सांसदों को हर समय मास्क पहनने और सुरक्षित दूरी अपनाने की सलाह। लोक लेखा समिति की रिपोर्ट सदन में पेश। राज्यसभा की पूर्व सदस्य नाजनीन फारूक को दी गई श्रद्धांजलि। इंसॉल्वेंसी और बैंक्रप्सी कोड दूसरा संशोधन विधेयक 2020 यानी कि दिवाला और शोधन अक्षमता संहिता दूसरा संशोधन विधेयक 2020 राज्यसभा से पारित हो गया। विधेयक पर चर्चा का जवाब देते हुए वित्त मंत्री निर्मला सीतारमण ने कहा कि दिवाला और शोधन अक्षमता संहिता संशोधन अध्यादेश कोविड महामारी की वजह से पैदा हुई अभूतपूर्व स्थिति के कारण लाया गया था। उन्होंने कहा कि महामारी के कारण बनी स्थिति की वजह से समय की मांग थी कि तत्काल कदम उठाए जाएं और उसके लिए अध्यादेश का तरीका चुना गया। लॉकडाउन का जिक्र करते हुए निर्मला सीतारमण ने कहा कि उस समय आजीविका से ज्यादा जरूरी जान की हिफाजत करना था। उन्होंने कहा कि इसका असर लोगों के साथ ही अर्थव्यवस्था पर भी पड़ा। हालांकि लोगों को हुई परेशानी का संज्ञान लिया गया है और सरकार ने कई कदम उठाए। उन्होंने दिवाला और शोधन अक्षमता संहिता का जिक्र करते हुए कहा कि ये अच्छा काम कर रही है और अपने मकसद को पूरा करने में सफल रही है।
Section 7 related, which is the financial creditor, 2,789 company cases had been resolved even before they got admitted into the NCLT. And this amount which got disposed in this resolution is 1,96,171 crores. Section 9 related, which is the operational creditor related cases, sir, even before admission and I'm giving data of 31st July 2020. 11,581 cases have been disposed of even before admission, Section 9 cases, and in this the amount which got resolved is 1,63,927 crores. And finally, sir, Section 10, corporate debtors. 140 cases were disposed of before entering the NCLT. Again, data for 31st July 2020, 1,53,372 crores have been sorted out.
विधेयक पर चर्चा के दौरान कांग्रेस, बीजेपी समेत विभिन्न दलों के सांसदों ने अपने विचार रखे।
What my case is, a blanket protection by suspension of entire IBC framework will create burden and helplessness on the part of MSME creditors. Small creditors who have provided services to defaulting large corporations will be rendered helpless without the protection under the code. This will definitely punish a small trader like Ramlal.
This IBC has resulted high recovery update. The second, release of locked capital. The third, the better credit discipline, faster resolution, easy exit. And it has left the positive impact and overall ecosystem of the country is very good, sir.
If you look at the statement of object, paragraph 2, it talks about pandemic-related stress. If you look at the government of India's assessment of the GST compensation, there was an element of compensation which is, or the compensation arising out of pandemic, and another one which for other reasons because of economic condition. If the government could decipher this particular thing, I am sure here the pandemic-related stress could have been deciphered instead of keeping it to about a 1 year period. Because what happens after 1 year period?
और ये दूसरा संशोधन लाया गया है और इस संशोधन के पीछे जो बैकग्राउंड है हम सब जानते हैं कोविड-19 का, और एक अच्छा कदम है और मुझे पूरा विश्वास है कि इससे जो भी हमारे फाइनेंशियल स्ट्रेस्ड कंपनीज हैं उनको अपने फाइनेंशियल्स को दुरुस्त करने में अपने आप को एक बेहतर करने का मौका मिलेगा, जिससे कि आगे आने वाले समय निश्चित रूप से हमारे देश में जो हमारा जो कॉरपोरेट्स हैं वो और भी बेहतर ढंग से काम करें, उनको एक अच्छा इकोसिस्टम मिले, एक अच्छा एनवायरनमेंट मिले।
और संसदीय मामलों के संपादक अरविंद कुमार सिंह सीधा जुड़ रहे हैं, उनका रुख करेंगे। अरविंद जी,
इंसॉल्वेंसी और बैंक्रप्सी कोड दूसरा संशोधन विधेयक 2020 राज्यसभा से आज पारित हुआ। साथ ही महामारी संशोधन विधेयक 2020 राज्यसभा से पारित हुआ। इसके अलावा आज दिन भर की कार्यवाही की बात करें तो क्या कुछ रहा खास?
बिल्कुल, देखिए अमृता, ये दोनों ही बड़े महत्वपूर्ण विधेयक हैं और अगर आप देखेंगे तो सरकार ने 5 ऐसे ऑर्डिनेंसेस, जो कि पहले 11 ऑर्डिनेंसेस जो इस सत्र में जिनका पूरा भविष्य तय होना था, उनमें से ये दोनों ही ऑर्डिनेंसेस थे पहले जो जिनको सरकार लेकर के आई थी और उनको रिप्लेस करने वाले ये दोनों विधेयक हैं। काफ़ी महत्वपूर्ण है और दोनों ही कोविड रिलेटेड हैं
जी।
और अगर आप देखेंगे तो इन दोनों पर बहुत ही बेहतरीन चर्चा हुई और जो पहली जो चर्चा हुई, जो निर्मला सीतारमण जी ने जो रखा इंसॉल्वेंसी कोड को लेकर के, उसमें जो अगर आप देखेंगे तो 16 सदस्यों ने अलग अलग धाराओं और अलग अलग दलों